Hello, we are live from the second day of SuperTraining Classic Push-Pull Meet. Got a little bit of wireless video going here from our portable camera. He's about to show off. This is the first floor of the expo you're seeing. A whole bunch of different booths and different things going on. We're actually on the second floor of the expo. The roof you see above is actually the bottom of the platform. And we're about to get started lifting here at about 11:10. So we got about a little under 15 minutes, I think, before we see the first lift. So we're just doing a little tour of the convention here. You can see there's a whole bunch of... This is the Total Health and Fitness Expo here in Sacramento, California. See, it's actually pretty crowded. If you're in the Sacramento area today, be sure and come and check this out. I think it's $12 to get in, $10 to park, and then we're doing the meet on the second floor. Hello and welcome. We are live. Welcome to the SuperTraining Classic 2019 Push-Pull Meet. You're seeing a little bit of footage of the convention floor here. We're at the Total Health and Fitness Expo in Sacramento, California. If you're in the area, be sure and stop by. It's $12 to get in, $10 to park, and you get to come up to the second floor and watch the meet that we're running today. Really great space. Good spot for spectators. You're seeing the first floor. The roof above is actually the bottom of our platform since we're lifting on the second. And it's kind of fun when people drop big deadlifts, the whole place shakes. You can see there are a whole bunch of different sponsors who all have booths on the first floor. There's a pole dancing, pole battle thing. And now Chris is headed back up the stairs here. This is how you get upstairs to our powerlifting meet. We're going to start lifting in about 10 minutes. You can see there's the warm-up area behind the stage. Everybody's getting ready to lift here. We're sponsored by Quest and Monster today, along with Slingshot, of course. Here we got one of our athletes warming up on the bench. Everybody's getting warmed up. Since we're about to start lifting in about 10 minutes, that means the athletes had to start warming up about 20 minutes ago. We've got a bunch of nice competition benches here. Plenty of space in the warm-up room.
Sorry? 11:10, so you can give a 10-minute warning if you want.
Eric in the chat says, have to make this a yearly thing. It is a yearly thing. We did this last year at the same time, and we're probably going to be back to do it again next year. can see this is where the athletes will enter out onto the platform. Well, actually they'll be more over to the left, but there's one of our sponsors there, Muscle Monster.
Good morning, folks, and welcome to the SuperTraining Push-Pull Classic here at the Total Health and Fitness Expo. We're going to be getting started in about 10 minutes. Lifting will start in about 10 minutes, so stick around. Definitely, you're going to see some great lifts today, and if we can make sure that our spotters, judges, and loaders are ready to go.
You can just barely see out there. Monster brought a monster truck and parked it right outside. See, here's the walking through the spectating stands there to the actual platform where we have the bench, and it's loaded up for our first lifter, who is Alex Royce. You can see here's our judging scoring table. Here's me. Hey. We've got about 7 minutes left probably until our first lift here. Oh, and we got Chris has now walked back out to the second level outside, and there's a weightlifting meet happening across the way from us, which looks, I don't know, looks like it takes a lot of coordination, and I don't know about this weightlifting stuff. That looks pretty hard. Starting to lose the wireless signal here a little bit, I think. Might have to switch back to this camera. The wireless video transmission is pretty high tech, but I think all these metal buildings are a little past it. But yeah, you look, we got athletes here doing Olympic lifting meet. Wow. Oh, and we finally lost the wireless signal there, so I'll switch back to the real camera here. Oh, and now he's coming back toward the way. Just ran into Smokey. Oh, there's Smokey. Oh. Smokey's running by with a trash can. Getting just a little bit of behind the scenes look here at what the meet looks like right before it starts. People are running around everywhere with everything. There you go, little ASL there from Smokey. Look. I'll be right back. I'm going to go give the judges their scoring remotes.
thing on? It is. What's up, everybody? Jesse Burdick here. Just about getting ready to start here. We're planning to start at 11:10. We'll get everything moving here with Alexis, and then we have Ashley Cruz, Lisa Wilson, getting ourselves ready for the start of the day. Hopefully you guys were able to kind of check out everything that was kind of going on behind the scenes. This is kind of a roving camera. This is which is Chris, and he walked us in this morning, showed off what the expo is looking like, and now we're just doing some random backroom stuff because that's what's going on up front right now. So we'll switch back to kind of the warm-up room, and we'll get ourselves going here in a little bit. Glad you guys are all here. If there's questions or anything, please let us know, and we will go from there.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Super Training Classic.
Here we go,
here
Super Training
at the
Classic
Total
Day
Health and
2.
Fitness Expo. We want to make sure to thank all of our sponsors today. Slingshot, of course. You'll be seeing lots of Slingshot apparel today. Also, Quest Nutrition and Monster Energy. Some great sponsors today. It is 11:10, and we're going to go ahead and get started. So if I can make sure all of our judges are in place and our spotters and loaders are ready to go. Our first lifter today is
Greg
Alexis
Buffington
Royce
here, one
with
of our
a 32.5 kilo attempt. Ashley Cruz
elder
is
statesman
on deck.
of the
Lisa
powerlifting
Wilson
world,
in
been
the
lifting
hole,
for a very,
and
very,
Ashley
very
Snyder
long
is
time.
4 out. So lifters, if everyone's
There's
ready,
also
and as soon as I get the
great
thumbs
friend,
up from
there's
the judges,
Stan
we'll
and
get
Greg.
started.
Always fun to have them around and help out. Always a good time. When we get a chalk bucket view of everything that's going to go on. Is he tired or set it down? Nope, there's the chalk bucket, looks like. This is riveting. Oh, shit. Good work, Chris. Looks great.
Yeah.
Okay. Just grab somebody from the back there. There's John. Grab John. He's getting people? Awesome. We are getting ready to make things happen here. Hopefully we'll have our spotters, loaders, and judges so we can kind of get going. By all standards, a 2-minute late time is actually incredibly good.
Platforms ready for Alexis
powerlifting.
Royce, our first lifter
Hey,
of the
there's
day.
Alexis Royce. So here you go with a list of everybody who's lifting today. Oh, cool. So we have Alexis Royce opening up with 32.5 kilo. Okay. 71.6 pounds. Nice. Great. And the meet director. Yeah, that's good. Meet director, I always try and make sure I watch the first lift of every day that we're going.
Lifter is Ashley Cruz with
And
the 45 kilo attempt. That's 99 pounds for Ashley Cruz.
When the first lift is always a successful lift, which is usually transitions us right to a nice successful day all day today. So really excited about that. Looking for some good lifting.
Platforms ready for Ashley Cruz.
Not Rob, we hear you, and we are trying to limit as much noise as possible, but you know, we're just doing the live stream as best as we can. The announcer will get in our way because she's keeping the meet running the way that we need it to run for everybody else. But
yeah, her timing is what determines getting people out to the
exactly.
platform, getting everything moving, so we kind of have to just let her go.
Lift is good.
Exactly.
45 kilos for Ashley Cruz. Our next lifter
thanks for letting us
is
know.
Lisa Wilson, 52.5 kilos. Ashley Schneider is on deck. Julie Weatherwax in the hole, and Monique Strootman is 4 out.
All right, not Rob. Thanks for all the suggestions. We really appreciate it. We're doing our best over here. hopefully you can appreciate this free live stream.
I think we've
The
been
free
doing
live
it a
stream.
little better every time.
Yeah, we're
ready
getting better
for
and better. I
Lisa
think the
Wilson.
roaming camera is really going to be kind of cool.
Yep.
Hopefully everyone gets to kind of enjoy that.
And they're getting B footage at the same time. so
Exactly.
it's able to
Exactly. But here you go with Lisa Wilson, 115.7 pound starting attempt. Lift is good.
Lift is good. 52 and a half kilos for Lisa.
really good to come out and do a solid opener to give you good
Our
confidence.
next lifter is Ashley
to really push
Schneider
hard
with
on a second and
55
third
kilo
attempt.
attempt,
Yeah.
121
It,
pounds.
well, it always just kind of
Julie
sets the tone
on
for the
deck,
day,
Monique Stroopman
Yeah.
in the hole, and Cynthia
and also kind of
Jimenez is
knocks
4
off a
out.
little bit of rust and a little bit of nervousness and everything else. So
I haven't done a push-pull
What?
competition.
Platforms ready for Ashley Schneider.
Hold on one second.
So yeah, so getting your opening attempt is always a good idea.
And in a push-pull meet, your first ever attempt is going to be the bench press.
Yeah.
You don't get to go and squat and warm
Lift
up and
is
Exactly.
good, 55 kilos
do
for
all that in the
Ashley
morning.
Schneider.
But it's always a good thing. Get yourself moving in the right
Next
direction.
lifter is Julie Weatherwax with a 60
And
kilo attempt.
you got to remember, you
132
can always
pounds.
go up on your
Monique
second and third
Stroopman is
attempts.
on deck, Cynthia
You
Jimenez
can't
in the hole, and
do anything
Stephanie
if you end up
Valladares
taking
is
too
4
big of a
out.
jump
Yep.
Platforms ready for Julie.
for our guys.
Mm-hmm.
When Ashley comes up, she's going to do the 3-man lift off. Just make sure that her guys get out of the way and your guys stay once it's done, okay? So as soon as they let go, they need to get the hell away so we get the spotters. Thank you.
All right.
Lift is good, 60 kilos for Julie. Great job, Julie. Our
Yeah, the
next
glare off of
lifter
Stan's
is
head
Monique
is,
Stroopman
that's
with
just kind of
62
a
and half
thing that he
kilos.
does in the morning. He puts his
Cynthia
head
Jimenez is on
in
deck,
a
Stephanie in the
bowling
hole,
ball
and
shining
Ashley
machine
Contorno
before
is
he gets
4
here.
out.
It's really hard, so he stays strategically, always, his hotels are always around bowling alleys.
Yeah.
Shines his head up real good and then heads over here in the morning.
It's really for the photosynthesis and vitamin D, right?
It is. It
Yeah.
really is. And I mean, the carrots
Yep.
and the vitamin A and the carrots really helps that sheen that he's looking for.
Yep.
How
Lift
come
is
powerlifting
good,
uses
62.5
kilos
for
and not
Monique
pounds?
Stroopman.
Well, that's a good question. I don't know if I really have an answer for you. It was
Our next
initially
lifter is Cynthia Jimenez
always
with
based
90
off of
kilos,
the
198
Olympic
pounds for
lifting.
Cynthia.
So I think that's where it's
Stephanie
been
is
kind
on
of
deck,
picked
Ashley
up.
Contorno in the hole,
There
and then we'll
are
be going into our second
powerlifting
attempt
federations
with
that
Alexis
allow
Rose,
you
4
to
out.
run meets in pounds. Unfortunately, that's kind of gone the way of the dinosaur, mostly because back in the old days when people would use pounds, they would have to weigh their weights afterwards, and that would affect some people's numbers significantly.
Yeah, and
Most
Cone has
significantly,
some numbers you
exactly,
can't get normally,
exactly.
but they waited afterwards, and that's what it was.
Exactly. So yeah, so
Lift
it's
is
one of those
good,
things
90
where
kilos for Cynthia.
the
Great job,
it used to
Cynthia.
be this way, but it's just so much easier to have calibrated kilo plates because
Our
then there's
next
no real
lifter
question
is Stephanie
about what's
Valladares with
going on.
102.5
So it's
kilos.
just
Stephanie's coming to us from
how it
Louisiana,
kind of
Kenner,
goes. It
Louisiana.
just is the way that it is. There
Ashley
are meets that
Contorno
are
is
running
on deck,
pounds.
Alexis Rose in the hole, and Ashley
Yep.
Cruz
But I also
4
just
out.
heard of just kind of a horrifying meet where it was running pounds, but none of the weight plates actually matched.
Oh.
So that makes it even
Platforms ready for
more
Stephanie.
difficult. Maybe in the in the
Yeah.
gym we don't necessarily always have matching plates while we're working
Mhm.
out. But when you're at a meet, you want something that's going to be assuredly exactly what you're asking for, and
Yeah.
that's what your meet director should be trying to do, in my opinion. So hopefully that answers at least a little bit of your question.
Well, these
Here we go,
plates
Stephanie.
are specially calibrated
Yep.
to be exactly the weight that they're listed.
are.
If they were a couple grams
Lift
off,
is
they have a
good,
special brass
102.5
plug
kilos
screwed
for
into them with a
Stephanie.
sealing sticker over it to prove
Yep.
that these have been exactly. So these
Our
are within a
next
gram.
lifter is
Yes,
Ashley
usually they're
Contorno
within a
with
gram, and they
110
are
kilos. That's 242.5 pounds for
certified,
Ashley
and these are
Contorno.
Alico plates, Alico and Ivanco plates.
Alexis is on deck.
And they have
Ashley
two
Cruz
weights in them
the
so that
hole,
they're
and
balanced. They don't try to
Ashley
rotate when you pick
Schneider
them up.
is
Right.
4 out.
So there's a lot of things to it.
Yeah.
Yes,
they're
they
about
are.
$3 a pound by the time
Yeah,
you get these
they're
calibrated plates.
the calibrated plates that you see
Platforms ready for
used at most
Ashley.
powerlifting competitions are much more expensive than normal.
Yep.
So here we have Ashley. You're going to see Ashley using a 3-man lift out. This is because her arms are incredibly short. So what she's going to have to do is she can't take it off and get herself set. So she's going to have everybody kind of lift the bar off for her.
Yep.
Then she's going to go ahead and kind of move her hands out, still into a legal position here. And then they're going to go ahead and kind of let the weight disperse. And then they're going to go ahead and hang there to be spotters. It's a nice press because you can see she couldn't actually really put that in without unwinding herself, lengthening her arms,
Lift
therefore
is
kind of
good,
going a little bit,
110 kilos for Ashley.
getting a little bit loose, which isn't conducive for any sort of max rep of any kind whatsoever.
And heading into our second attempt, Alexis Royce with 37.5 kilos. Ashley
Now we go
Cruz
back
is on
to
deck, Ashley Snyder in the hole, and Lisa Wilson
second
is 4
attempts
out.
here at the top of the flight with Alexis. So if anyone is not powerlifting meet friendly, what everybody will do, they'll go their first attempts and then they'll put in their second attempts and they'll come out for their second and come out for their third. So the order that it started with does not
Platforms ready
necessarily
for Alexis.
won't necessarily be the order of the second or third attempts, because you'll see people kind of going up and down. Whereas in Olympic lifting, you could actually follow yourself 3 times if you don't put a big enough lift in. We go from lightest to heaviest, and then we start the temps, and we go lightest to heaviest again. Here we go with Alexis. Oh, a little bit of a struggle. Looks like she's got it. There we go. Nice. That's awesome.
Lift is good.
Lift is
37.5
good.
kilos for Alexis
All
Royce.
right, good job, Alexis. So we also have a lot of
Our next lifter is Ashley
a lot of
Cruz
new
with 47.5
lifters
kilo
here this
attempt.
weekend.
That's
I think we
104.7
had
pounds
something
for
like
Ashley.
35
Ashley Snyder is on deck.
new
Lisa Wilson
lifters,
in the hole, and Monique
which,
Strootman is
you
4
know,
out.
I've said it over and over again as a meat producer.
Platforms ready for
I
Ashley
really
Cruz.
like having new lifters. Sure, they come with a bunch of new questions and, you know, a whole bunch of brand new problems sometimes, but, you know, this is someone that's going to represent the next kind of wave of lifting for us, and you never know who might be the next Steffi Cohen or JP Price or whomever it might be. You know, those people who are now recognized names, you know, not so long ago they were CrossFitters starting to dip their toes into powerlifting. So if it wasn't for a good meet director and them having fun at their meet, they may never have found powerlifting. So I think it's awesome that there's some new blood kind of coming into powerlifting all the time, and I just hope that, you know, it continues. Oh, hey, there's someone's butt. Oh, wrong angle. There's somebody's
Lift is
butt.
good,
There.
47.5 kilos for Ashley Cruz.
So yeah, so there's a
Our
lot of
next
new
lifter
lifters
is
in
Ashley
here, so
Snyder
you'll
with
see,
57.5
you might see a
kilos.
little,
Lisa
some
Wilson
mistakes
is on deck.
or
Monique
something that
Strootman in
you
the
wouldn't
hole, and
necessarily
Julie
think
Weather-Wax
a
is
veteran
4 out.
powerlifter might do. It's probably because they're not veteran powerlifters. They're actually newbies, and they're just starting to kind of get their career going as far as powerlifting goes.
Yep.
But it's always awesome. Meet
Platforms
producer,
ready for
absolutely,
Ashley
Rob.
Snyder.
Nailed it. Nailed it. Here we go with Ashley Schneider, moving up to 126.8 pounds, or 57.5 kilos.
So that's 2.5 kilos more than last time.
2.5 kilo jump for her, which is
About
safe.
5%.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit of up and down. So that's one of the things that'll get you a red light if you don't necessarily know in
Yeah.
powerlifting. Once you
No
get the
lift.
press
You're gonna
command
get
from
that
the
one,
judge,
Ashley.
you got to have that bar
Our
continue
next
in
lifter
an
is
upward
Lisa
motion
Wilson,
without
also
any sort of
57.5
dips
kilos.
or do's.
Monique is
Hey.
on deck. Julie in the hole.
I
and
know.
Cynthia
You wanna
is
jump
4
in?
out.
On the tent, yeah. So, boy, are you guys in for a treat. We have superstar
Platforms ready for Lisa.
Keep
wardrobe
Yeah.
fashionista.
That's usually what I go
Fashionista Matt Vincent
by. Hi. Hello.
on the live casts.
So this is live on the
This
YouTube?
is live on the YouTubes.
I'm not familiar with YouTube.
On the inner tubes, you don't know what that is?
it's
the inner
gonna,
tubes?
yeah, I believe HTTP slash
/
YouTube
dots
dots. Oh God.
www dot.
I don't think the internet
Lisa
thing's
Wilson.
gonna catch on.
You don't think so? Good struggle for Lisa. Looks like she got caught at the
catch,
bottom
spotters.
there.
No
She has another chance at that. Hopefully she'll grab it. Moving on
Our
to
next
Monique
lifter is
Stroman.
Monique with 65 kilos. Julie is on deck. Cynthia in the
So how you
hole.
feeling, bud? You lifted yesterday?
Yeah, had a
How's-
great day, man.
Good.
I mean, I'm in shape enough to pull off 3 bench presses, so
Hey.
put that in the win column.
Yeah, absolutely. What did you end up benching?
200 kilos.
200
which was
kilos.
a big surprise.
That's awesome. That was with how many slingshots on?
None.
None.
Elbow sleeves.
Just elbow sleeves.
Just elbow sleeves and
Nice.
a very quick press command.
Uh,
A very forgiving press command.
So you're in the exhibition. Lifting exhibition. I think that's one of the cooler things and a great idea from Mark. To kind of just have a bunch of
nice
buddies come out, lift with us, not necessarily care about having to wear a singlet, having to, not wear something or whatever. Just come out here, lift for the fans, lift for fun, and you know what I mean. I know you were here last year, and this is your second year. And I think it's awesome. We're getting more and more. Wow, look at Juan. So handsome.
He is handsome. He told me earlier that he can't gain weight.
He can't. That's such
Right.
a lie.
Yeah.
That's such a lie.
He's the worst fat guy I've ever heard
That's
of.
bullshit. But okay, so we benched 200 kilos. What did you end up deadlifting?
None.
None?
I almost got galled into it. I saw
None
Mark
pounds?
going out.
I know, that
in
was so
khaki
close.
shorts,
That
and
was so close.
I would have not walked for 10 days.
Well, I think if you would have opened under 500 pounds, you would have jumped on it. Because
Very
I
proud
heard,
of that.
well, yeah, but you walked up to him and said, wait, what are you opening with? What are you doing today?
Well, I think I could have done the 5 cold is what I would have done and just really regretted it in the future.
Well,
easy lift.
That's what it's all about, really, is regret.
For Julie.
Yes.
When you're going to a powerlifting meet, if you don't walk away regretting something, you didn't do your job.
That's why I keep a whole bag of Plan B pills in my backpack.
Well, hey, do what you got to do. At all time.
You get a bad lift in, you take a couple of those.
Take a couple of Plan Bs, it feels better?
Yeah,
That's
or
awesome.
Plan C.
C?
Does
We got
one have a
Cynthia.
stress ball?
Does he? Is he stressed?
Clearly.
Clearly he's stressed. We have
Look how
Cynthia
shiny
Jimenez.
Stan's head is.
I know. Well,
Platform's ready
not
for
a lot of
Cynthia
people know that he
Jimenez.
his hotels are always by bowling alleys for a reason.
Just puts
he
his head in that
he puts his
machine.
head in the Ballo Shino, and then whoop whoop whoop.
I think that's a trademark term is Ballo Shino.
Ballo Shino. I think the Simpsons have it. Yes.
Yes.
That's where I got it from.
Good
Nice
work.
job. Good work. That's a solid press. Lift is good.
Lift is good, 100
which is
kilos
awesome.
for Cynthia.
Heck
Great
yeah.
job, Cynthia.
So how you feeling this morning after kind of going through
Next
something that
lifter
you're
is
not
Stephanie
necessarily
Marianas
been
with
you've been training for the
105
meet, but you
kilo
haven't
attempts,
been
230
No, I
lifting
wouldn't
like
say
this.
it's ideal.
Stephanie.
Right. Okay.
Ashley Contorno
So
is
you got
on deck.
both
Alexis Joyce
both
in the
kind of
hole,
life
Ashley Cruz
and
is 4
training
out.
not necessarily the best that we want it to. What's going on with the knee? When are we going to get that taken care of?
Get a new knee April 9th.
Good
is
for
the
you.
plan, yeah. So
for you.
I'll be
Platform's
half
ready for
cyborg, and then I
Stephanie.
can welcome my other friends and make friends with our future robot overlords
Exactly.
to keep us safe.
I'm not that much far behind you. We might have the same date.
I
Me
like
getting a
it.
hip, you getting a knee.
We'll somehow just FaceTime each other.
You want to say
Weird
well,
thumbs
that would
up
be
from our
as
hospital
we're
beds.
as we're in La La Land.
Going for our first night.
Hey, look at that guy's butt. He's lifting off. Hopefully he'll get out of the way, and he does.
Those pants were deep in there. He knows the flavor for sure of that cotton.
Lift is good.
Good
105
lift by
kilos for
Stephanie.
That was Luke Hawks, in
No,
fact.
that was Luke. Hey, Luke.
Another
Next
Luke.
lifter is Ashley Contorno.
Another
Luke.
handsome Louisiana boy.
Your
122.5
ass looks
kilos
great
270
on the live
pounds
stream.
here for Ashley.
There
it
you
is.
go.
It's talented.
Alexis is on deck. Ashley Cruz in the hole.
No.
And Schneider is
Stan-
Are your lats supposed to go all the way into your hamstrings the way
The
stands
way that
do?
stands are? Yeah, I think so.
That's how you get rid of love handles. I
Well,
heard.
it's both Stan and Eddie looking at them like sitting down from the back. It doesn't make any sense.
Oh.
Because from about their ears to their waist,
Platform's
it's somehow
ready for
trap
Ashley.
and lat, and there's not much of anything
No.
else, which is it's just remarkable, really.
Like, no kidding, you guys don't have back problems?
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, it's weird when you have, a 6-inch just buffer of muscle just everywhere and all around.
Yeah.
So we have Ashley moving herself up to a 270-pound bench press
Wow.
here. Ashley weighed in at, she is in the 165 pound.
She's a
It's a really
strong
big,
girl.
Strong. She's 150 pounds. She weighed in. So again, she's gonna be utilizing the 3-man lift because she got short T-Rex arms.
and
But
man bun
use
just
what you
handed
got.
out. Get him one.
Nah.
Not
Did you know that
today.
they have a man bun
Really?
toupee now?
Come on, man.
So I'm serious. This is, I don't know why
It's like a scrunchie that you just clip in.
So it's a toupee, and it kind of clips in, but it looks like it's not just a regular thing. It's a man bun. I have Charity Witt here too, and she is so incredibly turned on at the fact that that could be a man bun toupee that we're seeing. She's literally running to the bathroom as we speak.
I think we've missed the window for an acceptable man bun time period in fashion. However, it does pair nice with a nipples out tank top.
That is, I mean, if you're
And
gonna
tucked
do,
in.
if you're gonna do it, you
Yeah,
gotta go all the way.
Yeah, tuck in
How about,
your
did you see the guy with shiny pants yesterday? They looked
Dr.
like
Tony
tinfoil.
Huge?
That was huge.
Yeah.
Those, holy shit. Were those not tinfoil
They
pants?
were like a disco ball.
And it wasn't like the pickup line I used on you, like those tinfoil pants, because I could see myself in them.
Nice.
Hey, up.
Success.
Yeah.
Man, if he would have showed up at the end of From Dusk Till Dawn and then a light blasted off
That'd
his
been
pants
great.
and killed all the vampires.
Killed everybody. That would have been perfect.
What a great film.
Charity Witt and I are becoming best friends now, which
That's
is
true.
really good for me.
Yes.
She really likes my humor. 40 kilos here for Alexis.
Well, we're not
88
attractive
pounds.
people, Jesse.
We're
so
not.
The more attractive people we can get around us, it's
Absolutely.
it's a bit of David
I'm-
Copperfield magic.
oh, good job, spotters.
No lift, but a great effort by Alexis.
You know what? If it can make them laugh, somehow it's like a IG filter.
Yeah.
Like I've had her laugh 3 times, so I have like 3 really good-looking filters.
Yes.
So she doesn't really quite see
Yeah,
how
but you
hideous
also
I
have
am.
to take it down 2 pegs because she's Canadian.
Oh well,
So
then
they are very polite.
Then you. That's true. So I actually have to make her laugh more.
Right.
Yeah, because the Canadian filter is just a play. Oh, sorry.
Right.
Oh, sorry about that. Oh, hey. Oh.
Sorry
oh,
in Canada
sorry.
does not imply
Sorry. That they're actually sorry.
Right.
It's almost like excuse me or hello and goodbye. And goodbye, isn't it?
I did
It's
have all
absolutely-
dressed wings the other day in Calgary.
Oh, there you go.
I'm
Which
about
is-
that life.
Well, why wouldn't you be?
Yeah, some chicken chips or all dressed wings or
Totally.
jalapeno.
Charity, how did they come up with the name for Canada? C-A-N-A-D-A.
Oh, God.
Hey! Nope, my filters just disappeared.
Right.
She can see to my soul now, and she's so incredibly disgusted.
I want to say that was the
She's
advantage
running
of
to
growing
the
up.
she's running to the bathroom to throw up this time.
The advantage of growing up chubby and not great looking is that we've developed a personality, Jesse, and so
That's true.
later in life
That's
we
true.
still have that.
It's
We're not just handsome from
We're-
jump.
Right. No. You got to grow into handsome.
It's a fact.
It's true. Just got to build up those filters.
Yeah, then you shed off a
Speaking
bunch
of,
of fat.
what coverall do you use for your makeup at these shows? Like
Same stuff, Gene Simmons line of stuff.
The IG models are just layered up.
Yeah, I like to do a lot of contouring and then some cat eyes.
There you go.
Cat eyes are very
Cat eyes.
important. A lot of people want to come out
Really?
here and go for laughs and stuff. I'm going for gasp.
They're gasps of horror.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Well, I
that
mean,
was a quick press, but let's see. I think she got it. And
Lift is good.
good lift. All right.
Good
Kilos
lift.
for Ashley Schneider.
perfect timing.
Just look at Juan's kind of just like the
Next lifter
graying,
is
but then
Lisa
he's got the
Wilson,
blue
also
eyes
with
going,
57.5
right?
kilos.
What color
dreamy.
skin tone would you call that?
Would I-
Julian 4 out.
500 milligrams a week.
Yes.
Is that the correct shade of red?
It's a nice color Vanadrol.
Hypertension? Is that a? That's why he's squeezing the ball.
Platform's
It's,
ready for
he's
Lisa.
so,
Keep his heart pumping.
Yes, I know.
Otherwise he'll die.
yeah, we don't want him to die.
Why is he on EPO? It's a
Oh.
terrible thing for a power lifter. His heart's gonna stop for
Dude,
fuck's
it's
sake.
fun to. That's like instead of doing cardio, you do EPO, and then you make it harder for your heart to pump the stuff through, because your blood kind of turns to jello, and then it's got to work really hard, and that's just like
Good
running.
move.
That's like running a race.
It is.
It's science.
Yay!
Nope.
Good work, spotters.
See, if I had glasses on,
Great
Charity Witt
effort
would have
by
believed me.
Lisa
But I
Wilson.
don't have glasses on, so I'm not smart. Or if I would have had like an
Next lister
accent,
is Monique
like, oh, I'm
Strootman.
from London. Let me tell you something
Oh, if
science.
you would have said it with
I'm like,
London,
oh, then
yeah.
it's totally true.
I've started doing seminars wearing a lab coat and a
glasses
stethoscope.
and with an English accent.
If you've got a stethoscope, you can pull off anything.
I'm Matt Vincent.
Yeah. I'm like, I'm not technically a doctor, no.
But I mean, I have this lab coat, so
But I mean, I've watched a lot of YouTube tutorials, and I think I could probably do
Dude,
brain surgery if someone will walk me
I've
through
watched
it.
all the episodes of House. I got
Dude.
you guys.
Yeah, it's
I got you.
always
Ready for
something to do
Monique
with your
Strootman.
guts.
Totally. Well, it's always amazing. I think it's 38 minutes into the shows of House. They It takes 38 minutes for that crew to figure something out.
And 2 commercial breaks.
But they're really consistent.
Yeah.
All 38
It amazes
minutes,
me
they
how
got
much
it.
people love routine, right?
Yes.
Like, look at
Nice press.
like shows like CSU or
Lift
crimes,
is
you know,
good, 67.5
Law and Order.
kilos,
They have
147.4.
19 versions of Law and Order
It's
now.
the same thing.
What is
It's
JP
remarkable.
back there eating?
Julie Weatherwax is our next
is that really a
leader,
question?
67.5
He's just eating
kilos.
some football-sized
Cynthia is
piece
on
of
deck,
food.
Amy Nicole, and Ashley Conforno is
I'm
four
JP,
out.
football
And
the
we will
meal.
take a 2-minute break before heading into flight B.
He's eating a toddler-sized
Oh
burrito.
my
Platforms
gosh.
ready for
Oh,
Julie.
he's
This
a
is-
champion.
This is great.
One of the greatest humans ever created.
Hopefully no one from JP's camp is listening to
We
this. Actually, if they
recorded
were,
a podcast this. They know.
they know.
Yeah, we
they
recorded a
would be- they
podcast
would
this
be all
morning,
about
and
it.
he and I are going to put together a slow jams playlist.
That's disgusting. Right? Charity Witt agrees with me.
There's going to be a lot of sweat in it.
There's this Keith Sweat or like actual?
Hopefully, yes.
Hey,
Keith
nailed
Sweat
it.
definitely gets a
How
hand
attractive am I, Charity Witt? No, come on.
You're back to a
Lift
6.
is
I'm a
good,
6.
67.5
That's
kilos
good.
Yeah.
for Julie
That's
like a
Weatherwax.
over
D.
50%.
That's a D.
Our
That's a
next
C+.
lifter
That's what I got out of
Cynthia
college
Jimenez
with.
is
Hey, man.
105 kilos. It's
D stands for
221.5
degree.
pounds
D for degree.
Cynthia.
Absolutely.
Stephanie is on deck.
Oh,
Ashley
nice,
Conforno
dude.
in
You're
the hole.
basically a
And
rapper.
then we're
Fucking
taking a
rapper.
10-minute break before heading into flight.
Rapper.
We get you on SoundCloud.
Yeah, sure.
You can be like Jesse and then whatever your BMI is, 100.
Is that good? 100?
Seems like it's 100%.
Platforms
That's
ready
a
for
win.
Cynthia Jimenez.
So when Mark and I used to do seminars, we
Oh.
would make up all these numbers
Oh,
and
no.
say that we would do them at CrossFit gyms. So we'd pick a CrossFit workout, something like Fran, and say that we both got a perfect score on Fran, and everyone was just really confused. We're like, we got a perfect 400 on Fran. They're like,
What does
well,
that
that doesn't
mean?
even make any sense. And then we would just gloss over it and try and go so fast. Like 10 minutes later, someone would be like, yeah, you have a question. They're like, what was your
Our
Fran
next
score
lifter
again?
is
400.
Cynthia
400.
Stephanie
Next question. They're like,
from
wait,
Louisiana.
200 kilos.
With 107.5
like, don't worry about it.
kilos.
It's like,
Sorry, do you guys need metrics?
someone's obviously paying way too much attention. This isn't even scripted.
Platforms
Dude,
ready
so why
for
you're-
should have bought that
Stephanie
burrito.
Don't write this down.
JP should have brought that burrito on a date before whatever he's doing to
Oh, is he just rubbing it in his beard?
it. That thing has no consent. We're in a safe place here. Hashtag
Disgusting.
me too.
Disgusting.
Oh, man. Back to the MEAT.
Yes. Someone already called me a meat director, MEAT director. That was a
Yes,
great
I like
press.
that a lot.
That's
Nice
good.
All
work.
right, lift is good. That's 107.5 kilos for
It's a
Stephanie.
nice,
Great
Really
job.
good
nice
third
start
attempt.
for her. Yeah, absolutely. So we
Our
have
final
Ashley
lifter
going for the
flight
same
A
lift,
here at the
270
SuperTraining
pounds.
Classic is
And just to
Ashley
remind you
Conforno,
guys, we are
for
going to
122.5
take a 10-minute
kilos.
break in
That's
between.
270 pounds here
Matt's going to
for
change into
Ashley.
his stringer tank top
Yes,
and
do a
then we'll
posing
move,
exhibition.
exhibition. And then we're going to move on to flight B. So keep the questions kind of rolling. And,
I think we
kinda
should
hang
name
out
the
here.
flights differently, like more like rooster flight.
Well,
Platforms ready for
what I
Ashley
used to do,
Conforno.
and then Katie killed me. Like I would put it A, and then the flight 2 I'd put 2, and
Yellow.
then flight 3 I would put a color, and then I would spell it, opposed to all the other stuff.
I prefer arbitrary
Here's the
units of
thing: no
measurement.
one ever said anything,
Of
and then
course
I
not.
started to misspell squat, bench, and deadlift, and no one ever said anything
They're
either.
not paying attention.
I know. That's the amazing part about it. Here we go, Ashley again using a 3-person lift.
Come on.
Oh, just a little too much today.
Not quite today.
A lot of that, the
Good
3-man
catch,
lift has
Potter.
got to be
Great
kind of hard
effort.
because at her bench, I'm sure at her gym, she has something that she can stabilize a little bit more.
Right.
So it's unfortunate, but that's just kind of the thing that happens. So when you are
All right, folks,
preparing
we
for
are
a
gonna
powerlifting
take
meet,
a
try and
10-minute
always
break
ask
before we
the
get
meet
started,
director what equipment
with
they're going to
flight
use,
B
so you
here
can
at the
practice on that
SuperTraining
equipment
Push
so
Pull
you'll have
Classic. Make
the
sure you
least
check
amount
out
of
our
variables to
sponsors,
deal with
Monster
once you
Energy in
get
the back of
to
the room. Also,
the meet.
thanks to Quest
Yeah, and you still
Nutrition
got to
for
know
keeping
that
all
come
of
meet
our
day, like
lifters fueled today.
it's never going to be ideal.
Correct.
And so that's part of performing when it counts.
Right,
And
right. And then yesterday, or it's always going to be like that. And you're not
What
going to
is-
be the only person who's dealing with that as well.
what
so
jeans is Juan wearing?
jeans.
Christ's sakes.
Those
Why is there
are-
so much stitching on the back of those
That's
pockets?
like true religion.
It's the worst.
But all right, guys, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back here, Super Training Push-Pull Classic. Thanks for tuning in. See you in about 10.
Hello. Taking a little break here for a minute. As we switch to the second flight here. Here's the current lineup.
starving. I was wasting away to nothing. I was wasting away to nothing. I was calorie deficient.
5 minutes.
I had a bunch of breakfast.
Someone's asking, are there no new videos on the Slingshot YouTube? I think there's going to be more videos on the Slingshot YouTube. We're just using this because this is the account that the live stream works on. We're also streaming on Facebook.
Exactly.
Alrighty, folks, we're going to go ahead and get started here in just a couple minutes. We will be going into Flight B here at the Super Training Classic 2019. We can get all of our judges,
Welcome back
loaders, and spotters.
to the Super Training Push-Pull
Our
Classic
first
here
lifter
at the
will
Sacramento
be Ariane
Fit
Peterson.
Expo.
Brock Piscorin is on deck. Brittany Chown
So
in the
far,
hole,
we've had no deaths this
and
year.
Gina Jenkins,
Yep.
4 out.
That's a positive.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
So let's
Yeah,
get
I mean-
everyone back to the platform.
The guy over there looks kind of tired, and he's kind of been asleep for a while, but I don't think he's actually. I mean,
Yeah, we
we'll
did.
go poke him
however-
with a stick
yeah,
later.
we did make him fill out paperwork,
Yep.
similar to Disneyland, that you're not technically allowed to die on site.
Yeah, it's the nearby hospital.
Yeah, they can't be declared dead
Yep.
actually at the meet.
Mhm.
Sure, his heart's not worked for the last 10 minutes, but that's your opinion.
Details. Yeah, people have come back from that.
All the time.
Yeah.
All the time. Like the bad guy in Ghostbusters 2.
Oh, yeah.
Was
To
it
make a
the
timely
Carpathian?
reference
Vlad-
there,
Vlad
yeah.
the
That's like,
Carpathian?
too soon, man.
Oh, okay. Too soon. Ghostbusters 2 is a real. It's a good one. They basically just
Yeah.
follow the exact same script as Ghostbusters 1,
Mm-hmm.
which good job.
Yeah, it works.
They didn't need to make whatever the ladies Ghostbusters movie.
Well, they
turned
did.
out to
That
be.
was like, let's do the
Judges, if
same
we could
script
get you
again.
back to the platform, please.
Well, the problem with that is like, look, I'm all for an all-female comedy cast,
Oh, absolutely.
but like,
yeah.
we don't have to shoot this dead horse that's already been kicked
Yeah,
to
exactly.
make it funny. Like, no shit, this didn't work
There
out.
are so many comic books and things already that have not been made into movies yet. We don't need to remake every old movie.
Right, look, The Sweetest Thing is an all-gal comedy film, and it's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very funny movie.
Yep.
I know that you don't believe women can be funny, but I do.
Oh, man.
What's Juan doing with that stress ball? Oh, he's keeping his heart going.
Yeah.
He's in terrible shape. I keep
Hold
blowing
on.
out.
We're blowing out something here. Let me
That's
see.
me when I laugh and
Oh.
yell air into the microphone. Like I've never done this before.
There we go. Got the free mixer here is really pulling its weight.
It does. It does. I've got one in my backpack that's of much lower quality than this one, so it's excellent. This is really the perfect gig for me. This is much better than me lifting.
Mm-hmm.
Just run this stupid mouth instead of.
Lifting is hard.
You know, that's true.
Like, I mean, like,
And really, what's the reward?
yeah, yeah.
I'm looking to get out of it.
First thing anybody tells you after you pull 600 pounds is when you're going to pull 7.
Jerks. I almost died.
All right.
I almost died pulling 600. I've never pulled 7.
Oh, man.
Man, how many white monsters are you gonna? You're going blue.
Yeah, I went
Did you
blue.
just mix it up?
Tastes like a squirt. It's like grapefruit flavor. It's like, you know, traditional blue grapefruit.
Glad you finished the rest of that description.
Alrighty, folks.
Kinda
we
salty
just
and warm?
about
Yeah,
I don't-
whoever tuned out right at
Our
that
first
moment got a
lifter of
very
Flight
different
B
impression.
is Ariane
meeting-
of what,
Peterson,
this
meeting's gotten very,
62.5
very,
kilos. Brock
very odd.
Piscorin is
That
on
guy's shirt
deck.
over there just
Brittany
say,
Chown
"Fuck
in the
drugs."
hole, and Gina Jenkins is 4 out.
Really?
Platform's
Do you think it's
ready
like a
for
verb?
Ariane.
I don't know. Maybe it's an advertisement. He's selling fuck drugs.
Oh, nice. It's just like Viagra.
Mm-hmm.
The Cialis pills. No? Is that not right? Performance enhancers.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Guy probably drinks coffee and then he's a prick about drugs.
Yeah, exactly.
Get your shit together.
Speaking
Am
of
I not
monsters,
supposed to
we are
curse on
sponsored.
here? I don't know the rules.
I don't know if this one got marked explicit or not, but they
Whoops.
well, they heard Matt Vincent was coming on, so they should know.
It's true. I do say the old fuck word every now and then. Got a slingshot bench going right now
Yeah, everyone was asking yesterday, why is everyone using the slingshot on the bench? And
because we can.
yeah,
That's what happens when
'Cause it
you're
allows
Mark
you
Bell
to,
and you would like to
yeah.
host your own meet so people can come out and compete and be part of something.
And it's completely fair because they're only getting compared to the other people who are also using a slingshot. So
Right.
it's not like anybody raw is like, what the heck, that guy gets to use a
Liz
slingshot.
is
He's
good,
in a
Right.
different meet.
62.5 kilos
It's like
for
yelling at
Ariane
people doing
Peterson.
motocross endurance and then comparing them to the Tour de
Our
France.
next lifter
Yeah,
is Brock
yeah.
Piscorin.
They
Whoa,
went
you
way
need
faster.
engine in your bike?
No
Ooh.
kidding.
Yeah.
Chow is on deck. Gina Jenkins in the hole.
Kind of
and
nerd
Oscar
needs an engine on
Garcia
their
is
bike.
4 out.
Loser. I use the power of faith and good hearts.
Yep.
That's what gets me through.
Mm-hmm. A lot of swearing probably
A
eventually.
lot of swearing, yeah. A lot of swearing.
A lot of shifting position on the saddle at the very end of the ride. Like,
Oof.
hold
It's
on, let me
dead
try to
down there.
find a spot that hasn't been tenderized.
The trick is don't move and just let that whole thing die.
Ah.
And then you don't feel it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the key.
Oh, man.
We got Brock Piskarin?
Platforms ready for
Piskarin?
Brock.
Yep.
Corin? Man, you don't need the dude from Louisiana over here pronouncing names. We're gonna.
No.
I'll just not do that part of this job.
Hopefully our pro announcer here will actually get it right, and then we can just
Which
say
one
what
is
she
that?
says.
Oh, okay.
She's good with names.
Easy opener.
There we go.
Good move.
All right, lift
Was
is
able to get his
good,
chain
85
around the
kilos
back,
for
so
Brock.
stayed out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Next lifter is Brittany Chown with 87.5
Does
kilos.
that count as supportive equipment
Gina
if you
is
have
on
chains,
deck,
or
Oscar
I
Garcia
guess?
in the hole, and
There's a
Jack
cross,
May
so
is
it's
four
definitely
out.
supportive.
Oh, got it. Yep, yep.
You know, sometimes you let Jesus take the wheel.
Yeah, yeah. Or the bar.
Or the bar, in
Yeah.
fact, yeah. It's basically the same as wearing single ply.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, man.
Pretty sure how that's going. Anyone watching right now, it'd be great if you sent this over to your friends to share so they can join in on the commentary and maybe have some lulls with us.
Mm-hmm.
Because we'll be laughing out loud
Platforms ready
as
for
much as
Brittany
humanly
Chown.
possible.
Yep. Even ROFLing if it gets to there.
Oh my goodness, Rafflecopters?
Yeah.
I am a big
not
fan.
maybe not indoors. I don't know.
It does get pretty
Like
dangerous.
a raffle quadcopter in here, maybe like a I don't know.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Powerlifting meets were always a very interesting thing.
Mm-hmm. Brittany here's opening with 192.
That hair has got to be.
Powerlifting is just out of control these days. We got all these girls opening over like 185 pounds on the bench, and
Yeah.
like
Well,
what's
using
going
a
on?
sweet slanger. I mean,
Yeah.
everyone should know that Mark Bell's entire intention, a ruse of this whole sport, is to eventually get people back in bench shirts.
Yep.
And then he can do a series where he gains back to
Lift is
350
good. That's
pounds.
87.5
Yep.
kilos
Yep.
for
Then
Brittany
benches
Chown.
more than everybody.
Yep. Slingshot,
Our next lifter is
singlets,
Gina Jenkins with
made of the
92.5
material.
kilo attempt
I know where
for
this is
204
going.
pounds for
I've
Gina.
predicted it. I'm essentially
Garcia is on
Nostradamus.
deck. Jack May in the hole and Ashley Contorno.
What was
is
that
4 out.
weight that he'd missed? It was 881 or something. I knew he was going to come back for it someday. It's all just
That's
he's got like a
exactly what it
10-year
is, dude.
plan. Yep.
He's been shucking and jiving the whole time.
Platforms
Next thing you
ready
know,
for
it's
Gina.
multi-ply slingshot briefs, and then
Yep. Yeah.
we got slingshot singlet made of the black slingshot material.
Oh, that would be beautiful.
Yeah, it's a lower
Wouldn't that
body
be great?
slingshot. You mean briefs?
Yeah,
These
slingshot for
existed
your
for
butt.
a long time.
Yeah. Then he'd just have to manage to find some kind of power lifter who has a hip or knee problem, and then they'd probably be interested.
We know a bunch.
If only we knew
If
anyone
only.
out there.
If only we could find any people like that.
Yeah.
That would be something. Here we go for first attempt. 203 pounds, easy lift.
Wow. Flying.
Yeah. Straight killing the
Lift
game.
is good.
Man.
92.5 kilos for Gina Jenkins.
It is really cool, man,
Our
getting to
next
see people
lifter
come
is
out
Oscar
and
Garcia
get on the
with
platform in
105
any way they
kilo
can.
attempt,
You know,
231.5
for me,
pounds for
I've
Oscar.
never been real
Jack May is
snobby
on
about
deck, Ashley
federations
Contorno
or any
in
of
the
that
hole,
with
and
sport.
Renee
I
Jacques
think
is
as long
4
as
out.
people are going to train for a thing and get to compete and kind of find, like, here's the deadline that we perform on,
Yep.
and that's really what the sport's always been about.
Mm-hmm.
Platforms ready for Oscar Garcia.
Yeah,
105
there's a
kilos.
place for the really strict competition and worrying about who's got what world record and all that kind of stuff, but there's also thousands and thousands of powerlifters who just want to get out there and lift some weights in front of everybody. And
Well, right, you know, in the same
know.
way CrossFit's done it. Look, I think there's a big difference between someone who's trying to pursue best in the world or a record for a weight class and someone who wants to participate in a thing and push themselves.
Yep. Well, and everybody who is a world record holder was at some point that guy at the meet asking everybody where the warm-up room was.
Except
you know?
Larry Wheels.
Yeah, well,
Everyone but
he
Larry.
started competing when he was 13 or 14.
Yeah, it's true.
So you probably go back there and find a video of some, you know.
Lift
Of
is
him only
good.
pulling
Yeah,
7?
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Oscar
him only pulling
Garcia.
7 because he probably
Yeah.
only weighed 100 pounds.
Yeah,
then.
and he had his
Our
abs.
next lifter is Jack May.
Why is he
coming to
Why
us
is he
from
able to
Great
do the
Britain.
things he's able to do?
Jack's
I
up
have
for
no
115 kilos, 253.5 pounds for Jack.
Unbelievable.
Ashley
Another good
Contorno
lift.
is on deck. Renee Jacques in the hole, and Joseph Rodriguez is 4 out.
I like this kid here doing the helicopter spins. I'm a big fan.
Yeah. We had a guy with a really interesting deadlift setup yesterday. Did you see that?
I did not.
You'll have to go back
Did
and
he
watch
not
it.
face the bar?
No, that wasn't opposite stance like that. But no,
Okay.
it's that's-
Southpaw.
Yeah, yeah.
Platforms ready for Jack.
All right, it sounds like I'll be going solo here. Good lift for Jack May. Sorry, Jack May's up now, 198 pounds and going for a 253-pound bench. Using the
Never mind.
red slinger, the OG slingshot. I think they're just referred to as the slingshot.
Yep.
And a good lift.
Yeah.
Lift is good.
Man's gotta get some
115
weight on that
kilos.
bar.
Great job, Jack. Our next lifter
I'm kinda
is
surprised
Ashley
people aren't
Contorno,
just
now
going straight
competing
for the
in
black
slingshot
slingshot.
division, going for
Why wouldn't you, right?
135
Yeah, if you're allowed to.
Renee Jacques
You know,
is dead.
If you're
It's
not
a
used
lot.
to it, it can throw you around a bit.
Gallegos is
If,
4 out.
if you're not that, or maybe a little bit not familiar with, say, how gear works,
Yeah.
it's a lot. I made the mistake, and I've benched in bench shirts and did that for a while, and I remember training one day and, you know, went for a 4 1/4 or something like that and put on a brand new
Platforms
black
ready
one that
for
I hadn't
Ashley
used.
Contorno.
Yep.
That was almost a mistake.
Yeah, yeah.
I was like, why hasn't it got to my chest yet?
Yeah.
I've chosen poorly. Back that and get away
Yeah,
from it.
exactly.
I might die.
Had to do the invisible 2-board.
Here we go. We got our tucked in stringer tank.
Yep.
Well, it keeps him locked into the ground with the flip-flops.
Yep.
Yeah.
Somebody was posting on the stream that this guy looks like Jason Momoa from Game of Thrones.
Oh, I mean,
What
if
do
you
you think?
squinted or like had a
Yeah.
funhouse mirror, I'd give that a go.
If you're watching it on a really small screen at home.
Yeah, Jason or
You know?
like a Nokia.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Sure. I mean, he looks more like Jason Momoa than he does Brock Lesnar or LeBron James. So
Yeah.
fair enough. Not a bad
Yeah.
comparison.
Lift is good. 135 kilos for
All right.
Is she just competing in all
next
sections?
lifter
I think
is
she's
Renee
winning in the
Jacques with
Ashley division right now.
137.5
All right,
This
then.
fight.
Joseph is on
Yeah.
deck.
Get as
Ray
many
in the
reps
hole,
in
and
there
then
as you
going
can.
back into our second attempt.
Oh, I guess that was the last flight that had so many Ashleys. Never mind. So
This
the
guy
3.
said he could smell me through the mic. I showered both this morning and last night, I'll have you know.
I think that's more problems with his audio equipment.
Oh, yeah.
That might be like
I think
you
you're
might
listening to this
see-
the wrong way.
Platforms ready for Renee.
like wash the speakers sometimes or
Yeah,
something. I
or
don't
don't
know.
plug your earphones into your butts.
Yeah. That too.
Sometimes your butthole needs a little bit of attention, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good point.
Audio
Take care
therapy.
of your buttholes.
Yeah.
Good press in the slingshot division.
Lift is good. 137.5
There we go.
kilos for Renee. Great job.
That's a good way to get started. If you want to
Next
do a bench
lifter
shirt,
is Joseph
practicing with
Rodriguez
slingshot
with
first is a good way to
170
start.
kilo
Are there
attempt.
people still doing bench shirts?
374.8
Little bit.
pounds for Joseph. Ray Gallegos
Hey.
is on
Hey.
deck.
Hey,
and
handsome.
going
Hey.
into second attempt.
well, I mean, there was one other guy at the last meet I did who had one.
Okay,
4
Yeah.
out.
So that was fun.
I gotcha. It's just been a minute.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware that that still quite existed the way it does.
Barely.
Platforms ready.
Yeah.
What I love about it is SPF allows you to sign up for any division you want. So you can show up at the raw meet basically and put on your equipment and just be the equipped guy.
Yeah, right on. I mean, look, compete how you want to compete. I mean, that's kind of the beauty of powerlifting, too. Like, if you want to compete fully drug tested, if you want to compete fully raw,
Mm-hmm.
if you'd like to compete in a federation where there's a pirate on stage, that exists.
That's the great thing too. People say that there should be one federation or something like that, but I don't think everybody wants to do the same sport.
No, I don't think that's the way to go.
You know?
In fact, the so many federations has essentially made powerlifting not have a federation.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Right? So, more power to it. Let
Yeah.
people lift. That's what I think.
It's funny. I at first, when I started lifting, I got into the federations, started to read about it, and oh man, this guy has this rule and this one has this rule, and I waited a couple years. It all changed. All the people changed. All the rules changed.
Of course it does,
like
right? Of course it does. 374. Nice lift. Very good pick for an opener.
Lift is good. 170 kilos, 374 pounds for Joseph Rodriguez. Our next lifter is Ray Gallegos from Manteca, California.
One of the best things you can do is look and see who the meet director is who's going to be running the meet you're doing, and whether they have a track record of running meets that have worked in the past.
Yeah, it's very important that, because they can run bad meets.
Yep.
And I've seen some bad stuff with not great setups.
And that makes a big difference whether you show up at the meet and you end up deadlifting at 11 o'clock at night, or if you end up getting the whole thing done in 5 hours.
Right.
That's a very different day for the lifter.
Platforms ready
Well,
for Ray.
Look, I appreciate trying to put as many people as you want out there, but then no one really gets the attention.
Yep.
And a big part of this is being able to perform in front of the crowd and kind of have that little extra boost. And if you kind of feel that you've been run in with everyone else, it's not going to be great.
Yep.
So, you know, having that ability to really help these guys put on a show, that's part of it, and that's part of what you learn to do as a competitor that I think translates to the rest of your life. I mean, there's going to be times that you got to perform under pressure. And that's the stuff I've always liked about sport and athletic competition. That's why I like doing it.
Yeah, even if you show up at the meet, you don't win or you don't set the PR you were looking for or something. All that focus, the dedication leading up to it, the structure that you had was just super valuable, even just to you.
Right. Right, and it's having a deadline. It's, you know, being able to say that I perform on this day in the future. What do I do to stack the cards in my favor to be able to do the best I can when that time comes?
Yep. And not everybody's Jeremy, who shows up and forgets his belt and then just does a beltless 826.
And let's just be clear, didn't forget his belt, just forgot it for that lift.
Yeah.
What a complete psychopath. I love everything about him, from the way he moves around in the back and he's having a good time and laughing. And I've never been into the competitor that's mean mugging and tough guy all fucking day.
No.
You know what I mean?
Nobody's
like
impressed.
Come on, dude.
Yeah.
Look, I love this sport and I love training heavy, but like we're doing fake work.
Yep.
like things are going well in all of our lives.
Exactly, yeah.
To be able to do this. None of us had to hunt our meal for this evening.
Oh, better get this deadlift so I can feed my family tonight.
Right. I didn't have to go dig a bunch of ditches.
Yeah.
Or fight off Nazis this morning.
Yep. Yep.
And the Nazis that are around now aren't quite as scary. They just carry tiki torches.
Not the same.
No.
Not the same. They don't.
Not quite the same level of dress either.
You used to have like an
Hugo
Air Force.
Boss isn't designing any of those tiki torches.
I'm pissed off they ruined an entire method of patio lighting that none of us can friggin' use anymore. It's like,
LED's
come on.
better.
The LEDs are better,
LED's
that's
better.
true.
Hopefully they'll switch to that, or maybe like taping their cell phones to a stick.
Exactly.
It would be funnier if they showed up but had it like almost like the old stuff when they were hunting Frankenstein's monster, like just pitchforks.
Oh
and
yeah,
shovels.
you just like soak it in like a stick in tar and a rag.
I'm into that.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Or like penguin oil or something.
Penguin oil?
I don't know. I heard
I
that's
like
in the
to keep
Arctic.
a nice bucket of penguin oil around.
There's so much fat in them. I think
that's what I sous vide my meat in. It's just a nice penguin fat. Really transfers a nice fishy fat smell into your steak.
It's really just glacier to table.
Yeah,
you know?
It's a good move.
Yeah.
And they're melting, so the penguins need to go somewhere. May as well be our dinner plates.
They don't need all that fat. It's going to be warm.
No. All they are is really food for sharks, and nobody likes sharks.
Yep.
Nice work.
Lift
Second attempts are underway and getting moving.
Next
here's our lineup in case anyone wants to see. Flight B.
Gina is on deck, Oscar in the hole, and Jack is 4 out.
We're coming up on 200 kilos for those top-end bench presses there.
Nice
Getting
work.
close. We'll see.
Allegedly, that's what this guy benched yesterday as an all-time PR.
Ooh, nice.
Platforms ready for Brittany Chown.
There we go. Brittany's going for 209 here.
Very nice work. Excellent way to dig your shoulders into the bench there.
Yeah, that's a setup that I really like.
Proper setup. Hope you don't have dog poop on your shoes, though.
Yeah,
You're gonna need a bunch of people getting pink eye after you. Can you get
Bit of
pink
a
eye
faux
from
pas.
dog poop?
I have no idea.
Yeah?
I would not touch it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think there's already an Offspring song.
It can't be a great idea to get dog poop in your eyes. I
Yeah.
agree with that, but I don't know if you can
Lift
get
is
pink eye
good.
from
That's
it.
a great 95 kilos from Brittany
Probably
Chow.
just not good. There's a lot of bacteria and stuff
Our
going
next
on there.
lifter is
It's
Yeah.
just
Susie
not.
I heard it's a lot
97.5
cleaner than our poop,
kilo
though.
temp,
That's like max effort day
215
for your
pounds
immune
for Gina.
system.
Oscar is
Oh,
on deck.
it's
Jack in the hole.
immune
Yeah.
system
Actually is
confusion
four
is
out.
what I like to go with.
Exactly. Just progressive overload.
Metabolic confusion.
Yep.
Platform's ready.
Yeah. All right.
Being joined here by Smokey.
Hello, hello.
How's it going, man?
What's up?
Dude, you've been running around running everything here today. What's going on?
Trying to. Yeah, it's been awesome. Day 2, it's been going really smoothly. Day 1 was a huge success. Huge numbers. And looking forward to seeing some more benching today. And then deadlifts.
All right.
If you're into deadlifts. I'm not really into deadlifts, so. What do we got? Flight 2?
Yep.
Got the,
Yeah, we're into
got
flight
the
2
original
here.
slingshot on.
Yep.
Nice.
So what are the rules here with the slingshot? Do you get to
Lift
use
is
whichever
good,
slingshot you want?
97.5
Yeah,
kilos
so you
for
can use
Gina
whatever
Jenkins.
slingshot you want. So we have 5 different slingshots that we offer.
Our next lifter is Oscar
Push-up
Garcia with
slingshot,
120
which
kilo temp.
helps the least, and then moving on up to the
264.6
reactive,
pounds for
blue,
Oscar.
original,
Jack
red,
is on deck, Ashley in the hole,
full
and
bore
Renee
yellow,
is
and
out.
Mad Dog, which is the double ply, which you saw a lot yesterday, and you'll probably see today in the C flight. So with the rules, it's the same as raw. So you got to come down, touch your chest. The head judge will give the press command, and then followed with a rack command. With the SPF, there's no start command, so don't have to worry about that aspect, which for many is really helpful.
Platform's ready for Oscar Garcia, 120 kilos.
I just did. Just turn up your volume there a little bit.
Oh, was I sounding terrible and low?
Just a little quiet.
I like to mumble a lot too, and I don't enunciate very well, so I'm sure it was a great combo.
All good traits of a good commentator.
Yeah. Are we in flight?
We're in flight B, so here I'll pull up the right here. We got this guy.
Oh, okay, here we go.
We're about halfway through the second attempts here in flight B.
So funny mix-up about the guy benching today, Oscar, who's we received his lifter card yesterday evening, and we're going over it, and we found 2. One was for the age of 18, and one was for the age of 52, and we couldn't figure out who was who.
Our next
Yeah.
lifter
So,
is Jack
but the
May with
weight, the
125
openers were the
kilo
same,
temp,
just the ages
275
were
pounds
off.
for
So
Oh,
Jack.
that's great.
Ashley is
Yeah.
on deck,
I'm gonna
May
say
in
that
the
that
hole,
guy's
and
not the
Joseph is
18.
4 out.
Yeah, he might not be 18. I think he's
Alright.
trying to do juniors, but I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah, we'll see. Jack May came all the way across the pond here.
Yeah. Yeah, from Scotland, I believe, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Platform's ready for Jack May.
Yeah, he came out, and he's going to be out at SuperTraining gym all week, training with everybody, and I think he wanted to do a little bit of traveling and hit up your guys' gym at
Oh,
CSA.
nice.
But yeah, he came all the way from Scotland.
Nice. Oh, hey, you want JP here?
No, JP can wait.
Second chat.
Ooh, I like the speed on the way down. It's like that's
Yeah.
how I like to
Lift is
roll.
good, 125 kilos
That's really,
for Jack May.
Really got to be tough to deal with the time change.
Next
Yeah,
lifter is
I would
Ashley
have probably like
Contorno
8
with
hours maybe.
142.5
Yeah, it's about 8
kilos.
hours difference.
That's what I would
from us.
imagine.
Renee is
Yeah.
on deck, Joseph in the hole,
Yeah, I know.
and Ray is 4
Even
out.
with Charity, who came from Georgia, just the 3-hour time change makes a big difference. I can't imagine 8. Ooh, I have the most handsomest bear
Platform's ready
I've ever
for
met.
Ashley
JP
Contorno.
Price hopping in with me.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
How
He's
we
very
doing?
handsy for people that know JP. He touches me a lot. It feels really good. I've never said no.
Some people draw inspiration in one way, some draw it in another.
That's true. You draw it in every way possible.
Yeah, I like to take you in.
Oh, okay.
All right, who we got up? Ashley. She's been doing really heavy benches today. Didn't she do raw before slingshot today?
I believe so, yeah. She was in Flight A, and then because of the rack height, we don't have any J-hooks. She has to start with the hooks.
Oh, yeah. Got it.
But basically pretty much butt up against on the little ledge right up to where the hooks are.
Lift is good.
There we go.
For her.
142.5 kilos.
So
for
she was
Ashley
doing
Contorno.
315 with that slingshot on that one. That's awesome.
Yeah, in
Our
the
next
original
lifter is
slingshot, she
Renee
was throwing
Jacques
that
with
bad boy on.
145 kilo
She
chest,
won the LA Fit
319
Expo
pounds for Renee.
2 weeks ago.
Joseph is on
Yeah.
deck,
For
Ray
women.
in the hole, and then
Yeah,
we're
it's
going
huge.
into our third attempt.
The competition was salty too, so that's
They were
it's
upset?
no joke. No,
Yeah.
salty. I mean, like it was tough.
Oh.
So, like, did you play football growing up?
Well, people call me salty. It's usually because I'm always upset. So maybe it means you're in
Like,
Kansas.
When you're playing football, if you're like, man, that defense is salty,
Platform's ready
means
for
they just
Renee.
don't let a lot get by, you know.
Yeah, salty usually means like just being an asshole.
I guess yeah, it's got a couple terms.
Yeah.
That's all right. Whoa, man, I feel smarter already sitting next to you.
Well, and you're bigger.
All right.
Dang, no wrist wraps.
We got Renee Jacques grinding it out with no wrist straps like an OG.
But-
Lift is good.
but the belt, I
145
like it.
Good
kilos.
lift, a belt, and no wrist straps. I like his swag.
He's got style for
Next
sure.
lifter is Joseph Rodriguez with
Are we in the third attempt or
177.5
second
kilo
attempts
attempt.
here?
We're in
391
second
pounds
attempt, so
for
There we go,
finishing up
round two.
seconds. Yeah,
Ray is
we got a
on
couple
deck.
more lifters.
Marianne in the
2 more
hole,
lifters,
and
then we
Brock
go
is
on to
4
third
out.
attempts. Awesome.
Getting the foot pads put down.
All right.
Ooh,
We're
Get
going
a
up
good
to
view of Juan's head.
391 pounds here. All right, we got the Rhino on
Platform's
one
ready for
side.
Joseph Rodriguez.
We got Juan in the middle.
and you got Greg Buffington on the other. Oh, here we go. We
His
got
little
Joe.
coaching crew.
Got Joe. He trains at Super Training Gym.
Joe looks fired up right now.
He gets very fired up.
Has he ever approached 400 pounds in the gym with something like this?
I've never seen him hit 400 before, raw or in a slingshot, but I believe he's gotten pretty close.
Yeah.
He might have done 181. I'm not sure
Looks like
actually.
he hammered that. Good lift.
Lift is good.
Yeah, he
177.5
likes to
kilos,
compete at
Joseph
165 a
Rodriguez.
lot, so that's pretty light.
Yeah.
Our next
He's on the
lifter is
shorter
Ray
side. I'm
Gallegos with
5'6". He's probably 5'5" or so,
192.5
but
kilos,
yeah, he's pretty
424
stacked.
pounds.
You're
Then we're
giving him
going
a
into our
phone book
third
to stand on saying
Marianne
5'5".
is on deck.
I know. I'm just
He's
trying to be.
standing right in front of me right
I
now.
know. I'm trying. I'm trying not to tear him down too bad.
Platform's ready.
Hey, it's hard to see. So we got we have Ray, who's at the bottom of the flight at 424 pounds.
424. What's
Yeah.
he weigh? He's got to be under 181.
He weighed in at 161, I believe.
Wow.
Yeah, Ray is very strong.
This is a great press.
This should go. I did not see his first attempt, but I'd be really surprised if this doesn't go fairly quickly. He jumped 10 kilos, it looks like, so about 25 pounds from his first to second.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But I've seen him touch basically 500.
They were
Yeah, see.
this morning. Oh man, he killed
Yeah,
that. They
this next jump should be pretty significant.
I did Matt Vincent's
Lift is
podcast this
good,
morning, and we were talking a little bit
192.5
about the
kilos
jumps
for Ray
yesterday.
The UMSO podcast.
Yeah, UMSO podcast. And
Do you know why it calls it that?
All right, moving into
so
our third
Smokey,
attempt.
right?
Our first
You're
lifter
smart.
is
Yeah, I
Ariane
thought so.
Peterson.
So
Ross is on
yeah,
deck.
that's a callback.
Brittany
That's a
in the
callback.
hole,
Nice.
and Gina
Comedy
is
world.
4 out.
Sharp.
So
Ariane is going for
one of my goals in 2019 is I do
72.5
want to do like 5 to 10 minutes of stand up.
Yeah, you posted something about that on
But
your
I want
Instagram
the
like
people I'm
a couple
gonna
months
talk
ago.
about to come
Oh,
the show.
so they got to sit and watch you.
in their face.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll make it better for me, like, 'cause I can really attack them.
Do you feel it's a good environment for you to cut people down? You know, like no fear of them like costing you or anything like that?
Yeah, and then later when they bring up the type of things I said, I can just say like, "Ah, it was just comedy."
Yeah, I was doing a gig.
Yeah, I get
Yeah.
it. It's, it was for show, but yeah, I
Yeah.
really hate you.
Yeah.
Looks like we got a break here before we start our round 3.
The side spotter and loader, Ryan Soper, we get the backside of him. He won his, I believe, middleweight division yesterday.
Yeah, he did a great job. I think he benched raw, and I think he did 431.
429, yeah,
Yeah.
but he murdered it, so
Yeah, and
had
he
some
said
gas
his
in the
best
tank.
was 440.
Yeah.
And I thought it might have been because I spotted him once in the gym doing like 405 for a triple.
He spends a lot of time in the 405 plus range almost
Yeah.
every week, I want to say. So
Yeah.
he definitely gets after it. Then we got Jack Riley, who's facing away from us, but he's on the other side. He's No Neck Riley, as we like to call him.
Yeah, that's a good name for him.
Yeah.
We got Cinnamon photographer in the back on the camera.
Yeah.
Rocking some shorts today, looking like Steve Prefontaine.
Nice.
All right, here we've got Miss Peterson. I'm not gonna butcher that first name.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we spelled it wrong or we just don't know how to read it.
No, I think her mom and dad did.
Possible.
I'm just kidding. If you guys are listening, I'm sorry. My mom and dad watched yesterday, so hopefully some of your guys' moms and dads are watching too.
Nice.
Clean press.
Clean. Very smooth.
Really listened there for the press command. She was perfect.
Look at that.
When you celebrate with a slingshot on,
I guess I've never
kinda-
seen that done before, so I guess we'll have to maybe put a
Now we know.
logo on the other side as well.
I feel like on the other side, it's a good chance to put like "Marry Me."
Yeah,
You know, like-
yeah. Especially after you just successfully bench pressed
that
your third
works good.
attempt.
That's funny.
That's amazing.
So we're gonna need to find footage of that,
Yeah,
screenshot it, and make that a thing.
make that a meme.
Yeah. What are we gonna call it?
You're the smart guy.
I mean,
You're the one that
teabagging's
thinks
been
about
taken.
it. Is it though?
Well,
You could. I mean,
temporarily at
salty
least.
is applied to everything.
Yeah,
Apparently.
Apparently now.
So.
Who's this big guy spotting in the middle? He's new to ST, isn't he?
Zach, yeah, he's been coming for 4-ish months.
He wears cowboy boots, so I thought he was kind of trying to posture on me, but
I could see that, yeah.
Yeah.
And he drives a big lifted Dodge truck, Dodge 2500. So
shocking.
yeah, very shocking.
He looks like he's from where I'm from, you know?
Yeah.
Kansas City.
He's from the Reno area, I think.
I don't
I
like
actually
Huey
don't
Lewis
know.
in the news. So Huey Lewis in the news, I feel like there's two types of parents, and there's parents who like Led Zeppelin and Black Sabbath, and there's parents who like Huey Lewis in the news. Those were not my parents.
Got it. Thank you, Patrick, for
So there you go, Patrick.
encouraging that.
Anytime.
Hey, look at that. I just saw that there's a comment section.
Yeah. Usually they're really nice to you.
That's great. Well, I hope so. I'm a really nice guy.
Yeah, no doubt.
Platforms ready for Brock.
Oh, thank you, Mark. Everyone be nice to Smokey. He's a sensitive soul. Thank you.
It's true.
It's very true.
I figure, sensitivity isn't a weakness if you're strong.
I disagree.
They say that you rule the office when Mark's out.
I tried
with
to.
a pillow fist
Nice.
as the general manager of Slingshot headquarters.
Yeah. I got him taped on my hands.
We got Brock up here going for 215 pounds.
Push. Over your face.
Oh. Just stalling out right a lockout there.
Yeah.
We're going to prescribe
No,
some
but a great effort.
board presses and chain work. Or maybe some Slingshot bench.
He's been recently coming to our gym, and he's pretty new, I think, to lifting or at least powerlifting.
Yeah.
And I know Damon, one of our OG bencher guys, he's been kind of getting after him because he kind of comes in and maxes out all the time.
Yeah.
So it's kind of one of those things we got to build a foundation and work out from there.
Maybe establish a little bit of a plan.
Yeah.
YOLO doesn't work every time.
No.
We got Brittany Chown up here going for 215 as well in the red slanger.
Yeah, she's very strong.
What do you think, what do you recommend people should bench to be using each of the different colors of slingshots? I know sometimes you can use both for different things if you have two different kinds.
Yeah,
like I go through the red and the yellow and the black.
Yeah, it's a great question. So with the different slingshots, we recommend that you pretty much don't prescribe to a slingshot that's going to perform too much for you. We want to make sure that missed by Brittany. we want to make sure that you're still moving
No
the
lift,
weight.
but great
And
effort by Brittany
for
Chow.
instance, if you bench 200 pounds or 225 would be an
Our
easy
next
number to
lifter
reference,
is Gina
and you throw on
Jenkins
the
with
Mad Dog, the
105
Mad Dog's
kilo
gonna,
attempt,
sure, it's gonna allow you to
231.5
to
pounds
overload
for
over
Gina.
315. However,
Oscar is on
it's not
deck,
gonna be you
Jack in
doing
the
the main
hole,
part.
and
So we
Ashley is
want to keep it
out.
within a range that's safe. And so all on the website on MBSlingshot.com, it says the recommended weights, but. Shoot, I've seen Mark bench press 500 plus pounds in the reactive, which
Yeah,
is,
totally.
you know, it just means it helped him the least versus
Right.
if he put the Mad Dog, which would help him the
Platform
most. So
ready for Gina
Right.
Jenkins, 105
We've
kilos.
got Gina Jenkins going for 231 pounds here. In her third attempt, she's also got on the red slingshot.
yeah, she's strong. Her second attempt, I think, went really well. Pretty solid jump to her third.
Yeah, and extremely color coordinated today.
Yeah, she planned this out a couple months ago.
She wasn't fooling around, even the background and her buddies today. Oop, starting to get to her triceps.
Nice.
Grinds it out. So you can see in that video exactly where the slingshot helps.
Yeah.
And then also where your body kind of has to take over and do the
So
rest of the work.
yeah, so although that worked great for a 1-rep max and overloading, then possible in training something like the reactive would be better because when she got down all the way, the slingshot activated more than she did.
Yeah. I always kind of say that about people's weaknesses. Like, if your weakness on the squat is halfway up, well, you're going to have to go all the way down to get back there.
Yeah.
You don't just want to train that range of motion.
Yeah.
Same thing for a slingshot, not getting too much help. You want to actually have it work where you need the work.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
It's like me, I bench 639. I'm still using a red one most of the time.
Way to drop
fun.
your bench press.
I mean, it's kind of impressive.
No big deal.
Just letting you know how cool I think I am.
Very cool. Oh, we got the 18-year-old Oscar again.
Hey, Rooster, not a big Genesis fan or Phil Collins, but In the Air Tonight still does it for me.
No,
Oscar
no
trying
luck.
to grind out 275. It's kind of one of those marks that people really shoot for.
Yeah, that's it.
275, 315.
Yep, those are big ones. Shoot, 315 is probably got to be one of the #1 marks for almost everyone.
The worst decision to make in powerlifting is 402 or 407. Because everybody wants to do 405.
I chased, yep, 405 in the gym's great, but that doesn't mean crap on a platform. So 402, and if you do 402, that's not 405.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like they used to, on the program that we use for hosting meets, 699.9 is one of them. And on one of the programs I just started using, it says 700.
Oh, thank goodness. We got the Scotland Jake.
Oh, he came up to me
Or the
yesterday.
Scottish.
And we were talking. He's like, "Oh, I'm here from Scotland." I was like, "Oh boy."
Nice.
Strong press there.
Great press.
All right, lift is good. That's 132.5 kilos for
He
Jack
goes 3 for
May.
3 on that one.
Our next
That's the
lifter is
goal.
Ashley Conforto
Always
with
going 3 for 3.
147.5 kilo
Perfect.
attempt,
I think a lot of
325
people that don't
pounds for
understand
Ashley.
powerlifting, they don't
Renee is on
understand
deck,
how a
Joseph
meet
in
day
the hole,
works.
and
It's
Ray is full
Right.
out.
they don't
And we'll
they
be
don't
taking another
comprehend
10-minute break
that.
before we go
I've always
into
said
flight
like the
C.
stars have to align. I mean, between your weight cut and your rebound and your attempts and little things here and there, it just people don't comprehend, you know, what it takes and how things can totally go sideways. So the idea of going 3 for 3 is great, but a lot of times it doesn't work out how you planned.
Yeah, and I know that it's, you know, especially when you're competing against other people, I think that it becomes even more important because now
Platform's
if you're
ready
2 for 3,
Ashley.
they have to screw up sometime. If you're
Yeah.
3 for 3 now, you know, they're going to have to be perfect.
Yeah.
So especially when it comes to things like head-to-head competition, that's even more amplified. See here, she's got 325 on the bar. See what she can do with it. She's a veggie lifter on Instagram. Apparently doesn't eat any meat.
Oh, crazy. No luck.
That one looked a few steaks away.
Nice.
No luck.
Look at that. Quick-witted. And then when I acknowledge
Our
it, it
next
takes away
lifter
from the
is
wit
Renee
factor,
Jacques with
but
150
I can't help
You're
it.
so blown away.
I was so amazed, yeah.
Renee is in the hole.
When you see a sensei, you have to bow.
Yeah. Arigato.
All right, we got Renee back up, 330. I believe he was successful on his second.
Yep, we got about a, what, 14, 15 pound jump.
Platform's ready for Renee.
Stupid kilos throws me off every time.
You know, you don't ever really learn the kilos. You just memorize the ones that you know your weight around.
Yeah.
So like every time it's 8:04 p.m., I'm like 365.
Nice.
So it's like weights that haunt you and shit like that.
Oh, is this?
This is a max effort lift. He's just missing.
You know what the issue was?
Great
He put
effort
wrist
by
straps
Renee
on.
Jacques.
Last time, no wrist straps.
Last
no problem.
time, no wrist straps, no problem.
Granted, it was 100% effort last time.
Doesn't matter.
Joseph Rodriguez.
Those wrist straps really should have given him that extra bump, I feel.
Yeah, should have. Must have not put him on right.
Yeah, right.
We have 2 more lifters in this flight. 407 pounds.
I'm really fired up for Flight C.
We got our boy Andrew Zaragoza, who's never done a meet, who is going to be leading the flight.
I'm more excited for him to lift today than myself. I think that we were talking about this yesterday. Seeing people doing this their first meet or something like that really is what is more fun for me, because I'm not really going to ever get that experience again.
Yeah. Well, and Andrew's been with us for a few years now, so he's been to, 10, 12 meets, so he's taken pictures and helped and been a part of, but have never competed. So for him to be now on the other side of it, it's very fun to watch.
Yeah.
And I try to encourage his fear, and I like messing with him a lot. So just gotta keep him on his toes.
It's like a kicker, you should never be able to ice somebody.
Yeah.
You got to build up a callus.
Yep.
Platform's ready.
Is there me or is Josh in the background behind Chris Griffin with the camera pretty useless?
Yeah, real useless.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's doing.
I mean, everybody else seems like they have a job, and he seems not to.
His hands are crossed. They're in front of him.
He looks like a guy working at a tennis match in front of the wall with the shorts and the balls in them.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. That's how he's standing. I wonder if he's ever done that in the summer.
Maybe. Well, we got Ray going for his third.
It's the last lifter of this flight. 440 pounds in the bar. And smokes it.
Nice.
Not a problem for Ray.
All right, well, I'm taking off because I'm going to go pick up, I'm actually going to pick up Jay Cutler right now from the front, so I'll check in later.
Alrighty, folks, we're going to take a very brief 10-minute break before we head into our third flight. So stick
Mark
around.
Bell's standing behind me talking about my back. I need to stand up so you can see my good side.
Quest Nutrition and Slingshot and Strong Apparel.
All right. Yeah, no, that was probably a YOLO lift for Ashley, but it doesn't matter. We're all here to have a good time. I think she probably left the serious stuff back at the LA Fit Expo, where she just killed it and did an awesome job.
Yep.
So this is really just a time to have a good time. Like for me, I'm going into surgery in less than 2 weeks, and this is the time to come out and blow off steam and see some friends, and then head back to Kansas City.
Yeah, were the lifts okay, or did anything hurt yesterday?
Benching went a lot better than I thought it would. I tore my pec a bit less than a month ago, and or right at about a month, and so I've been kind of trying to let that heal as much as I can.
Yeah.
So I had a plan with my physical therapist of what range of motion I could do, how much I could stretch the joint, what boards we would use, how much weight.
Yeah.
And then like incremented everything up a little bit, and then went through some certain therapies to hopefully help work on the tissue.
Yeah.
I also had a PRP injection. So just did as much as I could to try to work through that, and And so anyway.
Did you feel like being able to use a slingshot yesterday made a big difference in the strain on your pec, you think?
You know, if I didn't use it yesterday, then I probably wouldn't have benched because it probably wouldn't have been safe to push like I was.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it tore on a set of 5 at 507, and then it tore again on a set of 4 at 551.
Oh, man.
And so I was under pretty heavy weight, but I would have been trying to do more at the meet.
Yeah,
I would have opened up at probably 600.
Yep.
But it's just not safe to do that. So I warmed up to 400. I put the slingshot on for 500 and then 550 and then opened up at 600.
You just didn't feel like that strain was a real big risk yesterday because you had lots of support at the bottom.
Yeah, and if it would have started to hurt, I would have just stopped immediately. I feel like I wouldn't have done too much damage, but obviously you can't control that. So
yeah, that's good. That was one of the reasons people were asking, you know, what's the point of doing the slingshot on the bench? What's the point of having a meet where people use the slingshot? And there are a whole bunch of people who are either, you know, have minor, you know, a temporary issue like you're dealing with the little tear, but other people have, you know, issues where they're, you know, they just have pain every time they bench or something.
So, you know, I'll answer that in 2 parts. So first about training with it, and then second about doing this event, right?
Yeah.
So first, the training with it thing, I personally don't use a lot of boards for benching because when I bench raw, I find that always I end up hitting the boards too high, and that makes your bar stroke too high, and then your elbows are flared up, and it's just a weird movement. It's not in the regular groove of the bench press.
Pretty exposed when you have your elbows out like that, too.
Yeah. Now, if you know what I want to use that's a little bit better than that, I like to use like a bench block type of deal where I can put that on the bar and use it. That works out great for me. And then, you know, but the slingshot lets me follow the correct bar path all the way from top to bottom.
Yeah.
So that correct bar path from top to bottom, I think is really important. So you're working the exact stroke that you would normally work on a bench with the slingshot on.
Yeah.
And you get to overload more safely. I equate it to using chains, but way more simple.
Yep.
You equate it to using boards, but way more simple. And you can do it by yourself if you need to. So obviously you want to make sure you have a spotter if you're doing overload sets, but it's really useful for that and to train that way. So commonly I'll prescribe sets and reps for an athlete, and then after they do those sets and reps, then I'll have them get up to, you know, another 3 sets of 3 or 5 sets of 5 with a slingshot after to get an overload work.
Yeah. Yeah, I hadn't really thought of that, especially if you don't have chains at your gym. Just throwing a slingshot in your pocket's a lot easier than carrying 200 pounds of chains in your bag.
Yeah, and it's a lot less annoying while you're trying to have a conversation or something. You know?
Yeah, exactly. I've had my ears ringing after I get up from doing the chains with speed work.
Yeah.
It's so loud.
Like hitting the bottom of the mono and everything, you know? Also, like some of the benches we have band pegs. Have you ever seen somebody get
and the
stuck under
chains.
one?
Oh, that's a bad one, yeah, because one side, it's never both sides.
And they're so tight you can't get out. Like it's not elastic, so you can't.
You're not going to break the chain.
Yeah, and you can't slide out from underneath it. You have to lower it and then have somebody come get it.
Yeah, I saw a guy get caught on the mono foot with chains one time doing squats.
Oh wow!
And just pretty much flipped the bar off of his back.
I bet.
Yeah.
That's how I use it in training. Now for contest, obviously it's kind of fun and silly too.
Yeah.
Because, like, for example, they called me and said, you know, hey, do you want to come out and do our thing?
Yeah.
And I said, you know, actually I do because I'm going to go into surgery, so I want to do something fun. But I'll do a slingshot bench to make it even more fun to train for. You know, it's kind of something different. And there actually were, like, quite a handful of people yesterday while we were doing the meet that were using one because their bodies hurt. Or they're older or they haven't done a bench in a long time and they want to try it. You know, and they really were able to probably have a better time.
Yes.
Because they were able to do that, you know? And they weren't like trying to beat anybody head to head or set a record or blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
It was just pure fun, you know? Like I lifted unsanctioned yesterday for me because I wanted to wear elbow sleeves. I wanted more support around my shoulder to feel good. So I wore elbow sleeves to go with my slingshot.
Yeah, you're not here going for a world record, so might as well lift the way you want to lift.
Yeah, so anyway, if I was like head-to-head against other people, obviously it'd be regulated or whatever, but I wasn't worried about that.
So this doesn't, none of this probably really fits into a training block because you're going into surgery, so there's just going to be downtime and stuff anyways, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But if you weren't, would you have taken this sort of as a, if you were going to go back into training after this? How would you, for a meet like this, would you not have to do as much of a peak or as much of a, you think?
Not really. I kind of was running a peak, but I couldn't run the peak for that long.
Yeah.
Because I kept getting interrupted by being hurt, you know. So I did a little bit of a peak, but I basically just tried to get in what I could. I've been trying to work on my legs, so I can't really squat right now. So I've been working on my legs a ton, like tons of like sets of 20 to 25 on leg press and tons of hack squatting and lunging and leg curls and just trying to keep my legs as strong as I can.
So what you're saying is people better watch out when you come back.
I hope so.
You're going to squat some.
I told somebody
really
one time, a meet director, I was like, hey, I'm going to take a little time off. I'm a little banged up. So I'll come back next year, and then people can say, who's the new guy?
Yeah.
Because everybody will just forget about you.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know who that big guy is over there, but it looks like he's moving a lot of weight.
So I don't know the next time I'll be able to get into a training block because I'm gonna have rehab obviously, and they start to just like barely moving your leg and the leg slides and whatnot, and then it'll get up and up from there.
Yeah.
But I work with Aaron Horschick from Squat University, so I'll be well taken care of as far as physical therapy goes.
Oh, that's good. You probably already have a plan and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, he has the protocol from the surgeon already, and he's ready to go and ready to get moving on it.
Oh, great. That's really good.
Yeah.
So is that going to be one of those things where they have you moving right away, like just hours afterwards practically?
They will, but they said I'm not going to be allowed to adduct or abduct. I'll have to stay linear with my leg.
Oh, wow.
Which makes a big difference when you're trying to take a shit.
Yeah, yeah. I know.
You can't hand spread.
Yeah, you can't do those cues you're used to, spread the floor, any of that, you know.
None of it.
Oh, man.
So I don't know when I'll get back into a real training block. I think it'll probably be at about 2 months post, you know, and that's mainly just going to be for other stuff. Like it'll be a little more, like my friend just had the same surgery. He was 3 months without squatting with a barbell, and so he just got back into that.
What are they going to do, if you don't mind?
Just labrum repair.
Oh, cool.
So Andrew just got his opener. He opened up at 176, a nice comfortable opener for him.
All
this
right.
is his first time ever competing.
That is awesome.
So he's on the board. So here's how it works, man. My nerves start high at the beginning, and then they start going down as the meet goes on. So yesterday I was like, oh man, we don't have to squat. Like I don't know how to be emotional now. You know? Like, I think that's easy for me at that point. But when you're not squatting, it's hard for me to get up, you know.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I was talking to Jesse and I was saying it must be kind of a shock going to a push-pull meet because you're used to being warmed up and squatting and probably a little bit tired by the time you get to the bench usually.
I didn't get excited until I was at 600.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Roberto just started off there at 181 pounds.
I would be excited with 600 pounds on the bench for entirely different reasons, mostly related to fear.
Yeah, right? So the first time I ever benched 600 pounds, I was by myself.
Really?
Yeah.
Alone in the gym?
Yeah, so I used to work in traveling sales. I don't anymore. And so I'm in the gym by myself on an off day for the rest of my team. And I was supposed to work up to 600 in a slingshot.
Okay.
And so I sat down 2 or 3 different times and got up because I was scared.
Yeah.
And usually I don't get scared ever, but I have a great team and great spotters and great equipment, so I don't have to worry about it. David's successful there on his opener, 181. And anyway, so I finally sat down. I had to unrack it myself, and I freaking crushed it.
Oh, that's great.
I mean, that was, so now it probably screwed me over because now I'm probably going to do something dangerous because of that. But
yeah.
And then,
now you're too confident.
Man, in this training cycle, I had a couple mishaps. I had 475 pounds on the bar, 100 pounds of band tension, and then some chains too. And I was just going and doing what my teammate was doing, Ryan.
Yeah.
And so I am. I got it all loaded up, and it's about 600 pounds plus, and I got back to the top, and the bar rolled out of my hands.
Good.
Whoa.
Like I was revving a motorcycle
Oh, man.
and crushed my chest.
Oh.
But we had safety set up.
Yeah, well,
I
especially
never-
with the
I never
bands on
used
it, it's going to fall really fast, too, right?
Yeah, and I never used safeties.
Wow.
But I had them up.
Huh.
He put them on before I got there.
Just for, man, that was lucky.
Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
it was real sketchy.
Yeah.
And it hurt, but I mean, just for a limited time.
Yeah.
And that was like right before I got the pec tears, and
Oh,
it was so
man.
annoying. I'm usually
What
really
a pain.
durable, so I don't have to work on that.
What do you think happened there? Your hand opened at the top for some reason, or?
You know, I think actually we had the bands on the bar instead of on the sleeve.
Oh,
so the band pulled
it
on the
probably
bar.
made it rotate it out of your hands.
Because the band rotates on the bar, you know.
Yep.
If you've ever tried to roll a deadlift bar when the bands are on it,
Yep.
and it like catches weird, you can imagine.
Yeah, I've always got them over the collars for that
Yeah.
for that exact reason.
Easy lift there for Oscar Perez on his 231-pound opener.
I think it's people worry about looking too silly or whatever, trying to get the bar just right when they're training. But when the weights are heavy, especially for whoever's lifting,
Yeah.
it's a good idea to double check everything and even get it. Just take that extra minute to get the bands right, to get the chains right. You know.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you know, you can't be safe enough with that
Yeah.
stuff. I was telling somebody yesterday, they were like, "What's it feel like to bench over 600 pounds?" And I was like, "It's really weird. It's especially weird because I see people deadlift 600 a lot, and
Yeah.
every time I see it, I think it's heavy. And then I'm like, shit, I benched that. That's
Yeah.
weird.
That is
wild.
That's amazing.
It's wild to think about. Every time it fools me, you know.
Oh man.
Easy opener for Bobby there at 231 as well.
Lift is good.
I've never even come close, but in a bench shirt at least, I've
Yeah.
had 500 on the bar, and that was felt like I had a car over me.
It feels odd. It feels odd. Hey, Justin Sobrano. Yeah, the weight maybe was light for some people, but I bet if I look at your Instagram, all your weights are light for me. So stay in your lane, bub.
That's always great to have somebody here who can squat most people's total in order
Right?
to call out the people
Sometimes
talking
you
crap.
have to. Oh boy, we're joined over to our right by Charity Witt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's up,
Speaking
girl?
of weights feeling light,
Yeah.
you want to?
Yeah, let's do it. Hey, what a good sport. Charity's hopping in here. She's on a bit of a sore leg.
What's up?
So yesterday, you had a rough time on your deadlift. You seem to have strained your hamstring a little.
Yes, I actually went to a physical therapist downstairs and got it looked at. She thinks that it might be a partial tear,
Yeah.
as well as my psoas. So it's a little bit painful to lift that leg in like a hinge position, but you know, it's a little bit minor setback. I might have to stop squatting and deadlifting for a couple months,
Yeah.
but I'll make my way back eventually.
How have you had to deal with much injury before?
Yes, 4 years ago I actually partially tore my hamstring at the insertion, and so like when I felt it pop, it was like, okay, I felt this before, but it was a little bit different because I didn't realize my psoas was involved in that. But you know, the whole compensation and hip shift, things happen. But yeah, you know, you play with fire, you're gonna get burned. It's the nature of the game. We all go through injuries, so it's just a matter of like keeping the right attitude and going forward.
Right. Fernando just crushes that opener
Oh,
at
yeah.
275. Awesome. So Ryan Rubio is going to be up next at 319. So I've never been hurt before. Like I've been hurt, like, you know, little stuff or stitches or this or that, but I've never been injured where I've had to have surgery.
Really?
Yeah, this is my first time, so I'm not used to that.
Yeah, yeah. It's not easy. I feel like I get hurt a lot.
Yeah.
Especially when I was doing strongman, I got hurt a lot. But that would be like rib displacement or stuff like that.
Tough.
Strongman's tough just because it's so dynamic. Let's see how he does this.
Yeah. Let's go, Ryan.
Oh my
crushes that
goodness.
That was a nice, easy one at 319.
Yeah.
Look for him to make a big jump to maybe like 350.
Yeah, he should probably add some weight on that.
Yeah.
Next lifter
What
is
was
Justin
your bench
Riley
press
with
yesterday? Where'd you end up
150
at?
kilo
225.6.
You
Or
went 3 for 3,
yeah.
didn't you?
No, I went for 2 for 3.
Yeah.
So I got my second one. I went for 242 on my last one
okay.
and didn't get it.
So
Yeah.
you got 226?
Yes.
I feel like staying in the 2-plate club is...
Yeah, you know, it's a little bittersweet because like any day of the week I can bench like 225.
Sure.
So I wanted a little bit more.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's one of those things where my bench press, like being a strongman athlete and then doing
Right.
the Titan Games, I don't consistently bench that much. So he just got a selfie of us.
Oh,
But
yeah. Solid.
but I was really looking forward to that 242, and it just wasn't in the cards for me.
That's tough. That's really tough. You know, and you had to cut a little. How much did you cut?
Well, I cut 9 pounds from Saturday to weigh-ins on Friday.
Yeah. So you said you 181 is where you ended up?
No, yeah, that's the weight class. I weighed in at like 80 kilograms.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 176.
76.
Yeah.
Oh, well, now I'm disappointed. So I always say if you ain't 180, you ain't a lady.
Yeah. I think people actually get surprised with how heavy I am. You know, they see me in person, they're like, oh, you must be 165. I'm like, you have no idea what 165 looks like on me.
It's even better when you got to be too something to do something.
Yeah, yeah.
You can say that for guys.
I'll say that for guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll actually add that to my dating registry of like, oh, you gotta be too
something
something to do something.
Yeah. Hashtag big boy season.
Oh my goodness.
The female commentator right now is none other than Charity Witt.
Andrew is on deck. David in the hole, and
yeah, my cousin and her kids, by the way, want me to get an autograph for them before we leave. They're very excited. You're their favorite.
Well, I should be. You know, like the Titan Games is all about being strong and powerful, and you know, got to represent the powerlifting and the strongman community.
So our kids don't get to watch TV during the week hardly. So they basically, if we're gonna watch something together, it's got to be America's Got Talent.
Yeah.
You know, your show, the Titan Games. You know, what else do we watch? There's like a couple games. American Ninja Warrior.
Yeah.
And so like just those good wholesome things where the kids can see active stuff, you know,
Right.
or talented things, or
Right.
you know, people that maybe that wasn't what they were doing, but they were doing something else, and now this is who they are.
Yeah.
It's just cool because you guys are in all different walks of life, and
oh yeah,
it's just so competitive
from
and fun.
firefighters to nurses
Yeah.
to school teachers. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
it's super
my
cool.
goodness, that was so light.
Felipe crushes that in the black slinger at 352. He got some big arms on him. He's going to go up over 4.
All right, heading into our
That's
second
great.
attempt. Andrew Zaragoza is up with the 87.5 kilo attempt. David is on deck. Roberto in the
All right, looks like we're going to round 2 here, and Andrew's going to go to 192 pounds. What were you about to say?
I was gonna say, how are you feeling after competing yesterday?
You know, my back is just a little bit tight, but that's to be expected.
Right.
The only thing that really makes my hip feel any better is rest,
Mm-hmm.
and just sometimes you don't have that option. So, so yeah, it's affected my lockout on deadlift and stuff. Then also when you get into position on the bench and your feet are back,
right,
that's really tilted my hips a bit, and that can be painful. So I've had to adjust my setup a little bit, but for being in a place where I'm not in my own bed and all that stuff, and then being up all day yesterday doing that, really not bad. I feel pretty good today.
All things considering.
Yeah, and then the areas where I was injured going into it don't hurt anymore. Look at the shitter on that critter. Oh boy, Mark's still packing it down there like 2 glazed hams, even though he's lost all his other fat.
I know.
So Andrew, this is his first meet. He's worked in the media team for like 4 years. And man, he's really trying to hit some numbers. He's got some goals for today. 192 pounds.
Nice.
Good job, Andrews.
Good job.
On Instagram, he's I am Andrews. Oh yeah.
Next lifter is David Harrison.
David Harrison's going to go 203 here.
204 pounds for David.
Awesome.
Roberto is on deck.
Well, you did great yesterday. I know it's not how you wanted to deadlift, but what?
You mean not deadlift?
I know
but
you've got a lot going on with the show and everything, but what's kind of the next big fun event that you're going to? The Arnold or?
As of right now, they've got me scheduled for the Arnold, but it's still up in the air, just because of other developments that are going on.
Sure.
But yeah, so that's a big if right now.
Yeah.
But you know, I will be at FIBO in Germany, and I know that Newton's got me going to London as well. So there's some other things that I'll be in, different expeditions that I'll be at.
Yeah.
As far as like athletically, obviously I'm going to take a couple months off deadlifting or squatting for a while until I'm completely healed.
Right.
Woo!
He may be able to get that on his third. He'll have a chance to come back at that.
Yeah, reset.
So when you're traveling so much, now you traveled before, but probably a lot more right now, right?
A lot more right now.
So it's a lot more. So how's that? What's that do to training? Like, do they count that into your schedule? Like, are you working with, you know, a producer on that or an agent, or to be able to just say like, she can't just do that all the time. She also is an athlete. Like, do you have any of that, or?
I think for the most part, if I've learned anything, it's that they really don't care about that. You know, it's all about you performing for them.
Right.
So, you know, I've had to learn to adjust my schedule and my training to fit the schedule that I'm given.
So if it's that important to you, you're training at 4:30 in the morning, or?
Yeah. So it's like it's all about what's my priority. Nice, that was smooth.
Real smooth for Roberto.
Yeah, so, you know, it's all about priorities. You got to figure it out, make it work. Obviously, going forward, I'm not going to have to worry about needing a squat rack.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely going to have to take
convenient timing where you really don't have any time to squat.
But sitting in a plane's definitely not going to be my favorite thing these next few weeks.
Me either.
Yeah.
I fit great.
Yeah.
I feel like I wouldn't be offended if they forced me to buy a second seat right now.
No.
I'm too thick. But I feel like as long as I get cuddled up next to a chubby chaser, then we can all enjoy the experience.
Chaser. I mean, as long as they're okay with it. You know, it's all about consent these days.
So on the way here, I had a girl sitting next to the window, and I was in the aisle, and she was like, "Hey, my friend's going to probably come sit there." And I was like, "She like big guys?" And she's a chubby chaser. It's all good. And then her friend came, and I said, she said you were into big men, so this would work out well. It did. I mean, she's like all cuddling on me and stuff.
Okay. I mean, as long as everybody's okay with it, it's a good time.
She had a good nap.
I feel like if you're comfortable with the person, like, you gotta establish that, right? Because I've definitely been on a plane where I've had a window seat and the guy is in the middle, and we were not okay with each other. So then we had to readjust in seats. But if I've also been on,
probably okay with you.
But I've also been on a plane with a linebacker, and he and I had a great conversation. And I was a chubby chaser, and I had a great nap. So
there you go. F&A, that works out. I don't think Andrew's sandbagging. I think it's really important that, especially early on when you're lifting, that you don't do what, you know, you need to stay in your lane, have successful experiences. You don't want to go into that, you know, missing lifts right away. It's just a bad habit to start. So if you can start off on a better foot than that, then I think that's better.
Yeah.
And that lift was good for our last lifter. Oscar's coming up at 259 next.
259-pound attempt for Oscar. Travis is on deck, Fernando in the hole, and Ryan is 4 out.
And right now, if you guys didn't hear who was commentating, it's JP Price. I competed yesterday, and
Platform's ready for
I'm pretty new to powerlifting, but I think I get by. And then our other commentator's Charity Witt. She's here to make us look good. And she's strong.
Kind of strong.
So Oscar's doing 259 here. And he is not wearing a slingshot. He's just got a pair of wrist straps on.
Nice.
Nice little grind for him. He might be able to get one more, a little bit more weight on the bar.
Good, 117.5 kilos. Great job.
like
The little expo they've got set up for, I've been to some smaller expos, and they really do a decent job here for this being their second year. They seem to have it in the right size of space.
I was going to say, even I was a little concerned with the powerlifting being on the second level, just as far as like noise goes, but it's working out great.
Yeah.
And we're actually drawing a pretty good crowd.
Yeah.
So I think it's going great.
Yeah, it seems like it's been good. We got Jay Cutler coming up today.
Yes, yep, just met him.
Never met him.
Oh, he seemed nice enough, yeah.
All right, good.
Hair looks good today.
My son's name is Jay, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like, and as far as people with Jay, like his name's Jay, I'm JP.
Yeah.
He's got better hair.
Oh yeah, I mean, you've got a full head of hair too. You know, it must be in the J's.
Yeah, it's that blonde, full head of.
Yeah, the swoosh.
I should have gotten a little frosting done before he got
You
here.
should. Some highlights.
Would have been better.
Yeah.
That would have been better. Yeah, my first bench attempt looked like speed work because I didn't know if my pec would stay attached or not. So I tore it a little less than a month ago. Not real bad, but enough to bleed out a little bit.
Yeah.
And so I had to really plan with my PT on how to come back and the range of motion to work in. So I did 550 in the gym a week and a half ago. And before that, all I had done was 330 for 2, 3, 4 weeks. And when I did that 550, they asked me my opener that day. I said, let's make it 600.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
So that was 6 pounds under my raw opener at my last meet.
But still, I mean, it looks great.
So I've done 705 in a slingshot.
Yeah.
I just wasn't ready to do that yesterday. So.
Right.
Yeah, Jay Cutler is up here standing with Smelly.
Ryan Rubio with 157.5 kilo attempt.
Checking out the action, talking to people.
Justin is on deck, Kirby in the hole, and Felipe is 4 out. Platform's ready.
Got Jesse Burdick creeping up behind here, running a great meet. You can always look forward to Jesse's meets. 30 pizzas that I ordered are on their way.
Oh, my cheeks look chubby enough to selfie.
Me too.
There you go. There you go.
You look great.
That's about as accurate of a photo of me as you can get.
You're not wrong.
His selfie game is on point. On point.
On point. Oh, Ryan jumps all the way up to 347, and he actually has to work for it a little bit. That was a good lift.
Our next lifter is Justin Riley with 160 kilos. Kirby is on deck, Felipe in the hole, and then we'll be heading into our 3rd attempt. Platform's ready for Justin Riley.
So after this round, we'll take a little 10-minute break or so, and then we'll have deadlifts to get into. You know, they say the meet starts when the bar hits the floor.
I agree.
And I start paying less attention because it's a long day and I hate deadlifting.
Oh, man. See, I did love deadlifting.
I'm not very good at it. If you don't have a coach, how do you determine selecting weights for lifts? Well, there are some resources out there. You could get a coach for one, but if you're trying to teach yourself, I think that's great too. You know, ask somebody for advice sometime, see what they think. I'm happy to share my ideas on that. For me personally, there's also some tools that you can Google where you can find some selection attempts based on your rep maxes or based on, you know, what your percentages are. For me, here's my rule of thumb for you, especially if you're a beginner. Your opener should be like a pretty smooth double or triple at your best weight you can do those at. Make sure you pause it really clean. Make sure you've hit it in training a couple times. And then usually we'll do like a 5 to 7% jump from your opener to your second. And then another 5 to 7% jump if you've executed the way that we thought you were going to. And that should lead you to really having a good chance at hitting your thirds. So also think of what your goal number might be. Now take 5% off. Now take 7% off. Those are really, really good proven structured jumps that a lot of people use. Hope that helps you out a little bit. Feel free to hit me up on IG, Britt Sanders, if you need more help. Felipe is up next, 407 on the back. He will be our last lifter in the second round here. We got Lloyd Fitness behind me flexing on fools, making me feel little. Yeah, be like that with your veiny arms.
Lift is good, 185 kilos for Felipe.
Charity, I bet you can answer this pretty well. They're talking about the belt placement, like which lift and where you put your belt and according to your belly button, so to speak. I've got a few different places I like to put mine, but what's your view on that?
Well, you know, I know everybody has a different opinion on this. Like I've seen some lifters that have it right over the rib cage for ultimate compression. I like to put mine just under the rib cage, and that's going to be different on everybody, right? So depending on what your biomechanics are, my rib cage goes to my hip bone. So my belt typically goes right over my belly button. But that way I get optimal air whenever I'm breathing in. And that goes for bench press, squat, and deadlift, because I want to be able to build up as much capacity as I can as I latch my belt. But you know, everybody has different preferences. I found that, you know, some like to keep it really high, but that just doesn't work for me.
Yeah, so for me, it's kind of weird because I'm trying to get a different result for each place I put it. So for squat, I like it pretty much where you like it, like right over the middle of the belly button. So I can really push into it, but not be restricted. And then deadlift, I wear it higher, but that's just because I want more range of motion for my hips. And then for bench, I wear it really low.
Because you want that compression, you want the compression in the back.
You probably don't benefit from that compression in bench because you don't have a belly. But you might feel good having it a certain way for maybe your back support or getting into your arch.
I started wearing a belt during bench because it actually helps keep my hips on the bench, and it prevents my lower back from cramping. So I don't necessarily use it for, you know, ultimate, you know, like compression in my back, but I use it more just for stability in those areas so that I'm not moving around too much.
Yeah, that makes sense. Hopefully we help answer those questions pretty well. As far as programs for new lifters go, there's tons of different ones out there. They're literally everywhere. You can find it in Wendler 531. You can find it in different apps. You can also find it in some, like Hybrid has an online coaching deal. Or you can get a coach. There's tons of different stuff out there.
Next lifter is Josh Tarter with 105 kilo attempt.
Michelle, a 3-inch belt for deadlift is best. I don't know that I agree with that. I think that you can create more pressure against the 4-inch belt. But I do know that for some, especially female lifters with shorter waists, sometimes they do like a 3-inch belt. But most people I've known, that no matter how small their waist is, has gotten used to a 4-inch.
I'd say I've only had one lifter where she's 5'1", so she needed the smaller circumference because she was getting like nausea from deadlifting.
Makes sense.
But that would be my only case where I found that works best.
Yeah, we had a 114 lifter that was deadlifting like 400 pounds. And she just didn't have a waist. They were so short. Her ribs were right next to her hips. Okay, so I wasn't hardly paying attention. That was my fault, but Andrew did make his third lift at 92.5 kilos. So Andrew went 3 for 3 in his first meet. That's a great job.
That's awesome.
And now we're on a little streak of no lifts. We've got 2 that have missed. And we've got Roberto Medina up next, trying to seal the deal with his third attempt. Now he missed his second, but he went up and is going for a third. So we'll see how this goes for him. It's not always the best combo, but he probably smoked it and had some issue where he racked it too early or something, if I remember right. You said you look like somebody's about a good 6 inches. I don't know what you're talking about, but it's at least 6 inches.
Lift is good. 105 kilos for Roberto Medina.
That lift was good for Roberto, so he came back and got his third at 105 kilos. We got Bobby Henry up next. Bobby's from New Jersey.
On deck. Travis in the hole, and Fernando
East
is
Coast.
Interesting.
Platform's ready for Bobby.
Let's see what Bobby's got for us here, decked out in strong stuff. He's got a little salt and pepper in the beard like most handsome guys I know.
It's a good look.
Oh, yeah. I've got one gray hair in there for everybody that's special to me.
Nice.
Lift is good.
That's a good lift.
For Bobby Henry.
So Oscar's going to come back at this 125 kilos. 125 is a really sought after weight. 275 obviously. So you see a lot of girls wanting to squat that 125, or a lot of guys wanting to bench 125.
And the beginning of our next event.
Dan Storianalo says I'm so handsome. Well, you're not wrong, Dan. I wore your belt yesterday, actually, because it was the only one in the gym big enough for me. That's Fat Dan from SuperTraining, for you guys that don't know. Hey Dan, it's good to see you, buddy. Miss you. I don't know why we're in your city all weekend and we can't see your face, but I guess that's normal.
No love. No love.
That's messed up. If I was in Atlanta, would I get to see you?
Absolutely.
All right, see?
Absolutely.
You could learn from her.
Platform's ready for Oscar Perez.
All right, Oscar's up. 125 kilos on the bar. What kind of dog is that? You got a pit mix?
Yeah, so Pit Lab. This is Rayma.
Aww.
That's a good lift.
Looks like an energetic dog. That was no lift. He must have had some technical issue there.
Next lifter is
Travis Cassidy will be up. He's adding 5 kilos to the bar to 286.
286.6 pounds for Travis.
I've never been to Atlanta. I think I've only flown there.
Really?
And
Well,
Kirby
It's unfortunate. I love Atlanta hip hop.
we do have a lot of hip hop artists that come, and I'm pretty sure after living in Atlanta, I'm sure everybody I've met at least raps, whether they're good or not.
Yeah,
so
yeah, of course.
you know, but
Get on that mixtape.
yeah.
Yeah.
Buy their CD.
They'll contact you to be in the video.
Exactly. Yeah. Get that a lot.
I feel like my hip hop song of 2018 was "She Juicy" by Trinidad
lift
James.
is good. 130
Yeah.
kilos
You know that
for
one?
Travis Cassidy.
So like early '90s hip hop is like my groove.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Love it.
So I did Matt's podcast earlier,
Yeah.
which I hear you're doing, and we are gonna create a 30-song playlist of
Oh yes,
hip hop
I've
jams
heard.
today.
I've heard. Yeah.
So
yeah.
it started because I wanted to hear Mario Winans' "I Don't Want to Know."
Oh my god.
You love that song, don't you?
Anything by Mario in general, I'm just
Yeah.
like.
So on the way here, we listened to that, and then I put on Fuji's.
Stop.
Yeah, yeah, Fuji La.
Oh my goodness.
And then like a little bit of what was it? Jurassic 5. What's Golden?
Do you also like Boys to Men?
I posted on my story 4 days ago me singing "I'll Make Love to You"
Oh my
karaoke
gosh.
in my gym because my microphone was set up. My mom left me a message on my phone and it said, "Hey, I was on your Instagram and I clicked on your dot,
I like how your mom is still messaging you because she was on your
and there's a
Instagram.
song that you were singing. What was that song?" And I sent her, "It's Boys to Men, I'll Make Love to You." And she said, "You're so funny." Thanks, Mom.
Thanks, Mom.
She's been messaging me all day.
Oh, man.
She's a big fan, too. All right. I wasn't paying attention, but I'm trying to look for the lights here from our judges. That's a good
That
lift.
lift is good.
So Ryan Rubio
Nothing
went
like
3
a
for 3.
dramatic
Good job for
pause
him.
there for ya.
He increased 5 kilos on that last one.
Our next lifter
We got 3
is
more
Kirby
lifters
Quick with
this flight.
165 kilos. Justin
Then we'll
is on
send
deck,
Charity to
Felipe
go
in the
do
hole,
something
and then we're
better.
taking a 10-minute break.
I'm going to finish my
I'll
monster.
hobble. One-legged hobble.
Oh, yeah. We're all limping around here today.
Should have seen me come up the stairs. It was great.
I almost walked a little further just to go up the elevator.
I almost did too. I debated on it, and I was like, no.
But then it's going
I'll
to
do
open there and
this.
be like, "Oh, we got to take the elevator." Fuck you, I'm hurt.
Like, sure you are.
Right?
Platform's ready.
All right, let's see. Best tear goes to this guy, Kirby Quick. Kirby Quick sounds like a running back name. Who you got
I mean,
today on your
Quick?
team? Kirby Quick.
Curb quick. Is he fast? Yeah, he's pretty quick.
Who's a running back? Kirby Quick. Oh, shoot. He cold. Strong. That's a perfect call.
Nice.
I feel like that's a perfect call for him.
Yeah.
They had
This
gone up
is
5
good. That's
kilos each time,
Right.
For Kirby
so, you know,
Quick.
didn't leave any in the tank at all. That's great.
Next lifter is Justin Riley with
369.
167.5 kilo test.
Damn bench fine. Sock it to me, sock it to me.
359
This is 369-pound lift. Justin Riley's up here, 369 on the bar. JP's karaoke is the best. You're not wrong, Tim. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. So
Platforms ready for
I always tell
Justin.
people, they're always like, hey, do you take requests on karaoke? Sometimes I feature car karaoke on my story.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, yeah. And sometimes it's more like just a little dancing. But
I mean, I've seen the dance moves.
Yeah, yeah. So
Up,
you know it's
up
there.
and personal.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I mean, if you really want to see like what Salt and Pepper Shoop could have been, then you can watch my car karaoke. But
I just might.
So, I've been kind of known to do a little sing and dance. What can I say? Ooh.
That's fast.
Oh. Man, he really hammered that sticking point and drove through it. That's awesome.
67.5 kilos.
If that mosquito would have landed on that bar, would not gone nowhere.
All right.
That was perfect. Good for him.
Good.
Our final lifter today, before we
One
head
more
into
lifter.
our deadlifts in about 10 minutes, is Felipe Camberos with 207.5
Just so you guys know, we will be taking a 10-minute break after the last lifter here. And it's powerlifting, so really just make it 15.
Give us a few minutes to warm up.
It's 10 minutes and then 5 more to hurt the cats.
And then like walk over.
Yeah.
Brush off the donut dust.
Yeah, and I know you guys are probably wondering who's from the knee down with those hot etched-in pants on the side of the platform. That's Jessica Smith. You can find her on
You can't
Instagram.
see the knee brace on right now, though.
Yeah.
She just had knee surgery, and she's out here walking around on concrete floors.
That's
like,
why we're
she's
all
a
limping.
brave girl. We're all here limping,
We're
all of us.
limping. It's not because we're in a gang and we have a good swagger. It's because we're hurt.
Oh, yeah.
Surgery buddies. That guy has truth and justice tattooed on his calves.
That's how you know he's hardcore, you know?
I'm aware
Calf
now.
tattoos.
I'm aware now. There we go.
Nice.
He finally got to one that was a little challenging. 457. That's nice.
Lift is good.
That's a good lift.
207.5 kilos. Great job, Felipe.
Well, good for him. Well, we're going to go ahead and take our break now.
Folks, we are going to take
Thanks
a
so much
brief
for joining
break,
us.
about 10
Thanks,
minutes
JP, for
before we
joining
head
us, too.
into the
Oh,
deadlift
thanks,
portion
JP, for
of
joining
the
me on this
SuperTraining Push-Pull
podcast here.
Classic here at
Absolutely.
Total
We
Health
killed it.
Expo.
All right.
We'd
Best
like
announcers
to
you guys
also
will have all
mention
weekend.
our sponsors,
We will talk to
Slingshot,
y'all later. I'm going to
World
go
Class
to the airport in
Nutrition,
50 minutes and
Monster Energy.
then head home.
Stick
All
around.
right.
All right,
See you
bye-bye.
then.
Some great lifting happening in about 10 more minutes.
Gonna be coming back here for deadlifts here in a few minutes. People are taking a few photos with Mark. We're getting the platform set up. Everyone's taking a little break here between the bench and the deadlift. We're gonna have 3 flights of the deadlift, and then that'll be it.
Traveling.
When we travel,
Yeah.
like the world,
Like in Florida. Yeah. This is just good. Well, it's not good, but it's consistent. You're not gonna get poisoned, right? Like. I mean, there's no raw things that they're really using, so.
Alrighty, folks, we're going to be getting started again in just a couple of minutes. We'll give everyone a few more minutes to get settled in before we head into the deadlifts for Flight A here at the SuperTraining Push-Pull Classic.
JP didn't want it, he was trying to keep his trim figure. Good?
Just about ready to start deadlifting here. A few more minutes. Going to wait for our judges to get back to the judging chairs and everything.
Looks like we're about, when are we going to start? Do we have a time? Do you want to call for them?
Alrighty, folks, we're going to get ready to get started here. We're going to go ahead and start with Flight A here at the SuperTraining Push-Pull Classic. We can make sure all of our judges, spotters, and loaders are at the platform, and all of our lifters in Flight A are all warmed up and ready. Our first lifter will be Alexis Royce with a 75-kilo pull. Sean Moreland is on deck, Lisa Wilson in the hole, and Monique is 4 out. All right, judges, spotters, loaders, how are we doing?
Looks like we got 3 judges.
Platforms ready for Alexis Royce.
Yep.
All right. Our first lifter of the flight here is Alexis with an easy 75-kilo opener. Solid.
Lift is good, 75 kilos for
Good lift.
Alexis Royce.
Here's our lineup for the
Our
flight.
next lifter is Sean Moreland with a 90-kilo attempt, 198 pounds for Sean. Lisa is on deck, Monique in the hole, and Ashley Cruz is 4 out. Platforms ready for Sean.
$90-kilo opener here for Sean.
Lift is good, 90 kilos for Sean.
Good job.
Our next lifter is Lisa Wilson with a 107.5-kilo attempt, 237 pounds for Lisa. Monique is on deck, Ashley Cruz in the hole, and Ashley Schneider is 4 out.
We're just getting started with the first flight of deadlifts here. Everyone's taking their first deadlift. You'll typically see pretty conservative attempts for your deadlift opener.
Platforms ready for Lisa Wilson.
Lisa's opening here with 237 pounds.
Lift is
Typically,
good,
you'll see
110.5 kilos
some
for
pretty conservative
Lisa.
attempts on the openers. If people miss an opener on the
Next
deadlift,
lifter
it's
is
usually
Monique
because of
Strupman
commands or
with
something.
110 kilo attempt, 242.5 pounds for Monique. Ashley Cruz is on deck, Ashley Schneider in the hole, and Julie Weatherwax is 4 out.
It's kind of fun here at the Cal Expo this year. We're up on the second floor, and you can feel the deadlifts getting warmed up in the warm-up room because the whole second floor we're on here
Platform
shakes a
ready
little
for
bit when
Monique.
people drop the big weights. So kind of fun once you get used to it. It's Monique starting with 242 pounds. Very solid opener.
Lift is good, 110 kilos for Monique Strupman. Our next lifter is Ashley Cruz with 115 kilo attempt, 253 pounds for Ashley. Ashley Schneider is on deck, Julie Weatherwax in the hole, and Stephanie Valladares is 4 out.
You can see over on the left side of the platform from this camera angle, that's the staging area for
Platform's
the
ready for
lifters.
Ashley Cruz.
Once they've warmed up behind the curtain in the warm-up room, there's a couple of benches and a couple of platforms back there and a lot of plates. Once they've warmed up, and there's a few chairs there for them to sit in as they wait to be called up to the platform. Most lifters try to get their warm-ups done about 10 minutes before their first attempt, maybe a little less.
Lift is good, 115 kilos for Ashley Cruz.
Good lift there for Ashley.
Next
Followed by
lifter is
Ashley.
Ashley Schneider with 117.5 kilo attempt, 259 pounds. Julie is on deck, Stephanie in the hole, and Ashley Contorno is 4 out. Platform's ready.
Ashley Schneider is opening with 117.5 kilos. See most of these openers move pretty confidently.
Lift is good. That's 117.5 kilos. Ashley Schneider. Next lifter is Julie Weatherwax with 125 kilo attempt.
Rule of thumb I've heard for
275
openers
pounds for Julie.
from a few
Stephanie
different
is
sources
on deck. Ashley Contorno in
is
the
about
hole, and
90%
Cynthia
of your
Jimenez is
best.
4 out.
It's a pretty rough estimate, but if that seems too low, then maybe like
Platform's
the
ready
highest
for
weight you
Julie
could do 3
Weatherwax.
reps with is another thing that I've heard. But those both should put you in about the same range. You know, Julie
Lift is
Weatherwax,
good. 125 kilos
fast
for
125
Julie.
kilo opener.
Our next lifter is Stephanie Valladares with 175 kilo attempt, 386 pounds for Stephanie. Ashley is on deck, Cynthia in the hole, and then we'll be going into second attempt.
Here's the current lineup. Stephanie's opening with 175
Platform's ready
kilos.
for Stephanie.
Solid 175
Lift
opener.
is good. That's 175 kilos for Stephanie Valladares. Next lifter is Ashley Contorno with 182.5 kilo attempt. 402 pounds for Ashley. Cynthia is on deck, Alexis in the hole, and Sean is 4 out. Platform's ready for Ashley Contorno.
Ashley's opening with 402 pounds here. Wow. Moving it fast, too.
Lift is good, 182.5 kilos for Ashley.
Good lift.
Next lifter is Cynthia Jimenez with 182.5 kilos. Alexis is on deck, Sean in the hole, and Lisa Wilson is 4 out. Platforms ready for Cynthia.
Hey. You want to jump on? Yeah, if you want to. All right, Cynthia here is opening with 402. Solid.
Lift is good, 182.5 kilos for Cynthia Jimenez. Heading into our second attempt is Alexis Royce with 82.5 kilos. Sean is on deck, Lisa in the hole, and Ashley Cruz is 4 out. Alexis going for it.
Alexis is coming back here for a second attempt. She started with 75 kilos. Now she's jumping to 82.5 kilos. Proportionally, that's actually a pretty big jump. 7.5 kilos when you start with 75 is 10% jump.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. She's going for it.
Yep.
Yeah, JP and I were just talking about how jumps typically stay between 5 to 7% between attempts.
Mm-hmm.
Platforms ready for Alexis Royce.
Yeah, it's always fun to watch the attempts during the meet to see what's going on, because every once in a while somebody will jump less than 5 or more than 10%.
Yeah.
You go, what's going on there?
Yeah.
I wonder.
Like, what are they thinking?
Yeah. All right, so this is pretty standard. This is about a 10% jump, so that opener looked pretty easy, so she
Yeah.
obviously decided to.
Lift is good.
That's good.
And that was a good choice.
Alexis.
Move well.
Next lifter is Sean Moreland with 97.5 kilo attempt. Lisa is on deck, Ashley Cruz in the hole, and Monique Strootman is 4 out. Platforms ready.
So we got another 7.5 kilo jump here for Sean.
Decked out in strong gear.
Mm-hmm.
Double overhand. Okay.
Oh yeah, look at that. Is that double overhand or a hook grip, you think? I can't tell.
Can't tell. Nice.
Lift is good.
Either way, she didn't have any trouble holding on to it.
Nope.
214 pounds there.
Next lifter is Lisa Wilson with 110 kilo attempt. 242 pounds for Lisa. Ashley Cruz is on deck, Monique Strootman in the hole, and Ashley Schneider is 4 out.
Meanwhile, in terms of jumps, Lisa here is only going from 107.5 kilos to 110 kilos. So she's either got a particular number she's trying to hit on the second or third, or maybe that first one felt a little heavy.
Platforms
Didn't
ready
go as
for Lisa
expected.
Wilson.
Sometimes you show up on the day and those deadlifts feel pretty heavy compared to how they did in training.
Don't I know. Don't I know.
Sometimes you go like, what did they put, magnets in the floor? Like, what's going on here?
Lift is good.
Well, there we
110
go.
kilos
Solid
for Lisa.
110 kilos.
Our next lifter is Ashley Cruz with 122.5 kilo attempt. 270
One of the times you see a lot of weird jumps in meets is when around round numbers. People
Yeah.
always will tend to round up or down a little bit on attempts. Even if you go, wait a minute, you really want to make a 17 kilo jump? And they go, yeah, but it's going to be 500. All right.
They've got a particular number in mind, yeah.
Yeah.
Platforms ready for Ashley Cruz.
Going for that nose torque.
It's like the default background in the tent. I like watching someone. No. It's like the background picture in Windows. Oh, that'd be great.
Oh, there's Ashley.
Lift is good.
Good lift.
122.5
Yeah.
kilos for Ashley Cruz.
Solid lift there.
Next lifter is Monique Strootman, also going for 122.5 kilos. Ashley Schneider is on deck. Julie
Someone
Weber
asked, why are we
at
using
and
kilos in
Stephanie
America?
is 4 out.
Well, because that's the calibrated plates that we have. Rogue, or who are these made by? These are Eleco. They actually weigh all of these, and then they drill a hole in the side, and then they put a little brass plug in so it comes out to exactly the right weight.
Yeah.
So these plates are very expensive, but they're exactly what they say on the
Platform
plates.
ready
The
for
45-pound plates at the gym are not always 45 pounds.
They're not, and the barbells aren't always 45 pounds either.
Yep.
Oh, easy peasy.
Oh, solid.
Lift
Yeah,
is
she even
good.
made a 12.5
122.5
kilo
kilos
jump
for
over her
Monique.
first, so she must be feeling really good
Yeah.
today.
Next lifter is Ashley Schneider
If I
with
remember right,
125
her
kilo
bench
temp,
attempts all looked really clean as
275.8
well.
pounds
Yep.
for Ashley.
Yeah, sometimes
Julie
everything
is on
comes
deck,
together. The
Stephanie
meat
in
prep
hole,
goes
Ashley
well,
Schneider
and you feel
is
good that
4
day,
out.
and it works, and
That's optimal.
other times it doesn't
Yeah.
always.
Optimal.
It's always funny, I hear people say they want to get to a certain level of strength before they want to do a meet.
Yep.
And
I hear that a
that
lot.
really, that's really going to make it hard for you to get all these beginner mistakes and all the issues and things out of the way. And
Just get your feet
even
in the
when you get to a
water.
high level, like
Right.
where you're at, you still had a hard time yesterday.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you can't anticipate injuries or setbacks or anything like that. You just need to go out there and get into it.
Nope. Like Jeremy forgetting his belt on his deadlift attempt yesterday. That was pretty great. He went out and pulled 826, but he forgot his belt, so he just did it beltless.
Well, you know,
125 kilos.
yeah, he had his belt here. He just
Yep.
forgot it that day.
Yeah, we've seen him do that in the gym a whole bunch too.
Oh,
It's pretty
man.
good. He'll be hunting around looking for where he put his belt.
Oh, man. At least he's consistent, right?
Yeah. Let's see, we got Julie Weatherwax coming up. She's got a 132.5 kilo second attempt here. And smooth.
Very nice.
Lift is good.
Nice.
132.5 kilos for Julie. Next lifter is Stephanie Valladares with 185 kilo attempt, 408
Stephanie
pounds
came
for
all the way out from
Stephanie.
Louisiana there.
Ashley Contorno was on deck, Cynthia Jimenez in the hole, and then we'll be heading
Oh,
to
he's
our
eating
third
carbs.
attempt.
What is that?
Breaking the carnivore fast and
Yeah,
eating
there's-
some carbs. Would you looky there?
He's, yeah.
It's carnivore pizza, carbless.
Yeah.
Platforms ready
Yep.
for Stephanie.
Cauliflower crust. Yep.
Yeah.
Cauliflower crust.
He's a pizzavore.
Yeah. There you go. Not fasting, intermittent binging. There you go.
Yeah.
It's a new thing. Solid.
Wow.
Lift is good.
That was fast,
185
407
Nice.
pounds.
Stephanie.
Solid.
Next lifter is Ashley Contorno.
We have a whole bunch of big deadlift attempts in this flight.
There's some strong girls
424
today.
pounds for
Yeah.
Ashley. Cynthia is on deck, Alexis in the hole, and Sean is 4 out.
And in the second flight, I'm looking ahead. It looks like we've got Brittany's opening up with 197.5.
Nice.
Wow.
Platforms
All
ready
right.
for Ashley.
So here's Ashley. She made a 10 kilo jump from 182 and a half to 192 and a half. Very methodical setup here on the deadlift. There we go.
Get those hips in.
Stays very tight. Yeah. Solid.
All right.
Wow.
Lift is good. That's 192.5 kilos for Ashley Contorno.
She's doing it all today too.
Yeah.
She did the slingshot bench
Next
and
lifter
everything.
is
Wow.
Cynthia Jimenez with 192.5
What do you think? Is she going 200 kilos on the next attempt?
Alexis is on deck. Sean
I
in
don't
the
know.
hole,
She
and
might
Lisa
play it
Wilson
safe.
is
I
4
think
Yeah.
she might play it safe.
All right. So now we're to.
Platforms ready for
And Cynthia's
Cynthia.
taking the same weight. Also 192 and a half. with a conventional deadlift this time.
Easy.
There we go. Solid.
Good
Lift
for
is
her.
Good, 192.5 kilos. Great job, Cynthia. Heading into our third attempt, Alexis Royce is going to go for 85 kilos, 187 pounds for Alexis. Sean is on deck, Lisa in the hole, and Ashley Cruz is 4 out.
So here we can see a change in strategy. Alexis did 75 kilos on the first bench, jumped 7.5 to the second bench. Now she's only jumping 2.5 to the third bench. Or deadlift, sorry. It's all becoming a blur
Yeah.
on the second day.
I know.
Platforms ready for Alexis Royce.
£187.4 pounds here. There we go.
Nice.
Solid.
Lift is good, 85
Good
kilos,
lift,
and a great
187.
day for Alexis Royce.
I've always thought that for some competitions we should have a bar with the knurling that comes in a little further for people who are really narrow shoulders who grab it on the
Yeah.
smooth part.
Well, some actually just prefer to grab it narrow depending on like hip width and everything
Yeah,
else. Yeah.
I always thought that's got to make it hard to have to grab the smooth part of the bar and hold on to it.
I know.
That's like doing the axle or something, right?
Oh, yeah. Grip test, grip test.
Platforms ready for Sean.
I think in women's Olympic lifting there's a different bar, right?
There is, yeah.
Yeah.
They use the 35-pound bar because it's thinner in circumference, so it's
Yeah.
easier for the hands to hold on to.
Get a grip
yeah.
on it and actually get your thumb locked in.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a hook grab.
Yeah. Solid too.
Lift
That's
is
awesome.
good,
102.5 kilos. Get a
for
nice hug from
Sean.
the loaders there.
Good job.
I always try to do that.
Try to get the hug in?
Yeah, I
Is
always
that
just
good
get a
luck?
nice, you know, just pick somebody out on the platform, give them a nice hug afterwards. They're not going to refuse.
Congratulate me.
Yeah,
now.
exactly. Yeah.
And Ashley Schneider is 4 out.
Really good way to just pretend you meant to do that and you weren't just passing out and falling onto them.
You know, there you go. There you go. Catch me.
Yeah, I meant to do that.
It's a trust game.
Mm-hmm.
Platforms ready for Lisa Wilson.
There's Lisa making a 5-kilo jump from her last 110 up to 115 here. And there we go. Kind of overextends it a little bit at the top there, but leaving no question to the judges that it's locked out at least.
Okay.
For Lisa Wilson. Next lifter is Ashley Cruz with the 127.5 kilo attempt. Monique is on deck, Ashley Schneider in the hole, and Julie is 4 out.
This is a pretty standard progression you'll see in attempts. Ashley here took 115 on her first, 122.5 on her second, and now she's taking 127.5 on the third. So 7.5 kilos followed by 5 kilos.
That's pretty standard.
Yeah.
Her second attempt was pretty easy, so it should be good.
281 pounds. Oh, let's see.
Let's see.
Are the judges going to say downward motion there? Yes,
Yes.
they do. Yep, no lift.
Aw.
Oh,
Good
that was
effort,
close,
good
though.
effort.
She's obviously strong enough to do it. She's just got to come back and do it all in
Form a
one.
little bit, yeah.
Yep.
Get the glutes involved. Well, especially at the deadlift bar, you know, there's that whip. So a lot of lifters that don't practice with it don't anticipate the whip at the top when you get over the knees, which can pull you downward.
Yeah. Yeah, it almost feels like somebody comes and shakes the bar while you're doing it.
Yeah.
And you're trying to concentrate on lifting while all this is going on. You're just like, hey, wait a minute.
Right. That's
Monique,
smooth, smooth.
very smooth, 127.5 there.
Lift is good. That's 127.5 kilos for Monique Strootman. Next lifter is Ashley Schneider with 135 kilo attempt.
And I don't think we're going to have any fourth attempts today. I don't think we have anyone going for a world record or anything.
Torno is 4 out. Platforms ready for Ashley.
All right, here's Ashley. It's got 300s on.
Nice.
There we go.
Lift is good, 135 kilos for Ashley
She obviously
Schneider.
felt really good on the second attempt because she went from
Next lifter
117.5
is Julie Weatherwax
to
with
125 and then to
kilos.
135.
Stephanie
Yeah.
is on deck, Ashley's in the hole, and Cynthia is 4 out.
Clearly is
We will
feeling
then be
really
taking a
good.
10-minute break before
With her,
heading
you could
to our
tell,
next
like, as
flight.
soon as she gets it
Platforms
off the
ready
ground, she's
for
got it.
Julie.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
her,
it just flies.
yeah. So obviously, power off the ground.
And here's Julie. She's going for a conservative 2.5 kilo jump over her last attempt. Probably mostly wants this 300. And she's got it.
Nice.
Lift is good, 135 kilos for Julie Weatherwax. Next lifter is Stephanie Valladares with 195 kilo attempt, 430 pounds here for Stephanie. Ashley is on deck, Cynthia is in the hole.
Got 295 kilo attempts coming up, followed by 197.5. Then we'll be into flight B.
Platforms ready for Stephanie.
She's had a great meet so far.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Lock it out, lock it out.
Oh, nope.
Good effort, good
Nope.
effort.
Maybe next time.
Stephanie Valladares. Next lifter is Ashley Contorno with 195 kilos.
It's also a little tough
430
if the
pounds.
judges think that you rest the bar at all on your thighs while it's going up.
Yeah.
They will call you for either hitching
yeah.
or they even have what they call ramping,
Real, okay.
which is
okay.
like you didn't really quite hitch it, but you still kind of dragged it up your thighs, and the criteria
Makes
gets a
it
little fuzzy
iffy,
for ramping.
yeah.
But yeah, as long as it doesn't look like you're getting any support out of it, usually it isn't an issue. But every once in a while, people are coming to a meet like this to practice for a really, really strict place like USAPL or something like that.
Right, where you will get called on everything.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Platforms ready.
Yeah, what was the one I saw somebody getting in trouble for? It was, I think they touched their wrist wraps after they'd already stepped onto the platform or something,
Yep.
and that'll get you disqualified at USAPL. There's a
Yeah.
whole bunch of stuff like
Oh, if your foot moves at all during bench, like
that. Yep. You can't adjust your belt or your wraps, I think.
Nope.
Yeah. Ashley's, oh,
nope.
nope, not today.
No lift, but
Close,
a
though.
great day today by Ashley Contorno.
Next time. Sumo deadlift's tough. Sometimes
Our
it's just
final
nailed to the
lifter
floor.
here in Flight A is
Yeah, with
Cynthia
sumo,
Jimenez.
it's hardest off
Nope.
the ground.
Oh, good to see Ashley's there thanking the judges for being there all day. That's always a sign of
Good
that's always a good thing.
sportsmanship, Yeah.
especially if the call didn't go your way. It's always good to say, "Oh, yeah, I know there were no hard feelings or anything."
Right, right.
For Cynthia Jimenez.
I've never seen someone argue with the judges and get a lift passed
No.
after the event.
Oh, nice.
Oh, there we are. Wow. Really finishing off the deadlifts there in a solid way, too.
Good job.
435 pounds.
For
Good
Cynthia
job.
Jimenez,
Really good.
435 pounds. All right, folks,
Nice.
don't go too far. We're coming right back in 10 minutes. We're taking a brief break before we head into Flight B here at the SuperTraining Push-Pull Classic. Thanks again to all of our sponsors, Slingshot, Quest Nutrition, and Monster Energy.
All right, we're going to take a little break while we get ready for the second flight to come out.
I know, people are so weird. But most people don't even watch the chat.
Alrighty, folks, we're going to go ahead and get started here with Flight B of the Super Training Push-Pull Classic. If we can make sure that all of our judges, spotters, and loaders are ready, and athletes in Flight B will be starting in just a couple minutes. Let's get everyone to the platform.
All right, ladies and gents. Jesse Burdick back here, starting to kind of get everything going for our second flight deadlifters. Coming up right now, we're about to get going on the platform.
Our first lifter in Flight B is Ariane Peterson with a 77.5 kilo attempt, 171 pounds for Ariane.
Good. Okay.
Gina is on deck. Oscar
171 pound opening attempt here.
Judges, give me the thumbs up whenever y'all are ready.
Let's do it. Stands asleep. We good?
All right, platform's ready for Ariane.
All right, here we go. First attempt deadlift. Nice deadlift there for her. Interesting stance. She's kind of like right in the middle. But hey, it's a good squat and a bow, which is always a good thing.
Next lifter is Gina Jenkins with a 170 kilo attempt, 374.8 pounds for Gina Jenkins. Oscar is on deck, Jack in the hole, and Brock.
So second flight here. Now we're up to 374.8 pounds, 170 kilos for our opener. Second person in our second flight. You good? 1, 7, 1, 2, 3. So we got 3 girls here, or no, we have 3 attempts at 170. And then we're gonna start really bumping that bar up and get us over 500 pounds here for one of the last opening attempts. A 425 opening attempt.
Platform's ready.
Platform's ready here for Jenna Jenkins. 170 kilos, 374.8 pounds here. It's a good deadlift. Nice work.
Lift is good, 170 kilos for Gina Jenkins. Next lifter is Oscar Garcia with also 170 kilos.
Wow.
Jack
So Oscar
is
Garcia
on
up here,
deck.
same
Brock
weight
in the hole, and Brittany is
for
out.
him.
Platform's ready for Oscar.
Platform is ready. And we'll kind of get moving again here with Oscar. Oscar's 52 years young, obviously. So just trying to get him going and moving. He's done a couple of meets with us here before too, which is always great to have people kind of returning, keep coming back year after year. It's always good to see them, and then you get to kind of see the progress that everybody makes as well, which is really important, which is really awesome. It's one of the more fun things to see, making sure that people are, people are still doing the things that they need to do to kind of keep moving forward one way or the other. We got Jack May here, who's got one of the best accents around. He's from either Great Britain or Ireland, I'm not exactly sure. It says Great Britain, but he sounds like he's from Ireland to me here. Said he's going to hope to get towards the 190 kilo on his third attempt. So with 170 kilo opening attempt, looks like he might be trying to plan to jump 10 kilos each attempt, but we'll kind of see here. Grabs the bar. Oh, that's really easy. Nice job. It's good to have an opener, especially you traveled a really, really long way. Know that everything is you can kind of knock down your opener no matter what, whether it's, sleep deprivation or anything else going along. If you can kind of take care of all that stuff, just give yourself a There's a really good fighting chance. Looks like he's going to jump up to 182.5, which is very doable jump, very smart jump for him. I may have put him at like a 15-kilo jump, but I don't know exactly where his top end is. But that was definitely an easy attempt. So I'm glad he's going to try and push it a little bit. Here we have Brock coming up for his opening pull. Again, now he's at 175, so that's 385.8. Whoa. Almost fell off the platform there.
Lift is good.
Good lift.
175 kilos from Brock. Next lifter is Brittany Chown with 195
Moving to
kilos.
Brittany Chown, 195 kilos here for her. 429.9 kilo opening attempt for Brittany.
Platform's ready for Brittany.
So here we go for Brittany. Coming up. Featuring the severed hand with the horns on it for her t-shirt. It's always good. It's a powerful, powerful deadlifting shirt, in my opinion. Sumo style lifter. Really nice position. Look at that. Great lift. Really, really solid. Good job. Oh, some fancy feet, some fancy footwork getting off the platform, but she looks great. Could see her start to push, and she's got to probably jump to 210, I would say, something along those lines. 205, 210. Really cool to see her maybe push towards 220 kilos or so. See what she jumps up to. 202.5. Very, very safe. But again, you know, I'm picking these things on just what I see, not necessarily on their, not knowing what their upper limit is. So it's always good to make sure you're taking attempts that you know that you're very confident in and that you can make, and just keep kind of moving forward opposed to having to come back and forth to it. So I have Joseph Rodriguez, 207.5, which is 457.5 pounds for him. Opening deadlift. Easy done. Nice pull. Good job, Joe.
Lift is good. 207.5 kilos for Joseph Rodriguez. Next lifter is Renee Jacques with 245 kilos.
Renee Jacques.
540 pounds for Renee.
Open at 245 kilos. 540.1 pounds for Renee. Renee was wearing some tape on his hands earlier in the weight room. Had to tell him to take those off. So hopefully it's more of a mental thing than an actual physical thing. If it's, you know, if his grip is affected somehow. Hopefully he's been deadlifting without it. So this doesn't come necessarily as a surprise to you. We're allowed to have a little bit of a tape around your thumb. One layer of tape is if you're hook gripping. But hopefully he's able to kind of hang on to this and everything should be fine. That looks just fine. 540, nice easy opener. Be awesome.
Lift
Maybe
is
see him
good.
towards that.
245 kilos for Renee Jacques. Heading into our second attempt. Our first lifter is Ariane Anderson with
shoot or shoot,
85
right?
kilos.
You gotta do what you can do.
Oscar in the hole and
Charity
Jack
Witt is just
Squirrel.
marveling over humanity. I don't even know. But we're headed into second attempts here for our second flight. Second of 3 flights here. Head back down to 85 kilos, 187.4 pounds. Everybody made their opener, which is always a good sign. So hopefully we'll see some guys some guys and gals start to push those numbers up there. If I'm working with somebody, usually what I'm doing is we're going ahead and taking an opener that's going to be anywhere between 90 and 92%. And then we're going to go ahead and kind of bump it up, kind of depending anywhere between 5 and 7%, kind of giving yourself a little bit of leeway one way or the other. Again, trying to make sure we make our first attempt and then make the second attempt a good easy jump to over or whatever your goal ends up being for that meet. So here we go. This is a new style of deadlifting. This is conventional. Conventional or sumventional? Which one would you say? Sumventional or conventional? It's one of the two. But hey, 187.4 for her. Jenna Jenkins moving the bar to 180 kilos, which is 396.8 pounds. Getting ready to rock and roll. Ladies and gents, we now have on the live stream, that always worries me when someone gets in front of you and then looks down, you're like, what's going on? We have someone looking at as if I'm breaking the floor or something. There's a lot of wires in front of us too, which is never a good sign. I'm like, oh, just watch out for that hot wire over there. I'm like, what?
Catches on fire.
Damn it. But we have Charity Whip back on the live stream. We kind of trapped her here because she hurt her hamstring and she can't really go anywhere. And we just kind of put the headset in front of her, and you know, she eventually gets bored and then picks it up because she's got nothing else to do. But thanks for coming. How you feeling? How's the leg?
It's still attached. So
Still attached? Well, that's like that's like step one, right? That's good.
Yeah.
Here we go with Jenna. Jenna's wearing a Slayer t-shirt, so she should be able to deadlift very well.
Oh, automatically.
Automatically, right? She's gonna hit that baby powder, shoot right up. There you go. Nice work.
Nice.
Nice. Good lift for her. It's a 10-kilo jump, probably maybe a 2.5, maybe a 5-kilo jump. I wouldn't jump too much more than 2.5 if I were her. But if I were her, I'd have better looking hair. Just because, you know, I'm a Pantene Pro V guy.
Are you?
Really, really like the hot oil conditioning. It just works for me. Just who I am, you know?
Going.
Yeah. Not as glossy as Stan's head, but here we go with Oscar Garcia, 180 as well, 396.8 pounds. Pulls it through, there you go. So are you pro or anti-shirt while deadlifting?
Personal preference, I like the shirt, but I mean, hey, if you've got the confidence, go for it.
I think there's a 10-pound increase in your PR without it.
Really?
Absolutely.
Okay.
There's no science behind it, but I'm really, really sure that it works. Very much bro science. Plus, we have Jack May here from from overseas, so he's got a wicked tan from Ireland or Great Britain. So it's
he's got that reflective tan.
He's got the reflecto tan, which is really, really good.
Matches with the white lines on the power
you
singlet.
You can't even tell that there's lines. Like, where do those lines start, babe? Who knows? And if he was hot, he would be black-red as well. He would just be that red as well.
Yep.
So it's almost like a chameleon. Here we go, Jack, 402.3. Nice pull, Biggs.
Nice.
There we go. He said he was going to end around 190. I think that's a good call for him. It's a long trip going across the pond, as they say.
Across the pond.
So what's coming up new for you? You got some traveling, some stuff going on? Any other competitions or anything in your sights besides just worrying about getting up?
Yeah, probably definitely not going to squat or deadlift for the next couple months. But, you know, being how this meet ended, I'm probably going to make my way back to the platform just for my own sanity.
Good.
Just for my own sanity. I'm like Mark, you know, keep saying I'm going to retire and I never do.
Yeah. Wow, this guy's really tall. Come on, Brock. He's almost out of the screen.
Adjust it.
I don't know how to do that. I would break the whole thing. That's an easy pull.
So easy.
He drops it and then he like takes off like he has somewhere to really be. He's like, I got to do this deadlift.
Yeah.
My chicken is cooking or whatever it is that he's doing.
It's in the
Jack's
oven.
Scottish. That's what I said. I said he was Scottish, but here it says he's from Great Britain. So I don't know I don't know why that's coming. And I don't know if that's an argument for him being more or less tan there, Haley. I would say probably less tan if he's Scottish. But I'm not a geography major. Brittany Chown going for 202.5, so 446.4 pounds for Brittany.
Ready for Brittany.
Really, really good technique on her last one, and she has an amputated hands in the shape of the devil of the horns, so that's also an automatic 10-pound PR.
Yeah.
So it's like a
She's got
zombie
awesome
horns.
hair,
It's
so.
totally. But she's a really solid technical lifter.
Nice.
I'm all good, thank you. Scotland is in Great Britain. Jesus Christ. Oh, like I said, I'm not a geology major there, Michelle. Sorry about that. It's all right. Nice lift for Brittany. Joseph, here we go, going up to 220, which is 485 pounds for Joseph. Seems like a really reasonable jump for him. About 12.5. What's that? What? Oh, I've just been clicking. That's okay. All right. Full screen. I don't know what that means. Oh, you wanted me to switch, whatever.
Whatever.
You don't have to be a geology major to know that. Well, Michelle, I think you might have to be.
Platforms ready for Joseph.
I think the thing that we're missing here is that I recognize the accent properly, and I should be rewarded for that. I should be less chastised for knowing exactly where it is on the map. I'm a flat earth guy anyways, so it doesn't even matter.
You?
No,
Oh.
no.
I mean, it would clarify some
Wow.
things, but
The disappointed, what it really? So tell me what it would clarify. Really easy, good lift for Joseph. What would this clarify, the flat earth thing?
flat earthers. Have you ever had an argument with someone who's like flat earth theorist?
Yeah.
Yeah? It's an interesting conversation.
It is one of the most circularly ridiculous arguments that you can ever really come up with. It's pretty fascinating. Have you ever heard of the Hollow Earth people?
I haven't.
So there's people who, well, we don't want to. So Renee is going here with 255 kilo, 562.2 pound attempt here for the second attempt. So Hollow Earth, they believe that volcanoes, there's like an entrance into the earth, and in the earth there's an earth within an earth, where there's like a dragon lord named something.
Are
like,
these also the people that play Fortnite?
There might be, yes.
There might be.
Yes, yes, yes. There's flat earth guys here too. There's flat earth guys on the thing? Oh man, that would be amazing.
Platforms ready for Renee.
Come on, Renee. But yeah, either one of those to have a real conversation with some of those theorists are really, it's quite a trip. I really encourage you guys to find one. They like to argue. Now, you know it would be really cool. That's a great lift by Renee. Nice job. Is if we could get like a bunch of vegans and flat earth people together.
Oh, God.
The arguments
Oh,
would be
God.
just so great, wouldn't they?
I don't know if I could handle being in that room, though.
So I was at, where was I? I was coming out of Starbucks, I think, this morning, and there was a giant billboard, and it had like a fence, and then on the thing it said, "Does this look like free range?" And it said, "Do yourself a favor, go vegan." And I was like, well, you know what? Just because there's property lines and you have to have a fence, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a cage. They were frolicking in, you know, in the grasses and stuff or whatever the hell that. Do chickens frolic?
No.
No?
I think they cluck.
They cluck.
They
well,
cluck. My mom has a ton of chickens.
Okay.
And
But what do they do when they just kind of run around? I guess not frolic.
Actually, yeah, she doesn't have a fence for them, so they technically are free range.
But I mean, you have property, so if they go over there, then they're right. So you could put a property line, but is that property line a fence? Because they're caged in.
I mean, technically, yeah, they would be caged in.
See, I mean, this is the vegan argument.
Yeah.
All over again. And then you throw a little bit of flat earth in there. Man, we got a party going. All right, here we go with starting third attempts, 198.4 pound attempt here.
This is her first meet. I just had a conversation with her.
Yeah.
Super nervous.
Yeah.
But she's crushing
She
all of her
looks like
lifts.
she did really good though. Yeah. May have jumped that command a little bit. She's also the person that was asking, that was wearing like footsie pajamas and asked if she could wear this as a singlet.
Yeah, no.
And I said, I'm sorry, but no.
Unfortunately, no.
Unfortunately, no. I don't know how people, like I would just sweat so bad in that.
I mean, it'd probably be more flattering than some of the singlets I've seen.
Well,
but
that's very true. You know, big shout out to Fleo. If you ever need a actual singlet that looks like
looks
actually
good, yeah.
looks less like a potato sack than everything else that you're gonna see. It's Fleo. Babs does an amazing job with hers, and she's starting to come up with some really, really nice looking stuff, and women are really getting into it and using her, and she's awesome. But I really do think, sadly, I think that's one of the barriers of entry into powerlifting is that you've got to wear this horrible uniform on the platform.
There's no pain, there's no gain, right?
That's very true, and I mean, it really isn't that much.
Sometimes you just got to look like a sausage link.
You do.
Yep.
I mean, you can take it off pretty much immediately. You only have to have it on the platform. But it's certainly, I mean, how many times have you looked at someone in a singlet and be like, wow, you look awesome in a singlet?
They're actually, yeah, I have seen some specimens that look great in a singlet.
But
so.
how many?
I can count them all
Handful,
in my hand.
right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
on one hand.
Exactly. Here we go, Jenna. Oh, wow, I started an argument on here. This is great. All the way up, come on. Oh, almost got to that baby powder and slid it up her legs. I'm absolutely ignorant, apparently.
The next lifter is Jack May with 190 kilo attempt, 419 pounds
I mean,
for Jack.
she's not wrong.
Rock is on deck, Oscar in the
Here we
hole,
go,
and
Jack
Brittany is 4 out.
from Ireland, which is apparently in Great Britain, but he has an Irish accent.
Or is he Scottish? Is
I
Jack
think
Scottish?
he is Scottish.
Yeah.
Platforms ready for
Oh,
Jack.
someone said Britain is Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and England. Oh. See, you learn something new every day. Come on, Jack. Is this 190? Oh, awesome. So this is goal coming in, which is really, really fun, which is really good. So this is going to be a 7.5 kilo jump for him. He said 190 was his goal today. This is his third attempt here, flew all the way over. So really hoping Jack gets this. He's been looking good. I have a feeling this is going to be a lot easier than he thought it was going to be. But that's
He's
okay.
got it.
It's all right to kind of leave some on the platform. Oh, come on. There you go. Nice work.
Nice.
There we go.
Lift is good. That's 190 kilos for Jack and a great
This
day.
is getting offensive?
Jack
Oh,
May
man.
Britain.
Hold on, I'll offend you.
Lifter is Brad Fishkoron with 192.5 kilo attempt, 424 pounds for Brock. Oscar is on deck, Brittany in the hole, and Joseph
Cool.
is 4 out.
Here we go with Brock. Coming up with a 192.5 kilo attempt for his third attempt, 424.4 pounds. Where did Jack go? That was an awesome attempt by Jack.
Platforms ready for Brock.
Here we go with Brock. Taller than our internet screen.
Should be easy.
Should be easy. Jumping up another 7.5 kilos. Yeah.
Nice.
There we go. Good work.
Good job.
Lift is good. That's 192.5 kilos for
Same way it
Brock
goes for
and a great
Oscar
day overall.
Garcia. We have a 220. Oh, nice. So weight stays the same for Oscar
Lifter is
Garcia.
Oscar Garcia with 192.5
And
kilos.
then once we are done with 30 attempts here, we're going to take another 10-minute break, roll right into our last flight, and get those guys moving after that. But how's your time in Sacramento been, Charity? You been having some fun?
Yeah, it's been good.
Awesome. Mark's not bothering you too much?
No, you know, he's such a talker, but, you know, he's great.
He
He's
is.
been fantastic.
No, there's a lot of good people here. Come on, pull. Nice.
Nice.
That's
That
a
was
great
a
pull.
solid lift. I think you're onto something with the shirtless.
See? I told you. I
Lift
knew
is
it.
good,
I'm going to
192.5
convert
kilos
everybody
for
to
Oscar
shirtless
Garcia.
deadlifts and flat earth theory. That's,
Brittany
that's
Chan
my
with 210
my
kilo
complete
attempt.
intention for today.
Joseph is on deck, Renee in the
Move
hole,
to
and then we'll be
Brittany
taking a break before heading into our third and final flight.
to 27.5 pounds. Ooh, that's a big jump for her. That's good, though. I think she has this. 463 pounds for her. This is a 7.5 kilo jump. She's been successful
Nice.
at 220. Good hair, good technician, good t-shirt. I can only see really good things coming from her. Thanks, bud. See, I told you I'd offend you more. 463 here. Brittany Chown.
Let's go, girl.
Come on, stand up, hold it. Nice, nice. Hell yeah. That was a great pull.
Good job.
That was awesome. That's a really big pull.
Next lifter is Joseph Rodriguez with 227.5 kilo attempts. That's 501.
All right, first one over 500 here is Joseph Rodriguez, 227.5 pounds, 501.5 kilos. Last two lifts here in our second flight of deadlifts. We'll move on to our third flight here after a 10-minute break. Try and get some other people here on the live stream, chat it up with everybody. Hope everyone's enjoying it. Hope everybody's having fun. Think about coming to the next one that we have here, whether it's the Super Training Classic, the push-pull here, or whether it's Slingshot Record Breakers. Trying to plan out our year, trying to get a bunch of other stuff going. You know, we'll have our good friends like Charity Witt, Jay Cutler, Jason Kleep, and everybody always coming up, trying to help us, you know, kind of keep pushing powerlifting as much as we can, get it into the whatever limelight that we can. So it's always great to have some friends come out and hang out and pull with us. It's always really, really fun.
Always a good time.
Yeah.
Nice.
Pull through. Nice. There we go. Good.
He's had a really good day.
It's a good day. Very good day. Very, very red, which means usually very, very strong.
That blood pressure is coming
yes.
through.
BP high equals high deadlift numbers.
Flight B is Renee Jacques,
which is very good.
262.5 kilos.
Renee Jacques here. I think she said Brittany Jacques. But Renee Jacques here moving the bar to 578.7 pounds. We haven't had much movement as far as, you know, people trying to outdo each other here. There are prizes to be had. Sometimes you'll see people kind of jockeying for position, moving up 2.5 kilos, try and force somebody else to move up. They should. So here's Renee. 578. Pull all the way through. Nice. Oh, good. There you go. Well, he'll deadlift 600 soon.
Nice.
That's awesome. Good
nice.
for him. Great work. Very, very. Then he just dove into the crowd, into all the Alderman's kids, all 300 of them. All right, guys, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Thanks for hanging out with us. We have one more flight of deadlifts coming. Hang with us while we take a break. Slingshot Classics push-pull from Sacramento, California. Thanks, guys.
Hey folks, do make sure to stick around after the award ceremony today. We will have a question and answer session with Stan Efferding, Jay Cutler, and Mark Bell. So don't go far, they've got a lot to talk about. Alrighty, folks, welcome back. We're going to go ahead and get started in just a minute here with our third and final flight at the Super Training Push-Pull Classic. If you are in the third flight, you should be all warmed up and ready to go. And judges, spotters, and loaders, I think everyone should be present. So as soon as I get the thumbs up from the folks on the platform, we can go ahead and get started. Our first lifter for Flight C is Andrew Zaragoza with 115 kilos. Bobby Henry is on deck, Kirby Quick in the hole, and Roberto Medina is 4 out. Alrighty, our first lifter is Andrew Zaragoza with 115 kilos, 253.5-pound attempt for Andrew.
All right, we're going to start the third flight, first attempts. And our first lifter here, Andrew Z.
Feel it in my triceps, Andrew.
Yep.
It's his first meet. Ooh,
solid
that was fast.
253 opener.
I know for a fact he did not expect that to move like that.
Yep. Looks like he's got a chance of having a good day today.
Yeah, anything over 300 would be really good for him. I think his best PR, his best pull is probably around 300.
Kirby is on deck, Roberto in the hole, and David is 4 out.
Let's see what our lineup looks like here. We've got Flight C. Looks like we got somebody opening the deadlift with 285 kilos. That's going to be interesting to watch.
Felipe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's strong.
Some people, just lost his balance there a little bit. He was so fast. Yeah.
Too fast.
Yep. This is always an interesting one, too, because now he's got to go. Is he going to retake that weight again, even though it was so easy that he almost dropped it?
Yeah.
Or is he going to go up?
I'd go up.
Yeah.
He pulled it up too easy, and it was just the final touch. It's like racking too soon.
Maybe
on
make
bench.
a small jump, but go up.
Yeah. I'm curious what he's going to put down.
Yeah, that's always a tough one, too. If you're not used to the deadlift bar, it gets up to the top and then waggles around on you.
A little whippy, yeah. A lot of these people don't have access to deadlift bars. They train in commercial gyms, and they have very stiff bars or even smooth knurling bars, which is very hard to grip. And then you come to a powerlifting competition, and you got a deadlift bar, and every deadlift bar has a little bit different whip as well.
That's true. Yeah, some competitions, a lot of them like us, we're using the Texas deadlift bar today, right?
This one's actually a Rogue.
Rogue Ohio deadlift bar.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So that's probably got just a little bit more whip than a Texas bar in it.
Yeah, I believe so.
Pretty close, but a little bit more.
Yeah. I think you'd really have to know what you're doing to feel the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of fast deadlifts on these first attempts.
Yep.
Lift is good. That's 100.
People choosing some openers they can move quickly.
Yeah, I know a lot of these people have only done a few powerlifting competitions or no powerlifting competitions before, so I think they realized that they had to consider the fact that they had a bench before. Luckily, they didn't have to squat as well, but benching and then going to deadlift takes quite a bit out of you. Not many people train that every week, so hard to expect you to do it in one day.
Yep.
Platforms ready for
This
repair
looks like a fun
condition.
meet. I think I want to sign up next year.
Yeah, everybody has asked me if I could sign up, but I've been too busy trying to make sure it's running okay.
Yep.
Dang, another fast
Another
one.
really
Wow.
fast opener, yeah.
Very fast.
Lift is good.
It's always good to try to move the weight as
185
fast as you
kilos.
can, but you want to make sure it stays under control the whole
Next
time.
lifter
Yeah,
is
yeah.
David
Ideally, you don't want to
Harrison
see what
with
happened
185
on that
kilo
second with
attempt.
Bobby,
Oscar is
where
on
you
deck,
stumble
Josh
your
in the
feet.
hole, and Justin is 4 out. Platforms ready for David Harrison.
Here we go. Is it me or no one's wearing shirts?
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that.
It's pretty cold outside.
Yeah, I don't, I mean, you know, it's fun to look jacked while you're deadlifting, but
Yeah.
I also like to keep my shoulders warm.
Yeah, but dang.
I remember we had a guy in the gym one
Good,
time.
that's 185 kilos
He
for
knows,
David
he's probably
Harrison.
listening right now.
Hopefully.
And
Next
he
lifter
was
is
just,
Oscar
he only
Perez,
wears tank tops, and he was
187.5
complaining that his
kilo
shoulder
attempt.
hurts every time he benches.
Josh is
And I was
on
telling
deck,
him, you know, they make a
Justin in the hole,
special
and
tank
Fernando
top
is 4
that
out.
keeps going out onto your arms,
Yeah, yeah.
almost to your elbow.
And it costs about the same.
Yeah.
Platforms ready for Oscar.
Oh, here we go. Well, did he bench? Is Oscar Perez benched, or is he a deadlift only?
I'm not sure.
I don't
Does
recognize.
it tell us
I don't
anything?
recognize, I don't recognize seeing him in on the bench press.
Yeah.
Nice.
Does it say anything about the total?
Lift
No,
is
it doesn't
good,
really.
187.5 kilos.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm sure the people beneath us appreciate him coming down, slowing the bar down on the descent.
Yeah.
For people that don't know, we're on the second level of the expo, so there's a whole bunch of booths right underneath us.
Yeah, this is like if you've ever stood on a bridge when a semi-truck drives by.
Yes.
Every time somebody drops big deadlift, this whole place moves a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
You know.
Platforms ready.
We have a lot of confidence in the civil engineers who built this building.
We don't have any other choice.
Yeah, exactly.
There we go. Another fast deadlift.
Lift is good. That's 195
There we go.
kilos for Josh Carter.
I've heard a rule of thumb that sounds a lot like you should be able to do almost 3 reps with your opener.
Yeah, at SuperTraining Gym, we try to keep it. If we can do it for a triple, that's a good opener. So that's kind of what we've done. Sometimes we might push it to a double, but it's never something to grind. Nothing's worse than getting to your first attempt and it's a grinder. It's not going to build a lot of confidence.
Yeah,
for your
exactly.
second
Go, well, where
attempt.
am I going to go from there?
Yeah, nowhere.
I mean, on a really good day, you might be throwing 15% over your opener for your third attempt or more.
Yeah, ideally.
Justin getting set up here, nice and tight.
Wearing some knee sleeves.
Yeah,
Little
wearing
extra
some knee
support.
sleeves there. Yep.
Lift is good. That's
That was
205
smooth.
for Justin Riley. Next lifter is Fernando Meza with 215 kilos, 474 pounds. Travis
Stick
is on
around
deck,
after this. We're
Ryan
going to have a
Hole,
Q&A on the live
and
stream
Felipe is 4 out.
with Jay Cutler, Stan Efferding, and Mark Bell. We're going to have a live Q&A. We've got Mark Bell is, of course, here, along with Stan Efferding, and then we've got Jay Cutler, the bodybuilder.
Yeah, Jay Cutler came in a few hours ago, and
Yep.
Stan's been here all weekend.
IFBB
judging.
Pro, multiple-time Mr. Olympia.
Four times, yeah.
4 times.
Yeah.
Wow. It's funny when you see real bodybuilders in person. They're way bigger than you think. You think you've seen some jacked guys around the gym, but
No, not even close when you see, yeah. It's not even. The most jacked guy at your gym looks nothing like Jay Cutler looks even now.
yeah. Somebody said they should book this floor for a weightlifting exhibition. There is a weightlifting meet literally on this floor across the way from us.
Yeah.
They're running a weightlifting meet.
They are, directly across.
That's got to feel funny when the big weights hit the floor.
Yeah,
Big
I wonder if
height.
the bumpers help a little bit. Maybe,
Yeah, I
maybe they have
wonder.
some different flooring going on. But
Yeah, either that or there's just flakes of concrete in the first floor just coming down.
That'd be rough. This is an old building for sure.
Yeah. There we go. We got people already opening the deadlift over 500 pounds here.
Yep, 507.
Platforms ready for Travis Cassidy.
Nice.
There we go.
Those,
Making it look smooth like an opener should.
those Reebok power shoes look like they're original.
Oh yeah, look at
I
that.
think that color came out was like part of the original batch.
Yeah, those are hard to find.
Yeah, probably about 3-4 years ago.
I remember when I got mine, you could only get them in custom colors. So I've got bright green ones.
Nice.
You had to like order custom colors and wait 6 months
And
for
that
them to
was
make
the
them
only
or something.
option?
Yeah.
For
I
$200.
can't imagine how that. I don't know how that made money for them. Well, I don't think it was even 200. I think it was like I don't know, but
I think now the custom Reeboks like 120 is what it starts at. Yeah. Only goes up from there.
Mm-hmm.
Little hook grip action.
There we go.
Wow, another fast one, 534.
Yep. Ryan Rubio of the U.S. Open.
Oh yeah,
He's
right.
Their meet director.
Next lifter is Felipe Camberos with 285 kilo attempt. Andrew is on
So
deck.
good to
Bobby
see
in the
people
hole,
in the
David is
sport of
4 out.
powerlifting coming and supporting other gyms and other meets and all that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's great. I'm glad people came around from all over. I know as a powerlifter, I don't want to travel very far personally, so the furthest I go is Jesse Burdick's gym, which is still about 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Which, to be honest, for me is pushing it. So
yeah,
I can't imagine coming from
coming all the way up from San Diego. Yeah. So.
Or in some cases, Scotland.
Mm-hmm.
Platforms ready for Felipe.
I can't imagine dealing with that time change. I mean, that would be like you were deadlifting, what, 8 hours later? That would be like in the early morning or something.
That would be nuts.
Yeah. If you asked me to stay up until 4 in the morning and then do a good deadlift, there's
no way.
I might be able to do a deadlift at all, but not a good one. Nope, there we go.
Wow.
Felipe just tearing a smooth 628 off the floor there.
Felipe came in to ST about 4 days ago, and he was mentioning his shoulder or bicep really hurt.
Oh wow!
And he was asking if he wanted what we recommend he should do, and he was going to do raw bench, and told him to get into a slingshot, and told him just to do what he could to still push through. And so far,
the slingshot help keep him out of pain there?
Yeah, slingshot helps keep him out of pain, alleviates pressure off the shoulders, and gets it off his biceps, which were hurt.
That's what JP was telling me earlier. He was saying he probably wouldn't have signed up for this meet because his pec he'd hurt his pec a couple times recently, but then he figured, he can throw a slingshot on and come and do the meet here.
Yeah, and
why not?
Cover it, yeah.
So, well, here's Andrew coming back for his second attempt. He's throwing 12.5 more kilos on the bar. He must have felt really good about that opener.
281. Well, Mark Bell's picking his number, so.
That's true.
Mark feels good about it.
Yep.
But this should go pretty fast.
Yeah, Mark saw that first deadlift and said, "Okay, we're putting 10 more % on."
Yep.
And he's got this. That 250 just flew off the floor on the first attempt.
Yeah, it was fast. He just needs to build some confidence. He'll be good.
Yep. Let's do the same thing again, Andrew.
There you go.
There. Oh, no question. Solid.
Nice.
Lift is good. That's under 27.5 kilos for Andrew.
Train with Andrew from time to time, and he doesn't grind a lot of deadlifts, so it's good for him. And as someone who personally hates grinding any movement, I can relate to it. So today's the day where grinding and form maybe going a little sideways is okay. So this will be interesting to watch on his third.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. If he can stay in position, I think he's got it.
Yeah. Got Mark Bell waddling over to pick Andrew's third attempt.
Platforms ready for Bobby.
That was good.
There we go. Solid second attempt there.
No stumbling.
Lift is good.
So he retook the same weight.
Yeah.
He's trying to be really careful to make sure he gets a total today.
See, that's a hard one because that was
so fast.
His first one was so fast, but he stumbled, but then that one was not nearly as fast. As clearly he was worried about stumbling, so it's kind of a waste to... That's hard, because then it's kind of a waste in my eyes to use it. But I do understand. I have been told, hey, if you didn't get that attempt, you got to retake it. So I completely understand both sides.
Yep. And you know, if he hit a bench that he really wants to keep, he's gonna have to get a deadlift in the books in order to get a push-pull total. So
yeah, true.
That may be one of his motivators. He might have hit a big bench PR.
Yeah, he wants to make sure he gets it. It counts.
All right, platform's ready for David Harrison.
You don't see many blank singlets like this.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
He's going rogue.
Yep.
Lift is good, 190 kilos for David Harrison. Next lifter is Oscar.
I really like some of the modern.
I
really like some of the modern singlets that the legs come down a little bit further.
Yep.
The cut is a little bit better. It just makes more sense for powerlifting.
Yeah, majority of the singlets are made are pretty much like the same couple of singlets, so it's really good to make some changes.
Platform's ready for Oscar.
Here's Oscar going for 200 kilos on his second attempt.
Nice.
Solid.
Lift is good, 200 kilos for Oscar.
I wonder how old Oscar is. It looks pretty young.
Yeah.
Our next lifter
Does it say on the spreadsheet here? Yeah, it says he's 18.
Got it.
Wow. That's awesome. I wish I'd started lifting when I was 18.
Yeah. Yeah, most of the competitions we see kids like 12, 13. I think at the last record breakers we saw, I think there was like
it's like 9 or he was 8 or 9 or something like that. Yeah, that was
crazy.
awesome.
Kid didn't say a word.
Yeah.
Got Jack Kirby. See, this is a guy that should be shirtless.
Yep.
When he deadlifts. Probably all the time. Yeah, he's solid.
Wow.
Very fast.
Another really fast deadlift.
Lift is good, 202.5
Too fast.
kilos for Kirby Quick.
So that's why his last name's Quick.
Yeah. Didn't take a long time.
Is Josh Tarter with 205 kilos, 452 pounds.
We're moving through these deadlifts quickly. We're halfway through the second attempts here.
And Fernando is 4 out.
After the deadlifts, we're going to have a seminar. A little impromptu seminar here with Stan Efferding, Jay Cutler, 4-time Mr. Olympia, and Mark Bell.
Yeah, we have the opportunity to have Jay Cutler and Stan Efferding here and Mark, so it's hard to pass the opportunity up. So it won't be too long, probably be 10 or 15 minutes, just something to give Kara and Laura the time they need to get the winners for the meet and answer a few questions, and then after that give people opportunity to meet all the guest lifters.
Yep, and these will be all streamed live after the meet, so stay tuned here on this stream on this channel, and that is where the seminar will be streamed on this video. We're not going to switch it to a separate one, I think.
Platform's ready for Roberto.
No, let's keep it over here. Oh, we got Josh Kim in the back left again doing nothing, so that's really always good to see with his hands crossed.
Roberto, and lift, good lift.
Good.
He's going to have to be careful about keeping your hands on the bar as you put it down, though.
Yeah, don't want to.
If the judges think you threw it down or dropped it, they're going to give you red lights.
Especially on a third. Oh, looks like we have a judge that are going to tell him this right now.
Nope.
Mr. Political Muscle is going to tell him.
Judges came by and said, hey, be careful about dropping the bar next time. Yeah, we don't have bumper plates, so this bar isn't really designed for people to throw it on the floor too many times. It's fine. I mean, it's landing on rubber, so it's probably not going to bend, but
yeah.
Just be nice to the equipment when you're at somebody else's meet.
Yeah, especially these Alico plates, these bars, everything that's costs a lot of money, so you want to make it last.
Yep.
Nice. Nice pull by Justin.
Solid second attempt.
Lifting
Seconds are
good,
where you'll see
217
some people start to
kilos
push a
for
little bit.
Justin
Yep.
Riley.
But usually most people hit a pretty
Our
solid
next
second.
lifter,
Yeah, it's just
Fernando
dependent
Meza
on
with
kind of where they have an
222.5
idea where their thirds are going to be.
490.5-pound attempt here for Fernando. Travis is on deck. Ryan in the hole. And Felipe is 4 out. Platforms ready for Fernando Meza.
There we go. 490 pounds for Fernando.
Here we go. In the Power Project singlet there, or Power Magazine.
No, it's a new power singlet. So
Oh,
it's,
power singlet.
yeah,
There we go.
so
Nice.
nice. There it is. Locked
Solid.
out.
And you can see that new material is nice. It comes up your thighs a little bit, which I feel like helps me not get caught on my leg when I'm doing a
Yeah.
sumo pull.
Yeah, we decided to ditch the NASCAR look with all our old logos with Sonic
Oh,
Events
nice.
and Slingshot and Power Mag. So
Oh, that's pretty
we
cool.
went some single designs.
Felipe in the hole, and then we'll be going into our third and final attempt.
The stretchy material is also nice when you're using a bench shirt on the Slingshot singlets,
Yep.
because it is not easy to move your arms around at all once you're in the bench shirt. So you
Nope.
just need somebody to kind of somehow get the singlet over your
Yeah.
arms. And
I haven't had the opportunity to go in a bench shirt yet, but I've gone in some very, very, very stiff slingshots.
Yep.
And I can't only imagine.
It's fun. You get set up in the bench shirt, and then you still have your you usually have your singlet just pulled up around your
Yeah.
like shorts. There's Travis, solid
Nice.
540 there on his second.
That was a great
Lift is
second.
good. That's 240 kilos for Travis.
It's kind of fun because usually, you'll have a handler or coach or somebody who's helping you with the shirt, and then they'll get it all set up, and then you have to pull the singlet up over it.
It never ends.
And then a belt on usually, and then but
Yeah.
you're just here kind of with your arms stuck out in front of you.
Hoping for the best.
Yeah. When I was set up in the bench shirt for the last meet, I couldn't adjust my headband.
Oh, 'cause you couldn't reach it.
Yeah, because I couldn't reach it. I had a Junk Brands, I couldn't get to it.
Platforms ready for Ryan.
We got Ryan up again.
Nope. 578 on his second attempt here.
Wow.
And he only weighed in at 176.
That's
Wow.
awesome. There he goes.
Oh, just barely lost his grip on it there.
Almost.
He's
Looks
going to be
like
able to
he's
come
good.
back and get that on the third attempt.
Yeah, it looked great. Just great.
Yeah. He pulled it so fast, he pulled it out of his own hands, it looked almost like.
Yeah.
Next lifter is Felipe
Yeah, I can imagine
Honduras
pulling
with
hook grip. Hook grip's very
297.5
difficult.
kilo
Yeah,
of
that
people.
doesn't sound like fun.
656
No,
pounds for
Hook grip
Felipe.
hurts.
It does. It
Andrew is
hurts a
on deck,
lot.
Bobby in the hole,
Nope.
and David is 4 out.
I don't. And from someone who tore their bicep deadlifting, I can tell you that hook
Yep.
grip. I think doing hook grip for 6 weeks hurt more than the tearing of the bicep.
Ouch. Is that what you did to try to keep it from being too involved while you were
Yeah, that was my goal. Of
deadlifting?
course, you tear your bicep doing something, so you say, what can I do to not tear my bicep? So
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, oh, I'll do hook grip. But
Yep.
I
Oh,
did my best, and man, no luck.
Nope.
I'm good. Oh my gosh, Chris is a mess.
I know, I'm throwing stuff everywhere here. Oh, here's Felipe going for a second attempt, 655.9.
Oh, this would be awesome.
Platforms ready.
Hey, I recognize that. That was my third attempt at the meet last week.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Come on. Ah, he's got it.
Attaboy, yeah.
Nice.
All right, lift is good. 297.5 kilos for Felipe
All right.
Cambero.
Ooh, is Mark hopping up there? Mark's hopping in for a second
All right,
attempt.
going into
Nope.
our third attempt. Third and final attempts
What's
here,
Mark doing?
for our third and final flight. Andrew
He's not deadlifting, is he?
Zaragoza with
He already
No.
deadlifted yesterday.
Yeah, he
137.5
deadlifted
kilos.
yesterday.
Bobby Henry is on deck. David Harrison in the hole, and Kirby Quick is 4 out.
Real quick, I'll show off the flights here. Here we're going into the third attempts. Anyone who wants to go back and see that spreadsheet can rewind. This is being streamed and recorded, so anybody who's watching this on YouTube can just rewind, go back and watch any part of the meet you'd like to see. And then once the live stream ends, you'll be able to go back and rewatch any of it.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Yeah, and then once that's done, we'll be able to roll it over to our other YouTube channel.
Yep.
SuperTraining 06, or AKA MBSlingshot.
Mm-hmm. But before all that happens, we're going to have a seminar here after the third deadlifts. We're going to pull our third deadlifts of the third flight. We're going to put the bar away, and then Stan Efferding, Jay Cutler, 4-time Mr. Olympia, and Mark Bell will be up giving an impromptu seminar.
Yep.
And that which will be streamed live right here on this video, and also for anyone who's here in person. Here it is. Andrew's going for 303 pounds here. Yep. Oh, he's got this. Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, there we go. Good job, Andrew Z.
He's pumped.
Nice.
Wow, that's a lot of emotion. I've never seen that much emotion out of him.
Wow, that's probably the most excited I've ever seen him.
Yeah. He's not a very lively person.
From Lawrenceville, New Jersey is Bobby Henry with 170.
Yeah, Stan Efferding created the vertical diet, which I'm sure everyone listening has heard and probably has done or is doing.
Yep. It's always funny when some event just starts up here and then randomly there's music coming from downstairs and we're like,
Loud music.
Yeah.
10-pound.
This is a great venue, though. I mean, everything's close by. The lifters have room to warm up. We have great space for the audience.
We have a great spot. Layout turned out really well. Team SuperTraining Gym came up. About 40, 50 people came through with the setup and takedown and layout. So really appreciate everybody.
All right, lift is good, and that's
All right.
See, that was a fast third attempt.
Yep. Yeah, that was a good third attempt there. That was fast. Somebody who's making some pretty smart jumps they know they can make.
Yeah.
Kirby is on deck, Oscar in the hole, and Josh is 4 out.
Left some in the tank. Need to give it a fourth.
It's great, too. Sometimes people are just looking for those round numbers. Like, he just got 200 kilos there, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, there's definitely some number points, but in kilograms, right? We all have 315, 405 that we refer to in pounds, but 220, 225.
Platform's ready.
Yep.
250.
Gives you some nice in-between jumps to aspire to.
Yeah.
Hold up, please.
Hold up.
Sorry, David Harrison is our next lifter. Kirby, you're up after David. Sorry, love.
I was wondering for a second because there's 440 pounds, and I believe I've seen Kirby.
Yeah, he's gonna have to do a little bit more than that on the next one, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a 7.5 kilogram.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. The order of lifters can change, and that'll throw people off depending upon what the attempts are. Each set of attempts, the first attempt, second, and third, go in order of the weight. So if a lifter makes a bigger jump than another one and actually jumps over them, they're going to change the order.
Next lifter is Kirby Quick with a 207.5 kilo attempt. Oscar is on deck, Josh in the hole, and Justin is 4 out.
All right, here we go. 207.5 kilograms, 457 pounds.
Yep. He's going to be a lot happier with that one than 440.
Yeah.
If he'd taken that.
I have a feeling this is going to move relatively quick.
Based on his second, I would say. Yeah. Looked like he was just starting his set there.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone needs to pick some numbers for him
Yeah.
next time. I don't think he.
Yeah.
Or he just was happy he didn't want to get hurt.
You never know. Sometimes people have a really rough prep. They pick some really easy numbers, then they feel really good on the day of the meet too.
Yeah, true.
It's always hard to tell.
Very true.
Platforms ready for Oscar Perez.
This is 18-year-old Oscar Perez.
Yep, Oscar Perez here. He's 18. He's about to pull 463. It's 463 more pounds than I lifted when I was 18.
Oh, I don't even think I deadlifted once by the time I was
Yeah.
18.
There we go.
Solid.
Yep.
Beltless, too.
Nice. Yeah, wow, beltless.
Lift is good. That's 210 kilos.
All
for
right.
Oscar Perez.
Another blank singlet, too.
Yeah.
Next lifter is Josh Tarter with 215 kilos, a 474-pound attempt for Josh. Justin is on deck, Fernando in the hole, and Roberto is 4 out. Remember, folks, make sure to grab a yummy free treat from Quest Nutrition over at the Slingshot booth in the corner of the room. Platforms ready for Josh.
All right, here we go. 215 kilo to 474 pounds.
Yep.
Nope, just kidding.
There we go. He faked us out once there.
Yep, got us. Nice. Fired
Wow,
right
really
through.
put some passion into it there, too. That was awesome.
Yeah, definitely got fired up.
474 pounds.
For Josh Tarter.
So far, everyone in this flight has successfully got their third attempt.
Justin
Yep.
Riley with a 225-kilo attempt. 496 pounds here for Justin. Fernando is on deck, Roberto in the hole, and Travis is 4 out. Platforms ready for Justin Riley.
Great pull.
There we go, 496. Solid.
There's that 225
Finishing
kilograms.
off, also shaking the hands of the judges. Good sportsmanship there to show appreciation for the people who've been sitting around all day.
Yeah, unpaid and just,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
just helping and supporting the sport.
Roberto is on deck, Travis in the hole, and Ryan.
Always especially good to do when you don't get the lift.
Yeah, especially.
To show no hard feelings, it's just powerlifting. Oh, here we go. We're going for the even 501.
Here we go. Let's go,
Nope.
Fernando.
Come on, 500-pound deadlift. Let's finish off the day strong.
Got that hook grip.
Yep.
There he goes.
Oh.
Oh, there he goes. Nice.
Whew. That was a tough
Hard to
lockout,
give it a
but
big
No lift.
no lift. Oh, the judges didn't like that at the end there.
Little hitching.
Oh, and still, like I said, he didn't get the lift, but he's still
Next
shaking the
lifter
judges'
is
hands,
Roberto
saying thanks for
Medina
coming
with
out, thanks for
227.5 kilos,
volunteering to do this.
501.5 pounds. Travis is on deck,
The
Ryan
piece of
in the
him that
hole,
died
and
inside,
Felipe
though.
is 4 out.
Yeah.
Platforms ready for Roberto Medina.
This stuff takes a lot of work to set up, so it's
Yes.
really great to see the lifters just go, okay, lifts are over.
I can assure you it is a lot to set up. Ooh, fired up.
Yep.
Oh.
Roberto also 18.
Oh.
They're probably going to call that hitching. A little bit of downward motion there, and no lift.
Yeah.
Oh well. Close one. Next time.
Yeah, I think a lot of novice powerlifters don't know what hitching is, or they just know their goal is to get it up.
Yeah.
And so they've trained their whole life, or as long as they've been training, they always hitch, so they always do things properly.
And if you watch, what is it, the World Strongman competitions,
That's all they do.
those allow hitching.
Yeah, whatever it takes.
So if the athlete chooses to hitch in those, they get to. It's okay.
Fair game.
Of course, you've got to do it like 10 times with 800 pounds, though, if you do those competitions.
No luck by Travis.
Well, Travis tried to pull 551 off the ground, didn't quite go.
Nope.
Next lifter is Ryan Rubio.
It's always tough with the sumo deadlift. Sometimes it's just welded to the floor.
Yeah, if it doesn't move. That's the hardest part, is getting it the first 4 or 5 inches.
Yep. Here's Ryan. He took 262.5 on his last attempt, and then he lost his balance, he lost his grip at the top. Rather, sorry, he lost his grip on the bar. I think.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Pulled it pretty fast, so he's making a 10-kilo jump now to 272.5.
So this is that situation where you didn't finish the lift. Should you take it again, or should you go up?
Which just so happens to be an even 600 pounds. Might not be a coincidence. This might have been something he's been thinking about for a while, so we'll see.
He's
going to sink that grip in really tight here and just try desperately to hold on to this bar. If he can pull it up through, keep it in tight, and hold his grip on it while he locks it out, and he's got it.
That was good.
There we go. That jump was a good call, I guess. Look at that. Wow. That was an aggressive jump, but he got it.
Great job, Ryan. And our final lifter of the day here at the SuperTraining Push-Pull Classic is Felipe Camaro.
That was a solid lift. I'm impressed.
That was very good, considering he took a jump from his last, 15-kilo jump?
10 kilos. Yeah, I was surprised to see. Yeah, he went 262.5 to 272.5 to get that 600s.
Yeah, that's big.
That's pretty cool.
This is the biggest deadlift of the day.
Yeah.
666.
Yep. There we go, just in time for Halloween.
Yeah. Just a little early. I was going to say, it wouldn't be a bad idea to give that bar a little scrub.
Yep. Yeah, you really get a lot of chalk and dead skin stuck in the knurling there, and it's a good idea to go through with a brush and knock some of that off.
Yep, absolutely.
Platforms ready for Felipe Camberos with 302.5 kilos.
He weighed in under 198 pounds, 194 pounds.
Wow. There we go. Okay, so this is going to be more than 3 times body weight. Well, his other one was already.
Yeah.
Damn. All right. 667 pounds. Oh, did he quite? What do the judges think? Did he have a? Yep, he got it. He got it. He held on to it long enough there. Held on to it just long enough to get the down command, and that's all it takes.
That's awesome.
That was awesome. And look at that, grabbing his kid, shaking the hands of the judges. Good sportsmanship again. Biggest deadlift of the meet. So hang out here. We're about to have a free seminar. We're going to have Stan Efforting, 4-time Mr. Olympia, Jay Cutler, and Mark Bell are about to do a seminar right here on this channel in a few minutes.
Stay tuned.
Alrighty, folks, we are just about ready here with our awards. We'll also be doing the raffle for a $500 Slingshot gift card. So if we can make sure everyone is ready to go. And then after that, a Q&A session with Stan Efferding, Mark Bell, and Jay Cutler. Alrighty, folks, we're going to go ahead and get started with our awards here for day 2 of the SuperTraining Push-Pull Classic. All of our winners today are going to be getting goodie bags with fun stuff from Slingshot, Quest Nutrition, and Monster Energy. All right, first up for our men's raw lightweight division, our winner today is Ryan Rubio. Okay, next up for our men's Slingshot lightweight division, Felipe Camberos. All right. Our next lifter is our women's raw lightweight division winner, Ashley Contorno. All right, next lifter for our women's raw heavyweight division, Stephanie Valladares. Great job, Stephanie. All right, and finally, for our women's Slingshot heavyweight division, Brittany Chown. That's all of our lifters, but if you want to pull out your raffle tickets, your orange raffle tickets, we'll see who's getting a $500 Slingshot gift card. So get your raffle tickets ready, lifters. Our winner today is the number 625047. 047. We've got it, all right. You can head right up here over to Steve. And again, thanks so much to Slingshot and Quest Nutrition and Monster Energy for helping support our meet today. So congratulations again to all of our lifters today and yesterday. Everyone did a fantastic job. Thank you to our spotters, loaders, and judges. And if everyone's ready, we're going to go ahead and do a Q&A session with some special guests, Mark Bell, Stan Efferding, Jay Cutler, and Charity Witt.
This one's done. Oh. Sorry about that. Just talked to the microphone.
How you guys doing, man?
We're just getting ready to start the seminar here in a minute.
Absolutely.
Sorry, this one's done. This is the one I've been drinking.
This one's done.
This one's cold
Guys have
still.
fun?
Yeah.
That one's warm.
But this one's done.
Well, just you
Like,
want
I
this
can
one?
throw it away.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep it.
Oh, I thought you wanted some.
No, I had it.
Who needs it, man? Yeah. Yeah, take care. What's that? I don't care. I can.
Test, test, test.
No, it's just the one here in Sacramento, West Sacramento. Yeah. Yeah, I don't. Whatever Steven told you. Yeah. He'll have all the information. You can also even just shop like online. Easy shop online. Probably best to come in the store. That way you can make sure everything fits. You know. Congrats. Yeah, great job today. Good job on that last deadlift too. That was a tough one. I know you didn't get it because you hitched it, but you still fought for it and got it. You know, that was great. Yeah, great job. Hello. Oh wait, is it good? You can hear me? All right, guys. We get everybody to kind of gather around over here. I ended up meeting a lot of, I don't know if everybody can hear me okay or not. I ended up meeting a lot of extraordinary people this weekend. A lot of people have told me how I've impacted their lives. A lot of people shared some great stories with me about how they've been inspired by SuperTraining Gym, or they've been inspired by the podcast that I have, or something like that. And I wanted to share today with you guys people that impact my life, people that I admire, and people that have inspired me. And so today, I'm joined by Charity Witt, Stan the Rhino Efferding, and Jake Cutler. And we're just going to open this up for some discussion. We could do a Q&A. We could have each one of them talk for just a little bit, and we'll open it up to a Q&A format. What you got?
Guys, anybody that wants to ask one of our guests a question, if we could just form a single file line right here in the middle. Anybody that has any questions for any of our guests?
Yeah, we'll do that. All right. Guys, I met Stan Efferding probably about 8 years ago or so. He came to SuperTraining Gym, and he was on a mission to break an all-time world record in powerlifting. Stan and I teamed up, and Stan worked his ass off and was able to acquire an all-time world record in powerlifting, and since that time he has broken several world records in powerlifting. He's also an accomplished entrepreneur, and he's somebody that I admire greatly. He's somebody I have a lot of respect for. Stan has also created the vertical diet. Stan is one of the few people I know that has taken nutrition and helped to dial it down a bunch so everybody can understand it in a much more digestible format. Stay back? Oh, okay. There we go. All right, I got to stay back here. Charity Witt has been competing for a long time in powerlifting and strength sports and as a strong woman. The first time that I saw Charity was doing some stone loading, and I was just amazed at how strong and explosive and how fast she was. A lot of you people may have seen her recently on the show Titan Games with The Rock. She's good friends with The Rock, so if you want The Rock's cell phone number, Charity Witt is the person to go to for that. And it was awesome having her here, and unfortunately she ended up getting a little bit of an injury on the deadlift, and we had to stop her because as a competitive athlete, we don't know any better. We want to just keep forging forward, and we always want to do the best we can. And then, of course, at the end here, we have Jake Cutler, who's a four-time champion, a four-time Mr. Olympia champion. And one of the things I found most compelling about Jake Cutler, other than his amazing poop story when he was on my podcast, was the fact that he finished second at the Mr. Olympia over and over and over again and had to overcome that. Not many people are willing to put that much sacrifice into their life to come up second many times over, but he knew in the long run that if he could stay consistent for a long enough period of time, that eventually he would get what he wanted and he would eventually become a champion, and he's done so 4 times over. One thing that Jake Cutler has shared with me that I think is important to share with all of you, and this is these are words to live by. He said, don't be fancy, be consistent. Since he said that to me probably just 8 months ago or so, I think about that almost every single day in my life. When I'm thinking about making a jump or a leap towards something that sounds too good to be true, I start to think about the words that 4-time world champion Jake Cutler has said to me. So these are people I greatly admire. I put all these people up on a pedestal. You guys have them at your disposal to ask any questions that you might have. So here we go.
All right, so my question is, so here's the question. When you get to a certain point in lifting, so for instance, I weigh 198 pounds. My goal, and I explained this to them earlier, I wanted to get to 500 pounds in bench press. But I feel like I've plateaued. I cannot get past 410. So what's some things you think will help me as to, to kind of reach that goal? Is it doing, like lifting different? Or is it the way I eat? I typically eat like twice a day. Not much. But is it the way I eat? Is it how I lift? Is it should I switch it up from powerlifting to maybe like volume reps? Or what is it you think will help me get past that plateau? Because I feel like I'm stuck and I can't get past it.
One of the biggest things that's going to help you increase your strength is going to be just increasing your muscle mass. The bigger you get, the stronger you get. Eddie Cohn started competing at 165 pounds and throughout his career eventually ended up at 242 pounds. So he didn't really look at the weight class in particular. He just kept challenging the heavier and heavier weights, and in response, having to train heavier, eat more, sleep more, his body started growing. So you can reach, a significant level of success at your current body weight. But you'll always be stronger when you add more muscle mass and more weight. And so it's going to come down to calories. Your consistency with training, you start eating more, you'll gain more muscle, you'll get stronger. That's really the progression. And that's what I think you should focus on. Go from 2 meals to 3, then eventually 3 to 4, then go from 6 ounces of meat to 8, and 1 cup of rice to 2, and that's the progression. And you just build on that over time. Consistency.
What if I'm trying to stay at this? I don't want to get too big. I like this weight.
There's no such thing.
I mean, I guess so.
I work with Hafthor Bjornsson. There's no such thing as too big. My friend, you'd look great at 220.
I've been 215. I felt heavy when I was 215.
Yeah.
Like
oftentimes people make the mistake of just eating calories to eat calories, pizza pots to pancakes and that, and they do feel heavy, and they aren't terribly healthy. One of the things I had to do with Shaw and Thor was get them to come back, restore their health, get them to lose some body fat. And then we increased their weight using better foods, gaining lean mass instead of fat, and they're healthier now. Their blood pressure's lower, all of their blood markers are better, they're leaner at this new weight. They're both over 450 right now, getting ready for the Arnold, and they're healthier than they were previously when they were eating all those, just anything, the gallon of milk a day, the pizza, pasta, pancakes. So be careful how you get there. That is important. You will start to realize some metabolic syndrome, fatty liver and insulin resistance. That'll happen if you just pig out. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting to gain muscle, not fat. So work on that. Make sure you get there the right way. Take your time.
Also, is there a way to lift to also help you get that, or is it more so your diet, like how you eat?
Oh, the lifting's always very important. Yeah, you'll definitely want to continue to progress in your weights too. And that'll happen with some periodization. You won't always be able to add weight every week. Over time you're going to have to come back and rebuild. Eddie would compete twice a year in powerlifting, and he would use a linear progression to do so. But then in between meets, he would do hypertrophy training. He would do bodybuilding type training. We'd get him into the 12 to 15 range on a lot of repetitions and do more volumizing type work and just creating more muscle tissue. The larger the muscle cross-sectional area, the more force production. So as the muscle gets bigger, you're going to get stronger. But having said that, you still need to train the CNS with those heavy fives and triples to build strength.
Thank you.
Charity, as a female competitor, do you sometimes feel that pressure to not gain too much weight to get strong? And how do you kind of balance that for yourself?
I definitely think there's a stigma for women that there's this fear of getting too big, for sure. And I think breaking past that barrier is just, you're eating for performance, and just as he said, you're not eating just whatever you want or what's put in front of you, but you think about your goal and performance. And I think people often mistake a woman's size for like how much she weighs, and you're like, oh, there's no way she could weigh over 170 or 150, and it's like, no, like I weigh 180 pounds, and I'm totally comfortable with that, and this is the weight that I function the best at right now for my strength and my height. And I think it's really surprising for people to put a stigma on weight. And it's like, no, just like you would tell a male competitor, put on more muscle mass, do this, do that to reach his goal, you would want the same for a female competitor as well.
Cool, next question.
Hello, all right. So this question is directed towards Jay and Stan. A lot of people don't know what it feels like to be at the top of a level of competition. So I was just wondering if you guys could give like one of the two things that like stuck out to you, either mindset or like he was talking about the consistency thing, but just something that you learned at the top level, because like a lot of us are trying to get there or haven't been there, or sometimes people fail to get there. So just like your mindset or biggest thing that you could give to someone trying to reach a top level.
Well, listen, it took me a long time to get to the top, but I can tell you, training for every contest, I thought I was the best. And I think, not arrogantly, but I believed in myself. That's number one. You have to know your capabilities, right? In the beginning, when I started training at 18, I never imagined I'd ever be Mr. Olympia. That wasn't something that I stated, oh, I'm going to win the Mr. Olympia someday. I just thought, if I had this opportunity, how would I handle it? So I kind of mentally prepared. So when you look at how I won or lost Mr. Olympias, like Mark mentioned, I was second 6 times before, and I've won 4. But I reacted the same whether I won or lost, because in my mind in the gym leading up to that, I already had conquered what I wanted to do. And to this day, I still continue. But I know when I started, I said, you know what, I would always treat people the way I wanted to be treated, because I've had bad encounters with people that are at higher levels. So that's why to this day, like I continue, I love fitness, okay? And I'm a bodybuilder at heart, but I love to work out. I can tell you, beyond all my accomplishments outside the gym and business or whatever else, the best part of my day is still training. So passion, if you have the passion to do it truly and you love it, there's no wrong or right time to train. Common question, when is the best time to work out? Whenever it fits in your schedule, right? I train in the middle of the night, I train first thing in the morning, I train fasted, I train after 6 meals. It doesn't matter as long as I get the training in, because I love to do it. So I think it's really the passion and the belief to do what you want to do. Otherwise, you're not going to do it at the best of your ability, okay?
You know, I've said before, I was 140 pounds in college, and I couldn't bench 135. So nobody suspected I'd ever set world records in powerlifting, for sure. But I was pretty sure I would someday, even though, you know, I had a long road to get there. But like Mark said, with consistency, I was very deliberate every single day about, I knew what I wanted to do, and it wasn't a sacrifice for me. It was exactly what I wanted to do. And so every single day, I was making sure I got enough, all the little stuff. I got enough sleep, every meal, every training session, every glass of water. I mean, I was keeping track of all that to make sure I was optimizing that. And I didn't have a finish line. It wasn't 3 months or 6 months. I knew it was years. And it took me many, 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 many years to get strong, obviously, from being a 140-pound guy. So you can be great at anything, but you cannot be great at everything. So you need to pick something and put everything into it. And I didn't consider it sack. People ask, what about cheat meals? And if I have room in my stomach, I'm going to put something in there that makes me grow. And that was all I thought about. And what about sleep? You know, I was in college going to bed at 10 p.m. and not drinking beer, which was unusual at the time at the University of Oregon Party School. So, because I was determined that I had one goal to accomplish, and that was to be as big and as strong as I could possibly get.
Getting psyched up for a lift, so primarily a powerlifting question, but also for bodybuilding. How important is it to get that mental pump, that mental intensity before a lift? Does that really make a huge difference? And if so, what are some of your tricks to get that adrenaline pump right before you lift? And it also applies to, as a bodybuilding question, how important that is also.
I would say for myself, I've learned over the years, the more theatrics that go into it sometimes, the more you are trying to talk yourself into doing something that you probably somewhere deep down inside understand that you're not capable of doing. And so trying to have some control over making sure that it's a routine and ritual that you're comfortable going through, and it's not really for everybody else. It's something that you just like to do. Like you saw me yesterday smacking the chalk bowl and doing all these different things. I do that a lot in my own training. Like I like to get mentally prepared that way. But different people prep different ways. When Stan was competing, he was more cerebral and he was more focused. And if he was to make any noise, it'd be like during the lift, where he'd let out these like Braveheart-like cries, you know, during the actual lift itself. And he might be excited afterwards a little bit, and then he would concentrate on the next lift. But it's very individual. And for me, it's almost like I want to draw attention to myself in that moment, because I want the energy of the room to be kind of poured into what I do. And my mindset before I do a lift, I like to pretend that I'm kind of sucking all the energy out of the room. Everyone's strength in the entire room is kind of going towards me. And so that's something that's always served me pretty well, and that's the way I view it. But I do think it's a pretty individual thing. What do you guys think?
I don't see the audience and I don't hear the music. Everything is internalized to me. I will say this one thing. Mikhail Koklayev talked to me once about this, about everybody using these pre-workouts and caffeine and whatever else to get themselves hyped up. And he said that they don't do that in Russia because they aren't able to find that adrenaline when they need it and pattern it towards that one lift, because it's just constantly being released as a result of the pre-workouts and the caffeine that people might be taking while they're warming up. So he didn't feel like it added any benefit to him, and it actually distracted from his ability. He lost the ability to find that when he stepped onto the platform. That's when he wanted it and needed it, and it's a limited resource, and he didn't want it wasted walking around in the back with caffeine tablets. So I always thought that was interesting. I never used stimulants to get ready for a lift. It made me too jittery. One time at the Arnold, I was lifting at the animal cage, and they handed me one of those animal drinks, and I jugged it down, and I almost immediately, my legs started shaking in my hands, because I never use the stuff. I'm real sensitive to it. I can't take caffeine. I'll shake for hours. And so I'm getting under, it was a 500-pound incline press, and I picked the bar up, and my whole body, the thing was shaking like this, and I thought I was going to drop it on my face. And it's because I wasn't in control of that situation. But that's just a funny story and kind of an anecdote from Mikhail Koklayev, one of the greatest powerlifters of all time.
myself, I can actually relate to Stan because especially when I go up to a lift or relating back to the Titan games, if I walked into the arena, like, it's just me. I don't see a crowd. I don't see my competitor. I'm not worried about my competitor. I'm worried about my task, my goal, what I need to do. And to the point where I don't hear anything, I don't see anything else. I see everything like one step ahead of me. And when I focus on just one step at a time, like, okay, it's a step-by-step process. And once you get through each step, then you're to completion, and then your body just relaxes. And I have to go into that hyper focus or I'm not in control of myself. And if I'm worried about somebody else, then I'm not worried about what I'm doing, and then I've already lost.
I think a lot of it's visualization. So when I left the gym the day prior, I already know exactly going through the movements, and I talk a lot about mind to muscle connection. So my thought process is more, okay, how are my muscles going to work when I go through these lifts? And I kind of have the idea of, okay, I'm going to move at this sort of pace, I'm going to power through. So when I get down on a bench or when I sit down and do a shoulder press or even a squat, like, I know how I'm going to power through the movement rather than, okay, how much weight am I going to push? Because it never really crossed my mind. I never was mainly focused on how much weight I pushed other than the process I was going to do to get that weight moving. So to me, it's mind to muscle is super important. You've got to have that connection. You can't train without it in any sense, even in a power training. You have to know how the muscle works and how it's going to, how fast you're going to go through the motion and controlled.
Next question.
So Mark, can you just explain some of the things you're going to do to try to get yourself to that 500 bench now? I mean, go through, are you going to carry on with some speed work, some like conjugate stuff, or just stuff like that?
Yeah, so I really liked what Jay was saying about how, you know, he lost 6 times, but you kind of couldn't tell whether he won or lost. I try to have a similar mentality. However, I did lose. I did want to hit that 500-pound bench. That was a goal of mine. But I'm a father, I'm a husband, I'm a business owner. I got a lot of other things going on simultaneously that matter, obviously, a whole lot more than benching 500 pounds. Even after I missed the 500-pound bench, I went into the back, and a fan came up and told me how much it means, some of the message I share on the podcast and stuff, and how it's helped change his life. It helped get him off depression medication and all this stuff. And I was just thinking, yeah, that 500-pound bench in the grand scheme of things really doesn't mean much, right? But it does mean a lot, because it means a lot to me. And if you get too far away from who you truly were or who you truly are originally and what you truly love to do, what you're passionate about, then it can be a disservice to yourself. And so I owe it to myself to hit that 500-pound bench. And so because of that, this morning, as I always do, when I got done with my shower, I wrote 501 at 220 on my mirror all over again to start this process again, because I'm going to compete on April 7th and bench 500 pounds at 220. As far as the training will be the training. I'll still train. I trained very hard for this, but life doesn't roll out success to the unprepared, and I was prepared for this, but I didn't prep long enough. This was like a 6-week thing that I kind of decided to do last minute. So life doesn't give you what you need, it gives you what you deserve. And so I have to be deserving of it. I have to really, I gotta earn it. And that's what's so fun about this, that's what I like about this, is it's very black and white. You either did enough work or you didn't. And there's people, I have resources, I got people I can communicate with and say, hey, you know, what do you think about this? Like when I deadlifted yesterday, Stan's like, we got to do something about this deadlift form. We can't have you walking around with this deadlift form. And so I got people that can help kind of keep me in line, help keep me in check, and help me get to that next level. But there won't be anything fancy done in the training. It should just be a lot of consistency piled up and a lot more heavy-ass weights to be moved around. Next question.
Hey, Mark, I just want to know if I can be a judge on April, in April.
April 7th, when you hit the 501.
That's right.
Well, I'm always your judge, and I think that I don't know any. I know Stan, and I know a few other people. I know nobody that works as hard as Chris and Mark to get the word out
That's
and
right.
make the world a better
Bell
place
Brothers.
to lift. So pass the word on, and Stan and Jay and their other friend there, that will all help you get to where you want to go. Mark helped me lose weight. Chris helped me lose 75 pounds. So if I can do it, you can do it.
That's my mom, by the way. I've got time for one more question. Make it a good one.
The pressure's on. So I had a question that I'm hoping all three of you can answer. So what do you do when you hit a plateau? So I'm currently trying to drop body fat. I'm a personal trainer, so I feel like I have a pretty good gist of what you're supposed to do. But I was just wondering, when you guys are in that like competition mode, I know that's a little bit different because it's a little bit more extreme potentially, but if you had, what do you just do? What are your go-tos when you hit a plateau and you're like, I guess it's kind of a dual question. So one's plateau and one's, oh, I need to drop some body fat, so here's what I'm gonna do.
Well, if you're asking Mark, he usually calls me to ask my advice.
It's true.
Should I do stairs or treadmill today? Listen, there's a lot of different ways. I'll kind of start this off. You know, my whole background was getting lean for competitions, and I hit plateaus all the time, but I did a lot of different things. Like, I wouldn't do the same thing consistently, meaning, you know, I would do different types of cardio. I'd do it either first thing in the morning fasted, or I'd do it after the training, or I'd skip certain days, but it mainly had to do with the diet. When you're trying to take off body fat, you can't just go no carbs all the time and think, okay, I'm gonna get lean because carbs make me fat. You need carbs. I always tell people first thing in the morning, the meal before and after you train. Now the other meals you can eat mainly protein, but you should have like a high, low, medium carb day, so it's called carb cycling. So the days you don't weight train, if you train 5 days a week, okay, you have a total of 2 days off, those lower calorie days should be your days off, where it's mainly protein, obviously your sources. When I try to get lean for competition, I stick to more white fish instead of beef and chicken, but I fluctuate my calories, so I try to eat more carbs or less carbs on certain days depending on what my output is. You never eat the same thing consistently because you have to trick your body. Your body gets stuck at a certain point. Like, you can do low carbs and you're gonna drop body fat for a while, but then all of a sudden your body will go into a mode where it's like, hold on, I don't want to get this lean, so I need to fight it. So that's when you need to start carb cycling. So every fourth day, your carbohydrates need to be higher. If you're going to do low carbs, do low carbs for 3 days, but have a fourth day where the carbs go way up, okay? And what I try to do is when my carbohydrates are higher, the calories of protein and carbohydrate is the same, right? It's 4 calories per gram. So what I do is I swing up and down, where if the carbs go up, the protein comes down, okay? And when the protein goes up, the carbs come down, but it's always the same calories, but from different sources. So I'm not starving myself in a calorie deficit, because obviously someone like me has to maintain a lot of muscle, but I try to trick my body into, okay, this is a different source that it's coming from. Just like with the cardio, like I don't do an hour every day for 12 weeks to get lean. I might do 30 minutes, or I might do high intensity cardio. I switch things up to try to trick your body once you get to those sticking points. I know it's a lot of information like right here, but it's basically like kind of trick your body into doing what it really is fighting you against.
What about you, Charity? You've hit plateaus. I know you've, you know, for strongman, you were staying a certain size, but you've also lost weight and stuff in the past.
I think changing body composition and trying to maintain strength, it's honestly very similar to what he's saying, where you want to be able to maintain a certain amount of muscle mass while dropping that fat, and it's just consistency. So obviously if you're training for strength, I try to minimize the type of cardio that I'm doing as being like type 1 fiber, so long lasting, you know, low intensity cardio, I'll do like maybe once a week, and then keep my high intensity cardio like sprints or interval training a little bit, like 3 times a week. That way it's lighter intensity on my body, but still enough to get my heart rate going so that I can get to that metabolic burning zone where I'm still burning fat, but I'm not overtaxing my body, and I'm still able to train heavy the next day. But maintaining that caloric deficit is so important, because if you're not in that deficit, you're not going to lose the weight, and it's just being able to maintain that muscle mass while being in the caloric deficit.
Stan has a book called The Vertical Diet, which I highly recommend you check out. You can just get it online. He could speak about it a little bit.
Yeah, I think in general terms, I'm going to say that please don't demonize certain foods and food groups that I've been training women since the late 80s for competition. IFBB Pro, bikini, figure, physique, men and women. And they tend to be told, don't eat salt, don't eat fruit, don't eat dairy, don't eat red meat. That's the first thing they tell them. And I'm telling you that all of those things have a very critical role in your nutrition program. I don't think any of them should be consumed in excess by any stretch of the imagination. It's an energy equation. You absolutely want to track your intake so that you can make adjustments accordingly. But you really need that iron and B12 and zinc from red meat. I'm not telling you every meal, but a serving a day should definitely be in there, especially women who are exercising. You absolutely need iodine in your diet. You absolutely are going to want sodium. It's very important for your energy and your recuperation and your digestion. Sodium chloride, salt, sodium chloride, hydrochloric acid. Those things are critical. And fruit. The research is compelling that it not only for health but for body composition, particularly because it stimulates the metabolism, increases your body temperature, which is one of the first things that happens with metabolic adaptation. Your body temperature decreases, and then your body stops losing, and your non-exercise activity thermogenesis slows. All your calorie consumption just slows. So I'm cautious to include all of those things. Get a couple servings of fruit daily. Get a little bit of dairy. The calcium's very important. If you can't handle milk, then go to a yogurt. You can't handle yogurt, go to a cheddar cheese, because there's very little lactose in that. But calcium's critical, and not for bone health necessarily, but because it's part of the chemical pathway, the communication. The more calcium in a fat cell, the faster it burns, the more of it burns. So calcium's critical for very many things, the micronutrients in general. So don't demonize red meat, get a little in there, iron, B12, zinc. Don't demonize fruit, as I just said. Don't demonize sodium, don't demonize dairy. You can get all of those things, you just have to watch how much of what you're eating. There's kind of an order of events here, a hierarchy of things that are important. One is the calories first and foremost, and I don't care which diet you choose. If you want to intermittent fast, if you want to do keto, if you want to do the vertical, it doesn't matter to me. But on all of them, you're going to have to track how much you're taking in and how much energy you're burning. That's the energy equation, in and out. And some people proclaim certain benefits to their diets, whether it be keto or carnivore or high carb, low carb. That's fine, but whatever diet you choose, it can't be a free-for-all. There's no all-you-can-eat diet, as you know, and I don't suspect that's you think that. But my concern is that when you start avoiding things like sodium and red meat for iron and B12 and fruit, then your metabolism just starts to slow and your body temperature starts to lower. I actually have my athletes measure their body temperature in the morning. They wake up and use and they put a thermometer under their arm for about 10 minutes to get an accurate reading. And you would think that would be 98.6 on average, but it's really 97.8 to about 98.2 on average. That's where it usually sits. But I'll get women that are at 97.4, 97.2, because their body their metabolism started to compensate from their dieting. And so I've got to get that up. And that can be with the carb cycling, that can be with the iodine, that could be with the salt, the fruits. All of those things help increase metabolism and body temperature. So those are all critical little things. And obviously I'm a big fan of my diet, but there's some great resources out there. Lane Norton has an extraordinary fat loss program and a great book, 250-page book that he puts out. And in mine, I reference over 100 pieces of literature and videos, including Lane, including the guys from Renaissance Periodization, the folks from Barbell Medicine. So there are some really smart folks out there that aren't zealots, that you can use that information and pick the program that works for you, because compliance is the science. And ultimately, the best diet is the one you'll follow. And Mark did a great thing last year. He was having people spend 30 days on each of a host of different diets. He did carnivore for a month, keto for a month, vertical for a month, and that's the kind of thing that allows you to discover what works for you. And as long as you're tracking it, then you're I think, going to be much more successful that way. And I'm really cautious to do more hypertrophy style weight training, I like lifting, than cardio. You start chasing cardio, steady state too much, it wastes away muscle, suppresses metabolism, your body adapts and burns fewer and fewer calories per hour invested. But the weight training is really the be-all, end-all if you can just keep lifting weights. I work with Stephanie Sonzo, Steph Fitmum from Australia, and she used to do fasted cardio every morning for 40 minutes and every afternoon for 40 minutes. Now she does 3 10-minute walks a day after meals and does 2 hypertrophy sessions a day, maybe 30 minutes in the morning, 20 minutes at night. But the lifting weights is an extraordinary game changer. And you can burn a lot of calories doing that, but you're stimulating the body to hold on to muscle tissue, which is the engine that burns the fuel. You want to keep that. And we find that, like Jay and I know, that when you're training for a show, dieting for a show, you have to train even harder to give the muscles the stimulus to stay there. Because with the calorie restriction, they want to go away. That's the most expendable fuel. They want to hold on to your fat. And so you really have to stimulate that muscle, and all the lightweight 20 reps when you could have done 50, it's not going to do it. It needs the right stimulus. So hang in there and do that. Hopefully you got some tips out of that that'll work for you.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. Strength is never a weakness. Weakness is never a strength. Catch you guys later.
Thanks everyone for tuning into the live stream. We're going to go ahead and sign off here. Hope everyone enjoyed it. Thanks a lot.